Hello everyone, welcome along to the third round of the 24H Series Esports Championship, powered by VCO, otherwise known as the Neo Endurance Championship, and we're here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit for 6 hours of endurance racing. 24H Series, a real world championship with its esports counterpart now very much recognised by the Creventic Championship, in which it is organised, and of course the real world season kicking off in just a week's time over in the Middle East. But we focus on esports today, and another incredible 6 hours of action. My name is Ben Kotsanjuras. I'm joined by David Haynes and Somil Aurora. Somil, how are we doing today?
Quite good, Ben. It's just the perfect day for endurance racing. It's been a long and fun week, full of racing so far on RaceSport TV, but this one, well, it just caps it all off. The kind of racing that we're seeing earlier on in the season just makes it such an exciting thing here this weekend at Silverstone. The first time, in fact, that we're having GT4 cars as well in the 24H series at this track.
Yeah, 4 different championships, and the championship in GT3 is led by Bila Racing Team. They have not actually taken they've not taken a victory as yet, but they've been most consistent. Victory in round 2 went to Ronin Simsport, who sits second position. MSI Esports down in 4th spot took the round 1 victory in Imola, but unfortunately did not score well at all at Sebring, which was mid-November, if I seem to remember. It's been a bit more straightforward in the 991 class, however. Inertia taking the victory at Imola, and Racing Team taking victory at Sebring. HM Engineering second in the championship after 2 consistent results, and consistency will be key across this 6-round championship. 6-hour races coming up at Silverstone, Monza and Barcelona, with a 12-hour to finish the championship in April in Spa. In the GT4 class, 25 points on offer for the win, and therefore SRC Squadra Corsa White have taken the 2 victories in GT4. It's a battle basically between Porsche and BMW. Pure Sim Esports second, 10 points back, and then quite a gap to the rest of the field, really dominated by SRC so far. And the 4th class is the TCR class, and 2 wins to Sim RC, the 976 machine, therefore with a healthy points advantage over MSI Esports right now. So here is the changes in ballast for this race. Porsche Cayman has 5 kilos of extra ballast over the BMW M4 GT4 car. And Audi have been given 18 kilos of ballast. We list the Ferrari, although I'm pretty sure we won't see a Ferrari. And of course, many different GT3 cars on offer on iRacing, but only really the Audi and the Mercedes are the... And in fact, just a handful of Mercedes racing with us today in the GT3 class, like there is just a handful of BMWs in the GT4 class. Here is the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit then, familiar to many of us. We will use the Grand Prix start down closest to us, through the newer section of track, and then onto the Wellington Straight, round past the old pits, and then the most familiar part, the Maggots and Beckett, sweeps down the Hangar Straight, a length of 3.19 miles. And an opportunity and a good track for overtaking, not too much in terms of chaos. We see 6-hour races from the WEC around Silverstone, and of course they do even run, or have run, 24-hour races around Silverstone in the past, the most recent being a single make 24-hour race for C1 Citroens. Glorious day at Silverstone. I think seem to remember that the time of year is March, and so slightly warmer conditions than perhaps Silverstone is experiencing right now. There is the MSI Audi R8 and plenty of Audis in the fields today. Really just a one-make GT3 championship. It's the way it's been. Of course, it wouldn't necessarily be like that, Somil, if we were choosing cars today. These having to be chosen at the start of the championship to apply to all 6 of the races.
Absolutely, Ben. And although the Audis have been really, really strong and the race control have constantly applied the BOP on them, for instance, 18 kilograms of extra ballast on the Audi this weekend, they still have gone in and been the faster car. Yes, of course, Ron and Simsport and the Mercedes had an excellent weekend at Sebring and ended up winning that category. It still is the Audi that is a prominent machine, and throughout the grid, teams and drivers are wishing that they were in it, if they aren't, of course.
So do we think, therefore, the Mercedes have a bit of an advantage again, or really is it an Audi fest and they have the advantage? David, what's the story from the pit lane at the moment?
Well, I have been speaking to a couple of the teams, some in the Audi, some in the Mercedes, and it does appear that even with 18 kilograms of ballast on the Audi, it is still the favoured car. The Mercedes teams feel they're on the back foot, although the one strength the Mercedes has appears to be straight line speed across a 6-hour race. That alone is not enough. You've got to be able to look after the tyres, you've got to have good traction out of the corners, you've got to be able to carry mid-corner speed as well. One thing the straight line speed definitely will help you with, that's going to be critical for the GT3 cars, is all the traffic they're going to have to pass. So don't write off some clever strategy and some good races from the Mercedes teams, but it does appear that if you had your choice and you weren't locked in, you'd rather be in the mid-engined Audi.
And in the GT4 class, we've got the choice of the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 or the BMW M4 GT4. 2 wins so far for BMW and the SRC Squadra Corsa. Is that a representation of the BMW being a slightly stronger car, or just that team have really nailed it so far?
Probably good performances out of the SRC Squadra Corsa car, who really have their head around that car in that team. What I did notice in qualifying, and we're just wrapping up qualifying at the moment before we get into the race, but in the qualifying session for the GT4 cars, it does appear that the BMW M4 still has just a couple kilometres an hour more in a straight line down the Hangar Straight here, down the Wellington Straight, and the Cayman a little more nimble through the corners, through the tighter sections.
Yeah, and a little bit of extra ballast for the Cayman for this race, just a small amount. In terms of tyre wear and fuel consumption around the Silverstone circuit, that's going to be key for when they're able to get their pit stops in, ultimately aiming for that hour mark to be able to just do 5 pit stops across the 6 hours. Sommel, is that going to be an easy task, or are we going to see a few people falling short of that hour mark?
It's going to be interesting. We saw some teams last time out facing a little bit of trouble with that. Some just boxing at around 50, 55 odd minutes, which is not the ideal. You want to be pushing it around the hour mark. So it could very well happen. Silverstone being slightly warm isn't going to help out with the best of things, but double stinting still remains a real possibility here. And that, quite frankly, was a major factor the last time we were out in Sebring. But with other categories, there's also bigger things. The 991 GT3 Cup class, for instance, well, they're going to face some problems. The car is supposedly more stable right now under braking, but tyre management, Ben, seriously has become a critical issue after the recent BOP updates.
Yeah, and of course the iRacing itself had an update in the middle of December. I don't think we raced after that point, so all of those setups that they'd have worked on will have to be thrown away and start again. I think qualifying's now ended, so let's get over to David, who has the grid.
Yeah, exactly. I believe we're going to start from the top of GT3, where your GT3 pole sitters is Marla Racing Team in their Audi. They're going to be sharing the front row with Bieler Racing Team Euronics number 45. Second row is Williams Esports Chill Blast, and the other Bieler car, the number 46. Bieler have got 2 Audis in the front 2 rows. What kind of strategy can they pull there? And then in 5th place, it's MSI Esports Blue. 6th for Leo Racing Team. Then Maniti Racing Red. MSI Esports Red. Racecraft number 77 starting in 9th place. And then 10th is Maniti Racing Purple. Ronin Simsport, Leo Racing Team, EFP Car Collection, Inertia Sim Racing Mega Auto, Relay Sim Racing, Red Camel Esports, and Glacier Racing rounds out your GT3 fields as you see them start to form up behind the pace car. They're going to have a starting zone today that is around the on the pit straight after the final corner. So watch every class leader wait until that start zone to get underway. In the 991 class, your pole sitter is GTL VRT Red, the 2 minutes 4.3. They'll be sharing the front row of that class with Go Team Racing, and then it is Burst Esports, HM Engineering, Aurus Racing, YMCA Esports, the 2 Inertia Sim Racing cars, World of Sim Racing Team, VoIP Volante Racing, and Atlantis Racing Team for your 991 class, made up of the Porsche Cup cars. GT4 Pure Sims Esports are on the pole with SRC Squadra Corsa White alongside them. Then it's BS Competition and E-Game Racing, Torque Freak Racing and SRC Squadra Corsa Black for the next row. Butler Pell and Hell Racers share a row. DRE Endurance Lifer Esports Black behind that. And then final cars in that class, Team Vikings and SRN Motorsports. Lucky last, the front-wheel drive Audi TCR cars are made up of their grid. Their pole sitter is SRC Squadra Corsa TCR, and we've got Frozen Speed Full Send Racing, HM Engineering, Pure Sims Esports, Team Hoisingfeld, SimRC, Simza, MSI Esports, Impulse Racing, Texas Fitzstein Motorsport, Kinetic Racing Velocity, and Team Mad as they're about to get underway, Ben.
Not a lot of time to get your brakes and tyres up to temperature as the cars formed up on the hangar straight, just a couple of corners before we get to the start line and we can go racing. Interesting to see those Bieler cars so high up in qualifying. They've struggled so far in the championship to really show early doors in the race. It's always been later on where they've come good. The 2 Williams cars on the right hand side, it's the 2 Bieler cars on the left hand side, and we are racing and running. Marla taking the early lead and Williams following through into 2nd position. MSI trying to get themselves up into 4th spot, and it looks like Racecraft have jumped the start, so watch out for a penalty there as our GT3 Porsches also now go through the first couple of corners side by side for 2nd position on your left of screen. MSI trying to get away through in from 4th position under pressure from one of the Bieler cars as the other one puts pressure on Williams. So it is at the moment Sami Matti Trogan who leads Arthur Liuk in the Williams car, and already quite a big gap between the two is on the right hand side. We've got the 2 BMWs leading. And it looks like we've got a Porsche going up into the lead of the race. The 2 BMWs were on the front row, but we do now have a Cayman leading that particular field. And just one more category to get started, and that will be the TCR cars who now head onto the Wellington Straight for the first time. So far so clean. We did hear though that Racecraft have jumped the start and all 52 cars are running. I think we may have an issue with Team Hoskeveld as well.
Yeah, not sure if there's going to be a penalty there for Racecraft, but of course it is my job to keep an eye on the penalty sheet and be bringing you updates for that one if it happens. They did realise they jumped the start, made no advantage from it because they rolled back out of the throttle. But it is basically your pole sitter from every class making a good start, holding on to it. It's been behind them that all the jostlings happened so far.
Yeah, and have a look quickly and find out what's going on with Team Hoskeveld, the 148 car. According to my timing screen, not started or only started for 4 or 5 seconds, so could have already reset into the pits. Something going on there for sure.
Something could have also
over the line then.
21, because they seem to be far down the order.
Yeah, absolutely. Down in 22nd position, mixing it with the Cup cars already. So Fabio Ponta has had an issue in the 21 car. Certainly various things to be looking out for. Of course, not a massive difference in terms of performance between the pure GT3 cars and then the Cup cars at the 991 cars. So it's can be quite tricky to get through traffic, the 21 Leo machine, but now is doing so and just really has the advantage in certain parts of the track, but then the Porsche is very slippery, isn't it, Sonny?
Yeah, the Porsche is very slippery, and the aerodynamic grip of the Porsche has been somewhat increased, but the GT3 cars, the proper ones, still very much dominant in the corners. Of course, recent BOP updates also happening in the championship, just making sure that the GT3 Cup cars are slightly slower in the straight lines as we see a spinner. Oh my goodness me!
A spinner and then collected as well. HM Engineering going flying. That'll be damage to the car. Huge damage to the front end of the car. Didn't see exactly who the spinner was, but it was quite high up the field. Round the corner, just come straight into the path of HM Engineering. And it was 979. So that is the GTL VRT Red of Peter Schmelek. And are they going to get back going again? Looks like they are, but big damage, and perhaps damage that will never be repaired, even if they go into the pits and spend a lot of time in pit lane as they are now, Samil.
Yeah, that's big trouble for them on the opening lap, and that's a bad spin. Remember, the Porsche is just such an unstable car in certain places, and in a corner like this one where you need the commitment, it can slide away from you, and there is no way it's coming back. When that happens, well, you're just hoping that you do collect nobody. And at that particular moment in time, they just collected the HM Engineering car. Bad start.
Not really much that Peter could do. Out of control, trying to get himself off the racing line, and HM Engineering just taking the wrong choice there, trying to go down the inside through Brooklands rather than the outside. And contact is made. I can tell you that GTL in the pits, as we saw, but HM Engineering for the moment at least still carrying on, even though a heavy hit and surely the car not driving as it should do. Meanwhile, here is the front of the field, and Sami Matti-Trogan has a decent advantage and a bit of breathing space of about 1.7 seconds over Williams in second, and then it's Biela 1, Lucas Jezek in the third position, Alejandro Sanchez in fourth in the 44 MSI blue car, and then Leo Racing 12, Dino Lombardi in fifth position as they flash over our camera, and a long train of Audis before you get to the first Mercedes of Ronan Simsport down in ninth position right now. Certainly very much at this particular point in time, advantage Audi on pure pace. So it does look as though, and David can correct me if I'm wrong, that 148 just didn't even start. Perhaps a connection issue for the TCR machine. So Marcel Tai for Team Hoeskeveld not able to get away. No sign of them even in pit lane. So that presumably, therefore, is game over before they even really started, David.
Well, certainly I wasn't able to find their car on the grid. So they definitely didn't take the start. Whether they are able to make a pit lane start later on, I don't think they're going to be prevented from doing so. But at this point, they're already laps down. You'd be very, very tempted if you missed the start by several laps to just call that a retirement anyway. You'd be spending the next 6 hours trying to dig yourself out of a very, very deep hole. So it looks like Marcel Tai has tried to rejoin the session, but I don't know if we're going to see him on track or if that is a very, very early retirement for Team Hoesting-Veldt.
Surprised to see, Somil, that HM Engineering deciding not to pit, and they are at the tail of that GT3 991 field, but that car is surely not driving well.
Yeah, and it's not like the 991 GT3 Cup car is built like a tank like the MX-5. Not really. It can be quite susceptible to damage, so I wonder why they're doing that. Maybe just a couple of laps of trying how things are going. If there is a major impact on pace, well, we can just peel in any time, and it's a long race, so they certainly have that advantage.
David saying they're still on pace. Remarkably, Alexander Lorizen is aboard that car, and it's about 3 seconds off the tail of the train in the 991 category, but still ahead of all of the GT4 cars. It is now led by SRC Squadra Corsa White. We did see a flash of Porsche Cayman ahead of the two BMWs at the start of the race, but Torque Freak Racing have now dropped down to second in class behind the leading Squadra Corsa White car that has taken double victories so far. And there it is. In fact, it wasn't Torque Freak that was in the lead, was it? At the
Pure
first
Sims was your pole sitter in GT4, and they are now down 8 in class. So they've had a bit of a problem with their Porsche. They were your pole sitter, did convert the lead in the opening half of the lap, and we haven't seen exactly what has gone awry for Matthew Turnbull.
Yeah, you're right, absolutely. It was the white machine that now lies penultimate, basically, in class. Just SRN, the car at the tail of that particular field. Here is Tim Claessens in the Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab in second position, separating the two BMWs. It seems as though there are more BMWs in the field than we're used to, but that's not, I don't think, possible. So it seems a bit more balanced between Porsche and BMW than we saw in the first couple of races. Somewhere.
Yeah, maybe just because we don't have many BMWs involved in crashes like we did the last time on Sebring.
There is Pure Sim, Matthew Turnbull. Kind of actually at the tail of the train, because wherever SRN is, they're way further back. So this was then the challenge for the lead. BS Competition coming up the inside. No, crossing over.
Oh boy.
Well, check out the race direction report for that one, because I think that our... Well, was that the BMW? It wasn't Squadra Corsa White that did that, was it? It was somebody else.
It was 446. Oh, that is Squadra Corsa White.
It was, yeah, okay. BS Competition now up into second position in class. That's just changed and demoted Torque Freak down a place, but it's changed again. So they're obviously having a little battle up front there between Torque Freak and BS Competition. But SR, and that could be for the lead of the race, because for me, a slam dunk penalty, Somil, for SRC getting their braking wrong.
Exactly. Usually what happens in the first lap with drivers trying to get a bit too aggressive. And look at this BS Competition making it provisionally for the lead. They've got the nose right in there, but this is where the Porsche really wins up in the mid-corners. Its agility plays up into its hand. But yeah, that clearly could be a penalty, David. And race control, in the driver's briefing, they mentioned a line saying the race is not won in turn number 1, but it certainly can be lost over there. And that's quite clear case of that potentially happening.
6 hours of racing, though, even if they do get a penalty of some kind. They've got 90 minutes to serve it, so they can strategically serve it when they need. BS, Ryan Barnavel's getting very impatient trying to get past this Torque Freak Cayman. Definitely has a bit more strength down the longer straights, but as you said, Somil, the Porsche nimble through the corners and able honestly to drive around the outside. Not really a good opportunity here coming into Copse. It's a bit too fast, although Barnavel does move around in the mirrors, trying to perhaps distract Tim Claessens through there. That's all good. Now, again, look, the BMW right on the tail, but really going side by side into Magas and Beckett's not the ideal. Has Barnavel being able to sweep around the outside? Is there contact? That was a brave move, and he managed to make it stick without contact, and now Barnavel can set about chasing down our leader. Before or after that leader gets a penalty. But certainly, I don't think the Cayman has any answer down this straight.
Yeah, not quite. This is where the BMW really can stretch its legs. And look at that in the background as well. Another one of those, I think that's the SRC car. The second one also getting a big advantage there.
Alex Tarantino trying to go around the outside of Martin Sirek. And can't quite do it there, but it does set him up nicely for the braking zone into Vale. And the nose dives on the brakes. The Porsche trying to go around the outside, and it can do. It can steal away the apex. And now we've got somebody else coming into play. Marshall Mayo trying to follow through in DRE and all the way around the outside in SRC. He still holds on, Alex Tarantino, but he's going to be on the outside line into turn 1. Can he sweep across? Yes, he can. On board now with Mayo, looking at the rear end of the second of our Caymans, and getting very close, almost a shot from a touring car race. That's just about keeping out of the rear bumper and exhausts of the Cayman. And then on to the Wellington Straights once more. Oh, now we've got a bit of a battle going on in GT3 as they start to clear the TCR cars for the first time. And always Lapperie is very tricky at the start of the race when everyone is so bunched together, and the TCR cars just, well, they never seem to not be bunched. And just look at the traffic that everyone's having to get through. It does feel as though that's not quite the order that we saw them last. Leo Racing Team up ahead of both the Biela cars. So good couple of laps from Dino Lombardi, who's always strong at the start of these 6-hour races. They've got through the heaviest part of that TCR traffic now, and the GT3 cars can breathe a sigh of relief for a couple more laps before they get into the GT4 cars a bit further up the road, as we ride on board with the first of the Biela cars, Lucas Jezek. Pretty sure the last time we saw him, he was in third. So down to 5th position, behind MSI Esport Blue and behind Leo Racing Team 12.
Indeed, Alejandro Sanchez has been making moves in the MSI Esport car. He's got up to P number 3, and the Leo Racing Team number 12, they're in a good spot. They're in P number 4, but it's their teammates, the Leo Racing number 21, who are at the complete back of the GT3 grid. But meanwhile, Ben, word has come up from the 248 Helsingborg TCR team, and yeah, that's been such an issue for them. They have just come up and said that the NVIDIA system surround sound started to, not surround, the NVIDIA surround system just started to stop at the start of the race, and that's how Marcel Tai could not enter, and that's the race done for Team Helsingborg in the TCR category.
That is a disaster for those guys, not even being able to get themselves into the race. They haven't had the most fantastic of years so far. 11th in the championship, no points in Imola and no points here, just 10 points from Sebring as well. So a midfield finish for them. And the championship, well, they'll be looking to Monza now in about 6 weeks' time to try and get some more points. But good little battle here. Dino Lombardi under pressure from Lucas Jezek. Into the complex in the middle of the lap. And Lombardi's got ahead of both of these Biela cars. As you can see a bit further back, the traffic continuing to be a problem for our GT3 competitors. So far, nobody getting completely caught out by it. And of course, the other thing it does, Somil, is not only does it disrupt the rhythm of the GT3 cars, it disrupts the rhythm of the TCR cars as well.
Yeah, exactly. Usually we only tend to look at it from the perspective of the faster cars because they're in a hurry. They are the ones rushing through and want to get the positions up ahead. But for the slower cars too, for DCRs, remember folks, they've got to stay in the draft in order to conserve their fuels, because for DCRs, it is imperative that they actually stay in the draft, because otherwise there's so much of time that can be lost just in the pit lane. So for them, it's a major issue because the other faster cars can come in and break up their draft train, and the kind of implications that it can have on the longer term race for them is very, very significant indeed, Ben.
Interesting comment from David in the pits that the Biela car seems to have a lot of front end in comparison to the Leo machine, and definitely looking a stronger car than we've seen in previous rounds. They have had good results, the Biela cars, but it's always been at the end of the race when their strategy is played out, whereas here, Somil, they're very much showing their cards straight away in a way that we've not seen so far.
Exactly. Biela Racing Team Euronics, initially they do tend to be in the lower midfield, and towards the very end, the longer term strategy tends to pay off, and all of a sudden you're looking like, wow, how has Biela Racing Team Euronics done that? So,
MSI getting in contact with the Daily Sports Car liveried machine, and traffic getting in the way. Daniel Grouty aboard SRN. That's the car at the very bottom of the GT4 field, and on its own, let's see what, just kind of in the middle of the road, and I don't know, there didn't look like there was much contact, but there's a big hit from Dino Lombardi on the tail of the MSI car as well, so there'll certainly be damage on the rear end, if not the front end too, and MSI now losing a position to Lombardi, and perhaps even one of the Biela cars, and behind the Biela cars, Racecraft now with Gordy Much getting involved as well.
But there could be a potential penalty involved for Gordy Much for a potential jump start. But then again, look at Bieler Racing. They've got hit in, not Bieler Racing, MSI Esports have been hit in the back by the other car, and they are looking like they're losing pace already, just not having enough grip. But a word on the SRN car, they just were 2 seconds off the pace from every single one of the other GT4 cars, so they're clearly having a bad time. And I can imagine Alejandro Sanchez might be coming up with a few spicy Spanish words about them.
Sanchez getting out the way of his teammate Daniel Gabay, who sweeps through. So it's now MSI Esports red ahead of blue, and Sanchez down to 8th position. Looking like he may even be passed by the leading Mercedes here, Ronan Simsport. And we've got Manti Racing as well, Hendrik Krus in 10th position, also looking a little, he wants to get past both the Mercedes and that MSI car. For me, it looks a little bit limpy as we've got a change for the lead. Williams coming up the inside here of Marla Racing. Effectively both Williams teams, although Marla entered differently. But now there's a GT4 car in the way, and it's the right way to go for Arthur Liuk. He goes on the inside line, takes the position. Sami Matti Trogan still has the overlap coming into the last couple of corners. And they've got the GT4 battle as well to contend with. Liuk takes the lead for now, but so much traffic still to contend with, it could easily go a different direction as MSI and Alejandro Sanchez does come into the pits. What a shame. It could even be a penalty for him for turning around the GT4 Porsche, as well as needing to pit because of the damage to the rear end.
Utter pain for MSI Esports. They were just so good at Imola in the very first round, and here they are then suffering badly at the very start of the race. If there's any silver lining, it's a long race up ahead, but that certainly puts them well and truly on the back foot, and we know from there it's a hard spot to come back in, especially when the pace is being set up by drivers like Arthur Liuk and Sami Matti Trogan, who are dueling but still are putting out quite a gap to the other cars from the background.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a challenge for third position. Bieler and Leo going side by side again because there was a GT4 battle weaving around in front of them along the Wellington Straight. The BS competition car kind of getting in the way there of Arthur Liuk, and he finally manages to clear it. And now, so does Sami Matti Trogan in Marla Racing. But look further back, look at the mess that's being made for third position. And that's Leo Racing now ahead of Bieler Euronics 2. Bieler Euronics 1 down in 6th spot.
Yeah, they've lost time and positions after the early crash that we saw right there with the SRN car. They were just slightly involved in the kerfuffle that we saw right there, but all safe and easy right now. But as they come towards the Magus Beckerson Chapel complex, the GT4 cars are just giving them such a tough time. That is risky stuff.
Oh dear, that's the racecraft car just having to get out the throttle there. Was really putting the Bieler guys under pressure, and the Torque Freak Porsche just getting sideways, kind of almost spooked by the first Bieler car coming through on the left-hand side, and then the right-hand side Bieler car kind of having to get out the throttle to get away from a slidey Cayman. Now, I think they've cleared most of it. The guys further back are having to do it. The car collection by TECE, Andres Fink, now having to clear some of the traffic as well. And in fact, he has got ahead of the Manti Racing Purple. So that is a change of position since the last time we saw them. And again, just look at the change of, or the difference in closing speed, so big that these GT3 cars really have to have their wits about them. And of course, the other thing about some of these faster corners around Silverstone is that the GT4 cars will be on the very limit of adhesion. They'll be almost four-wheel drifting into the path of a GT3 car that's bang on planted and has no issues.
100%, they don't have any aerodynamics assisting them like the GT3 cars. But look at this one, Leo Racing Team fighting back on Maniti, and ooh, that is a bit naughty in defending right there. That's not helped them out at all.
That is the Maniti going up the inside of the EFP car collection car. So that's one position change, and they've still got that Mercedes ahead of them. And now Riley Sim Racing behind. Dominic Pooch is in that blue machine at the tail end of this four-car train. And Ronan Simsport, as we said before, Mercedes perhaps not the car to have here unless they can do something clever in the strategy. And these three Audis catching the GT4 BMW just at the wrong point. Need to have a little bit of a get off the throttle into cops in a way that usually you wouldn't need to, because the GT3 car can carry so much more speed. so much traffic still to contend with, and still a lot of shuffling going on in terms of performance, despite the fact that qualifying happened and there wasn't too much drama in there. It does still feel as though some cars are a little bit out of position somewhere.
Yeah, Maniti Racing, it's a bit odd to see them so low down the field when you consider that they were the pole sitters the last time out at Sebring. But the reason behind this is that they found a tactic that really works for them, and that happened in the Ivor Endurance Series a couple of weeks ago, where Tim Matske, their fastest driver, one would say, started the race later on. What happened is that he put his teammate, the other driver, early in. They were the ones managing the traffic, managing the trouble early on, and then towards the very end, that's when Tim got in the car, unleashed himself, and got the win after, seriously, an outstanding stint at Barber. This is something similar that they might be trying right now. Ruben Bonga's behind the wheel, and he seems to be doing a decent job in terms of attacking, as we see on our screens right now. But later, they're surely banking a lot on Tim Matske, who got the car on pole position last time out, to come in for a big stint.
Here comes Sami Matti Trogan. He's back on the tail of Arthur Leuk. Now they've cleared that traffic. They've got no cars in front of them as they come through Luffield. And Matti Trogan really putting Arthur Leuk under pressure. We've seen that Williams car disappear into the distance on a multitude of occasions, but it's not had the luck so far. Sits fifth in the championship with just a single point out of Sebring. And remember, they had technical issues before that as well. So really, the Frenchman desperate for a decent result here. For Marla Racing, though, I feel like this is their best performance so far. Always promising more, Sami Matti Trogan, but not being able to at the end of the 6 hours. But it's going the right direction for them at the moment. And for me, Sami Matti Trogan looks the faster at this particular point, about halfway through the first stint. In the slipstream, down the hanger straight, and then into not a massive braking zone at Stowe, carrying quite a lot of speed. The rear end just starting to step out on the Marla car. And Samuel reminding us that Marla, I think they had more than one incident around Imola, because it was such a difficult place to do lapping, to do lappery. Because there was because of the nature of the track, in a way that Sebring was much easier, and for sure Silverstone is a relatively easy place to lap traffic if you catch them in the right parts of the track as well, I suppose.
Yep, this actually is the second airfield circuit that we're going to this season. Imola, the only odd one out, and that's where we saw major traffic issues. Sebring, well, it was still fine. We still saw more major crashes between interclass cars, so there was no major issues between, say, different classes like a TCR or a GT3, as we did see in Imola. Right now, though, interclass battles are seemingly very interesting. Jürgen Frank, the SimRC driver, who we have seen be quite prominent in the VCO Pro Sim series, attacking the Pure Sims car. And look at this, the way the 991 GT3 Cup cars just eat them up in the straights.
And that is the car that's taken 2 victories so far this season. Full points for the SimRC guys in the TCR category. But for the moment, as you say, sits 4th in class and is about 2 seconds off the lead. Not a huge amount. Of course, we've got a long way to go. Preservation of car and tyre and fuel, all key, and staying out of trouble as well. And it does look as though Jürgen Frank has got the pace to keep, at least with Pure Sim Esports. Ross McFarlane aboard that car right now. It's Squadra Corsa TCR that's leading the class, with Alessandro Bachelega leading by 9/10 of a second over HM Engineering TCR of Corentin Gugnez. So that is your top 4 right now. And in fact, Impulse Racing on the tail of Jürgen Franke, and then there's a 10-second gap. So the Sims Esports TCR car, the 174 car, is well off the tail, and MSI trying a bit of a challenge here, and this is further back. This is Simsa and MSI, and this is the next battle, but as I say, 10 seconds off our leading battle. Already a slight divide happening side by side, and Auriel Boer will have the inside line going into Brooklands, but it becomes the outside line into Luffield. So you need to get the move done, which he does. Does he run a little bit deep? It doesn't matter if he does, because he gives him the inside line for Luffield. And even if the Simsa car sniffs an opportunity, it never really works out through there. Julian Reynard aboard the Simsa car. So as we've spoken about before, the slipstream's so important in TCR that because of the, because of the distraction of traffic and lappery, this group have lost a big chunk of time to that leading group. And in TCR, it's so hard, Somil, to make the ground back up.
Exactly. These cars are very, very, very draft dependent considering on how they race in an endurance race. In sprint racing, it's still fine because you're chasing a definitive target in terms of laps, and it's very easy to come back in considering the chaotic nature of that. In fact, I've given them the moniker of totally chaotic racing when they come up in sprint racing. But in endurance, it's a lot more calm, it's a lot more serene and stable, where they harbour up the excitement and focus more on the long-term targets. And clawing back in, Ben, it gets really hard for these guys. So they have to just stay in the draft train and save up fuel. And if anything, if you lose the draft train, not only are you losing out on the track, but you're also losing out in the pit lane, because then you've got to stop for a much longer pit stop to put more fuel in, and it's just a double whammy both ways now for these guys. But more drama going on in the 991 GT3 Cup class, where there's a big pace discrepancy. The teams are most of them are a second or two away from each other. We see Go Team racing the leaders with Robin Austin lapping in at a 2:05. Then there are some teams lapping in at 2:06.5, and then some at 2:07. Seems to be some real drama going on there, amidst the stability that we can see on screen.
Not an easy car to drive, not an easy car to lap consistency, and perhaps just a bit tricky around this circuit with all those medium to high speed corners, and knowing exactly where the car is underneath you. Of course, they've all been working on setups, will have had their setups kind of ripped apart by the latest update. Every time iRacing introduce a big update, it changes slightly the physics and the feel of the car, and therefore the setups don't always translate and always work. So there'll been a lot of work going on over the Christmas period to get these cars back to exactly where they need them. And of course, not just over a one lap, but also over a full stint. Just a reminder that Inertia, the championship leaders in the 991 category, and Inertia sitting down in 4th right now in class. The championship leader in GT4 leading the class at the moment. There is Inertia kind of on their own, really, off the tail of that leading group. Burst within a second of Go Team, and Uri's there as well, but it's a 6-second gap to Eero Tuominen, who is aboard this car right now. And they took victory in Imola, but the victory went to Uri's racing team last time out. Right, traffic once again for the GT3 cars, getting through the TCR cars again, so that's twice in half an hour. It's going to be a busy time of things for these guys throughout the next 6 hours, catching and finding these blocks of TCR car. I think there is basically at the moment, Samuel, only 2 kind of chunks of TCR car to get through, but when you do encounter them, very, very hard to find a way past cleanly. And the 46 Biela car being forced to the outside line there and losing a little bit of time on the sister car that leads the championship right now.
Yep, always hard to go past the TCR cars that are so much slower in the corners, and for the GT3 class, it's just a case of keeping their calm and not getting too aggressive, and that's the key for endurance racing. You have to be a good driver in traffic. You may be the best on a one-lap pace basis, but it's really here where the difference comes to show. And with these guys, it's a good thing that they are far, far faster, becomes far better, and the fact that Silverstone has a lot more real estate just plays into their hands, but still not an easy task by any means whatsoever.
So I think there are, as I said, I think there are 2 groups of TCR car separated by, what did I say, 10 seconds. So was that the first group or is that the second group? Or have they still got some more lappery to do? No, there's the second group ahead. So another 4 or 5 cars to clear all in a big bunch. And of course, if you catch them on a straight, which perhaps the leaders will do, it'll be an easy thing to pass them. But if you catch them in the corners, a bit more tricky.
Absolutely. In the straights, there's a big discrepancy in the pace between both these guys, with the GT3s having far, far more power and helping out in that department. But the DCRs in the corners, well, they can be a bit bullish, you know. The DCRs are very hard cars to pass any which ways, and being touring car drivers, they always have this inner spirit of robbing is racing. But of course, they don't do that with the lap car, with the faster cars, that is. And as you can see right now, good drivers will let them go cleanly. But still, the difference in pace and the pace bank is still far, far lower in the corner. So the GT3s are faster, but not by as much as they would be in a straight line. So that makes it a bit of a trickier task to pass.
Interesting to see that Sami-Matti Trojan's dropped off the tail of Arthur Liuk now, so there is a bigger gap than there was a couple of laps ago. And actually, Dino Lombardi's been putting in some very good laps to get onto the tail of Sami-Matti Trojan, and it's been helped by finding traffic in the right places and not having to back out of the throttle. I think that wasn't a particularly good place to catch traffic for Ronin Simsport there, but at least they got through cleanly, as we now got the 991 cars catching some of the GT4 cars, and that has definitely closed up the battle at the head of the field. Here comes Burst, and is Dahl looking to overlap with Robin Usland, and they are coming into Stowe, so he's going to be on the wrong side of the track. But can he go all the way around the outside and give himself the inside line to the next corner? Looks like he's going to be able to do that, and he's going to be followed through as well. This could be 2 positions lost for Go Team. Anders Dahl takes the lead of the race. Does Xavi Ross, is he able to follow through? Oh, a little bit of a comeback through the first part of the last couple of corners from Go Team, and that really compromised Robin Usland. And now Xavi Ross goes down the inside at the final corner and takes a position. So 2 positions lost for Go Team, all because of that little Cayman just caught at the wrong moment in time. And now we have a very different look to the front of our 991 category.
If there ever was a situation that could show you the impact of traffic in a race like this one, it has to be this. Robin Ostlund tumbling down the order, losing 2 positions, and well, he has to keep his calm right now. He has to realize that it's a longer term game, and this fighting back in an instant won't help out in any way whatsoever.
And look, there are more cars to come. So this battle is certainly not over, especially with a queue of GT4 cars like they're about to find. And remember also how difficult the 991 car, it's such an on-the-edge kind of car. It's really difficult to kind of throw around, if you like. And sometimes in avoidance of GT4 cars, that's exactly where problems occur, when you just need to suddenly move out of the way. Good work from DRE, getting themselves well out of the way, knowing that there's traffic coming up. And of course, they've got all the information on their heads-up displays, so they know where they're coming, but they don't really want to lose too much time by, say, leaving a massive gap and getting out of the throttle through somewhere like Cops. And so they sometimes will hold the line and make the faster car slow down, and sometimes they will let them pass. Xavi Ross just getting a little bit of a swapper on through Beckett, now gets onto the power, and they're just about going to catch these cars at the right moment, aren't they? Down the hanger straight, much easier to get through, although that BMW, I'm not trusting it not to move out of the slipstream and try and make a pass there. Xavi Ross really all over the back of Anders Dahl right now.
Yeah, he's trying to attack, but look at how stable the car is in relation to how it was before under the braking, because early on you would see the driver, Xavi Ross in this case, having to properly fight while the car enters the corner. When you notice in the next particular one, he'll be far more stable than before. He only has to put in some minor steering input, so that certainly has been a plus with the Porsche, and it's a controversial decision. Some have liked it, some have, let's say, have had more critical words for it, but nevertheless, it's a change, you accept it and go on.
And look at how much time Robin Usland has lost through that traffic. He was our leader just, 2 laps ago. He's now 2.5 seconds off the lead, and in no way, shape or form part of that battle right now. So it's been a very, very poor couple of laps, just getting through the traffic or catching the traffic at the wrong moments, and just the last couple of GT4 cars to clear. Ryan Barneveld in the BS competition BMW. Done. Box ticked for our leading 2 GT 991 cars. And up the road by 4.5 seconds is our dominator, really, of the championship so far, Squadra Corsa Team White. They just have always been at the head and clear of everybody else.
Well, they've been just so easy and clean in the way they've approached things, but what's this right here? The second incident for the day for Alexander Lauritsen. It's just been torrid for them.
Coming up to a bit of traffic. 4, 5, 3. And, just caught.
No.
That's a huge impact for the Porsche again, and just caught him at the wrong moment coming onto the Wellington Straight. Just kind of an unusual accident, that one.
Yeah, we've got to take another replay of how that happened, and oh my goodness me, that's the BMW getting their wheel on the AstroTurf, and well, it's quite a saying in iRacing. You put one wheel over there, it's quite like walking on an ice rink with a flip-flop. Not going to work.
Leopard Esports Black, Mark Rotte in the BMW being caught out there. Hasn't reset straight to the pits, interestingly. But I think both of them will now surely be heading into the pits. We said it earlier about HM Engineering after their first accident, and they didn't comply. But I would suggest that that car is pretty heavily damaged now, even if it wasn't before. Burst Esports lead. Anders Dahl from Xavi Ross. Very, very close between these two in the 991 category. And they've now cleared that last GT4 car, the leading GT4 BMW. And they can start relaxing a little bit for the moment, because ultimately there should not be much more traffic to come. Although I'm not quite sure exactly where the TCR cars are on track right now. And yeah, we're about 40 minutes into this race, so we'll be starting to prepare ourselves for the first round of pit stops for our GT3 cars. Don't expect to see pit stops from our TCR machines or indeed the GT4 cars. They can go a bit longer than that, but it's about the hour mark, isn't it, David, where we'll see the GT3 cars aim for.
Yeah, exactly, and being able to hit that hour mark on the stints in GT3s was so critical at Sebring to some of the final results. So we'll see if Silverstone is a little easier on the fuel, but it is the GT3 cars we expect to see first. Then after that, these 991 cars, and then maybe closer to an hour 30 or so for GT4 and TCR cars. So maybe set your watch for another 15 minutes, and we expect to see a lot more GT3 action on pit lane.
Into the pits at the moment then, the two cars we saw caught up in that accident, the Leopard Esports Black machine and the HM Engineering 991 car. Those cars will be getting themselves hopefully fixed up, because there are points all the way through, if I seem to remember. There are points in the top 15, aren't there? So it is worth getting back out on the circuit with most of the classes with around 15 entries. We do have another retirement though, don't we, David?
Well, MSI Esports Blue are looking a retirement. SRN Motorsports looking a retirement. Unfortunately, at this stage, we did catch the issues for both of those cars. And as for whether HM or Leipert Esports Black again become a retirement, I think we'll wait to see. As you point out, points down to 15 means that, well, the only class that has more than 15 cars is GT3, so a retirement there is bad. But in all the other classes, if you can get back out, if you can finish, you might scrounge 1 or 2 points.
Notice that Mark Perez got into the MSI Esports car and took over from Alejandro Sanchez, as we've got massive traffic once more for the leading GT3 cars. This time it's the GT4 class battle that's causing the issues. And he got into the car, but then has come back into the pit. So presumably one of that phenomenon where you sit in the pits for half an hour to try and get the car fixed, and when you then go back out on the track, it doesn't actually feel fixed.
Yep, that could be the major case with MSI Esports. They just might be having a few installation laps and realizing that, you know, maybe just doesn't make sense to continue after all with the kind of pace that we've got. And could also be a case of Alejandro Sanchez just being given time to cool down, because after an incident like this one, it's classic racing driver psychology. You either just tend to be completely aggressive in a way to try and get back positions, or you just falter and start to see your castle being burned down around you. So it's a good time to swap drivers and give the other one a chance, as we see. Wow, that's some real traffic issues with Torque Freak. They're getting swarmed around with the GT3 cars, and you can see this, the cable may be stable, but it has to fight for ground and grip right here.
Unbelievable reactions from Tim Claessens to the stuff that's going on ahead of them, randomly braking on the exit of Cops. The Mercedes alongside him not being able to clear because there was lots of side-by-side. Another GT3 Audi slices and flies his way through, but it's a good little battle there as they're trying to get past Pure Sim in the other Cayman, and then the BMW of Alex Tarantino, which is the Squadra Corsa black car, which has actually moved up into third position now. So BMW 1, 2, 3, you have to kind of question whether the BOP really is the correct way after we've seen BMW in 2 rounds. The Caymans don't seem to really have an answer, although now Pure Sim get at least 1 position back.
Oh my goodness me, Leo Racing are actually on the edge. They're in a proper rush. They just got through down the inside of a couple of cars right there early on, while trying to make a move down the inside of what? Is that Club Corner, the final one? That's some urgency that they've got right there. Incredible traffic racing.
Taking a quick look at Leo Racing 21, down in a 16th position with Fabio Ponta, and just about on the tail, keeping up with Glacier Racing, but really hasn't made any inroads at all after whatever happened on the first lap, because we didn't actually get that cleared up, did we, Simon?
No, we didn't quite have any idea about what just happened to the Leo Racing 21 car, and it's a bit strange to see them right here, because they have shown a decent bit of pace early on, haven't they? So it's a bit of a conspiracy of sorts, if you can call it that way. I don't know, they were around at P number 9 at Sebring, and here they're all the way down at P16, and there's still no clarification about what happened at the start.
Doesn't look like there's too much damage to the car, so
exactly, yeah.
It's not suffering.
Maybe just a registration issue or something?
Yeah. And I'm really not making any inroads either. That's the thing. The pace isn't particularly good either. We're talking about laps, the best laps sub 2 minutes, but ultimately throughout a whole stint you're not going to be able to do that very often, and just around the 2 minute mark is where you want to be aiming for. They've not gone sub 2 minutes, and they're doing 1:07 was the last lap, so Fabio Ponta struggling, I would say, down in 16th, out of the points, of course, points just 15th position, and going back quickly to the retirement of MSI, it's the second time there'll be a no score for them. And considering they were our winners in the first round at Imola, that is an absolute disaster for the championship. With only 6 rounds in the championship, very, very hard to gain that much ground on the likes of Biela when such a big competitive field of cars. Fine, have one bad result in Sebring, but having 2, then you're really talking about something that might not be recoverable for the remainder of the season.
Indeed, it's so disappointing to see major championship contenders who've got all the pace in the world and are backing it up with strong endurance racing-esque performances just being clipped down and compromised by incidents like this one. And I remember being very impressed with MSI Esports in the initial race that we had at Imola, and then it's just all come downhill for them all of a sudden. It's all through crashes and bad luck, but it's going to be hard to recover. It's going to be hard to recover considering how many races that we've got and just the intense level of competition, because looking at Mahler, looking at Williams, it's hard to think that they're ever going to make major mistakes like that one. Their fortress is not going to be penetrated this way, so catching up is going to need a lot of luck and some extra preparation on their side.
Well, I was talking about the BMW domination at the head of GT4, but this SRC black machine under pretty heavy pressure from Torque Freak. It's actually got himself, in 4th position. So Pure Sim, where's Pure Sim in comparison? Yeah, there they are, scuttling away ahead. And Alex Tarantino at this point is actually perhaps struggling a little bit. Got himself up into 3rd position in class. Teammates to the leader at the moment by 8.9 seconds. Wow. They've really stretch their advantage at the head of the field. But now Tarantino, Tarantino. We're going with Tarantino. Is struggling right now. Sorry, I'm just kind of talking to myself, trying to work out if I was pronouncing.
You're like, it's not the same as the director, is it? Yes, okay, it is.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going through. That was the subtext in my brain.
You're not alone on that one. Some other thoughts maybe, but that one I share with you.
David, thoughts on the GT4 class of car? Pure Sim doing a decent job at the moment?
Yeah, just been keeping my eyes on the lap times there, and these two guys, their last laps in the 2:13s, your leader in the 2:13s. Pure Sims have, leaped their way back up towards third place, and the pace is picked up for everyone else in class on this lap they've just completed. But the previous time around, everyone was in the 2:13s except Pure Sims, who just seem to have a little bit of an edge at the moment, and you can see they are getting away from Squadra Corsa, who now appear to be just boxing Talk Freak and E-Game back a little bit.
Where's the advantage going to come here for the Cayman versus the M4? Because presumably, the organisers are incredibly professional, will try and make sure these cars are as balanced as possible. So where have they kind of decided to give the Porsche the advantage over the BMW? We're going to see them to go longer in fuel, be kinder on their tyres. What is it?
My feeling is that the BMW, with the front engine layout, deeper in the stint, maybe starts to wear the front tyres down a little bit. You've got to trail more of the brakes to get it to turn through some of the long corners, through some of the fast direction changes around Silverstone. That might be where the BMW gets a little bit weak, but it is made up by being difficult to pass in a straight line, especially from the Caymans. And it is a track of two characters around Silverstone here. We've got very long straights at the Hangar Straight, at the Wellington Straight, but then you've got sections like here, Maggots, Beckett's, famously difficult corners, high G loadings, fast changes of direction. This is where the Cayman ought to be making up some of that ground that the BMW has in a straight line.
Cayman with a slightly added ballast for this round, but seemingly, I mean, for me, it's the BMW that needs the ballast, not the Porsche. Certainly, by looking at the championship standings, you would suggest that anyway. But the BMW's had more of an in-game modification somehow.
Yeah, the BMW has been slightly tailed down, let's put it that way, in terms of its fuel filling, because there seemed to be I wouldn't call it an iRacing glitch, but a small loophole that made sure that the BMW, which has a larger fuel tank, got its fuel filled in quicker than the Porsche, and other people were just scratching their heads wondering, hey, does that even make any sense at all? So iRacing in the recent BOP updates, they just got down that, had a look at it, and quickly made the changes. So the BMW, the fuel filling will be slightly more normal. So it's not slow, but it's more like what it should be, ideally.
10 minutes to the hour, and therefore we will be kind of monitoring now the pit stops for the GT3 cars. Just anybody who's needing to come in around now will have a big issue when it comes to the end of the race. I don't know whether it's going to be as kind of on the edge as we've seen in previous rounds, but it does seem as though just the way that the GT3 car is built, it's always around the hour mark that it can do fuel filling, and no evidence really of anybody kind of not attacking like we saw at Sebring. We saw a couple of stints where certain drivers just stayed in the slipstream, didn't try and overtake, didn't try and scuttle away. I mean, if you look at Arthur Leuk right now with a 3-second advantage, he's really been pushing and trying to get away from Marla, who have, by the way, been caught quite heavily by Leo Racing Team. Dino Lombardi now in second position, and side by side for 6th spot. Is that Michael Pedersen losing a position? I think it might be. TCR car in the way in front, but GT3 car coming down the inside. That's the red Camel machine, and just somehow managing not to have any contact with 3 different types of braking potential in front of him through 3 different cars, and he still was cleanly through. That's Rick Boykers, by the way, who is heavily involved as an owner in the Creventic series, which this is based upon.
Which one's the younger one? Which one's the older one?
Say again?
Oh, which is the younger and which is the elder of the Broikers that we often see on iRacing?
Oh, that's a good question. It's Rick and Robin, isn't it? That's one for my colleagues at Radio Show Limited and
So it is.
Radio Le Mans. You've put me on the spot there. Doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter. There you go. That's my answer.
Fantastic.
Alex Tarantino still under huge pressure from Tim Claessens here, and Claessens has got a little bit of work as well in his rear view mirror with Martin Sirrock. And now down the inside. That's a bit of a late attack. The BMW will have the inside line through the hairpin, but it's also going to open up the door to E-Game Racing and Martin Sirrotek, and that is Sirrotek in the blue and purple machine who'll now have the inside going into Brooklands, and I think DRE will be fancying being part of this party right now. Down onto the brakes, you can swing in wide as Matthew Turnbull does. They run side by side, and Talk Freak will now have the inside line for the next corner. Still side by side. Now this is where the DRE endurance car really fancies to come and play. Marcello Mayo isn't quite able to follow through. Look, all that battling, all that side by side, and Squadra Corsa check out and disappear.
DRE, just look at this. Oh, they just got pushed to the outside now by the E-Game car, but this is where the BMW gains, laying down the power on the run towards Maggots, Beckes and Chapel. Goodness, 3 wide, Ben.
No. This is not. It doesn't work. How are you doing this? This is not supposed to happen. It's supposed to be one line through there. Oh, amazing stuff from DRE. That was very, very, very brave from DRE to go around the outside the first part, give them the inside. It's only made up one position so far, Marcello Mayo, ahead of E-Game, and now we'll be lining up Talk Freak, and Talk Freak seems to be slow on the straight there. Forced to the outside line, and of course E-Game now slots down the inside, and that spotter will be going crazy for DRE. Car inside, car outside, and finally it all settles down for a couple of corners. But as I say, all this battling has now very much released Squadra Corsa Black. Alex Tarantino can start finally to relax.
My goodness, that was some fight, wasn't it? A proper slobber knocker here at Silverstone, and that's the beauty of multi-car racing, when you've got 2 different cars with 2 different philosophies in design coming up against each other, and that's probably why everyone was just so pumped up to see the BMW M4 GT4 come in when it last came in. Still getting ever so close, and now you can see them laying down the power, but it's only for a short stint, because the slow left-hander really levels things out for the Porsche. And slap bang, this is where the BMW should gain, and the DRE car can be able to protect its position. But it seems unlikely that they're going to close up on the Talk Freak car before the next corner, is it?
No, not quite close enough this time. Presumably that BMW GT4 punches a huge hole in the air and provides a nice big slipstream for the Cayman behind. Slightly differing racing lines through Brooklands, lots of different opportunities for different racing lines through Brooklands. Ultimately, kind of setting yourself up, because the exit of the corner is the entrance to Luffield. So it's a combination of a couple of corners there rather than a simple left-hander. And overtaking's not that easy there, because if you do fire it down the inside, there's the opportunity for the guy on the outside to carry more momentum and just basically bang it onto the apex of the next corner and hold position. Doesn't look like Talk Freak are very good through Cops. That's really where they're losing out, and where DRE and the BMW seem to be stronger. But of course, unless he's feeling very, very brave and getting those kahunas pumped up once more, he decides against going side by side this time.
And the beautiful thing about Cops is that there are so many different lines to take it through, and so pace differences are huge there. There's a lot of time to be gained or lost. But for the BMW, the DRE car, the time is to be gained on the straights. Here they come then to the outside line and rather smartly decide to stay back in and want to do something special in towards Vale.
Now, the other thing we haven't spoken about too much, David, is the incident points and track limits for this race. Silverstone famous for being difficult to keep within track limits and still be fast, especially Cops, one of the real pinch points here as well, and through various other faster corners. Remind us on the rules for incident points and that kind of thing.
So 20 off tracks, and only off tracks is the first warning, and at 40 there is a time penalty, a stop and hold. I will get notification when some teams cross 20, but so far it looks like everyone's been pretty good with their track limits in most places, but across the 6 hours they do only have 40 to play with.
That's a very good point. We were expecting Emmanuel Petri in the SRC Quadricorsa white car to get a penalty after that contact on lap 1, but presumably it's not gone unnoticed, David, but the stewards have decided against giving him a penalty. Is that correct?
Well, I'm looking at the penalty sheet right here. There are a few. One of them is for the 979. That's not Urus. It is the already retired GTL VRT Red, so I don't think we're going to need to worry about that one. Oh, no, they're retired. They're back out on track again. They're a long way down, quite a few laps back. 446, that is...
Yeah, so that is
Quadricorsa, the Quadricorsa White. Yes, they do have a penalty, and it is 15 seconds. The penalty zone today here at Silverstone is on the way into pit lane. It's after the pit lane speed limit. It's the sort of runoff section before the right-hand turn into the pit lane proper. So cars that are serving a penalty, we'll see them stop there for the amount of time on their way to take their pit service.
Well, that's very interesting then, because with only a 15-second penalty, all is not lost for Quadricorsa White. That's perhaps why they're pushing so hard in this first stint. They nearly have a 10-second advantage over BS Competition Ryan Barneveld. Manuel Petri's done an incredible job, but with that 15 extra seconds, he's going to drop down to third position. He's going to drop, I think, behind, effectively going to drop into that massive battle that we were watching just before between Pure Sim, Quadricorsa Black and Talk Freak. I think that is exactly where he's going to fall into. So that'll be quite entertaining if that kind of transpires. It will leave BS Competition with a decent advantage at the head of the field, although saying that, I'm looking at my timing screen now, Pure Sim, Matthew Turnbull has been banging in the laps and he's now within a second of BS Competition. There he is, and the clock does not lie. 9/10 between the two. There is the Bureau Sud BS Competition machine, and Matthew Turnbull has done an amazing job of leaving the guys behind that he was squabbling with and now closing that gap to the BMW. That far is the fastest Cayman out there at the moment.
Indeed it is, yeah. Matthew Turnbull has been clocking in some rather fierce laps and he's been driving with a certain brio surrounding him, so it's rather good to see him come here, and it just gives you an idea that all hope is truly not lost. It's not just a cliche of endurance racing. Even if you're punted out at lap number 1 from the lead of all places, you can still fight back if you've got the preparation and the right people in your team in there. So we could be seeing Turnbull getting awfully close to Ryan Barneveld, rather soon, I guess?
Pure Sim, second in the championship. They've been second to the BMW in each of the 2 rounds, so they have been really very much up there and perhaps punching above their weight when you consider the Cayman perhaps not the car, not the more favourite car versus the BMW. BS Competition sit 4th in the championship behind Talk Freak. So if we're talking about favourite cars and BMW looking the stronger here right now, you'd have to say that Pure Sim has done a great job. Second at both Imola and Sebring, and if they can clear the BS Competition car at this point, that would put them into net lead, of course, because we are staring at second position. But once we get that first pit stop in, the 15-second penalty will be served by our leaders SRC, and this will become the battle for the lead. Right, we've hit the hour mark, and therefore all of the GT3 cars are heading into pits with David.
Yeah, exactly. At the moment, our top 5 Audis all in a line on their way in to make their first scheduled pit stop. What we'll be looking for is tyre change or double stinting from this stop. Double stinting has been popular in GT3. They take just 35 seconds to put fuel in only. When the fueling is done, if they're taking tyres, you'll see the car raise up on the air jacks as your, top 5 it is that have come in. A lot of the other field coming through, but as our director has astutely picked up, Gordy Much from Scotland in the Racecraft Esports car continues on to go 1 lap longer. It's an interesting ploy from them as almost every other GT3 is on the lane. The leader, Arthur Lehook, in the Williams Esports car, his fueling is almost done right now. Is he going to then immediately continue or will it be tyres? I'm not seeing many driver changes here whatsoever.
No, a couple of driver changes further back, but ultimately looks like everybody's staying in. Matty Trogan Artie Liuk the first to leave. Didn't go up on the jacks, so that's no tyres for Williams. Matty Trogan, though, in the Marla team is on the jacks, so they have done a different strategy. He's going to lose track position here, but he's going to gain on the amount that he can push on those tyres. Single stint for the first part of for the first stint, and then new tyres and a full tank of fuel for Matty Trogan when he finally drops down. But look at how much time he's lost by doing that. He's going to drop, I think, down to 10th position.
That's a surprise to me as well, because the track temperature is very, very cool, very mild early in the year at Silverstone. It's 24 degrees Celsius even in the sun. I wouldn't think that is high tyre wear in the GT3 cars, but we'll see. Is this a stellar play from Matty Trogan, or did they maybe have some damage they needed to fix up and decided to take tyres at the same time?
Well, you're the man that can go hunting in pit lane for the answers once we've got all of our pit stops through. Just the last couple of cars heading into pits right now, with Cordy Mutch, who did that one lap longer. Daniel Debay just behind in the MSI Esports red car. And they were first and second, of course, because they had made the stop. EFP car collection also, and as Fink comes in, and that will be all of our GT3 cars box tick then. So it does look as though fuel saving is perhaps much less necessary than we saw in the last couple of races, and therefore much more of a sprint, and it's all going to be about the tyres.
Could be interesting to see, though, how Marla Racing are playing things out right now, as we see the 991 GT3 Cup cars coming into the pit lane, as we see, again, the broken HM Engineering car also right there. But, yep, your leader's coming in. What's happening here for Robin Osland, then? Let's take a quick look. Slow and steady, but very slow indeed, yeah. That's far slower than the usual one. So something's rather fishy for Robin Arsenal right here.
Okay. Interesting that the 991 cars are having to basically, well, presumably not having to, but maybe choosing to pit at this point, David, because my memory serves they don't have the same pit schedule as the GT3 cars, usually. Is that correct?
Certainly at Sebring they were able to go, a couple minutes longer, a couple laps longer. We're seeing quite a few coming in now, and we're seeing all of them getting up on the tyre jacks as well. That's not a surprise. So it's going to be new tyres for Go Team Racing, new tyres for Burst, and all of those other cars that are on the lane right now. That might be the strategy. They might have a little bit of fuel left, but they've decided to pit to get new tyres more than just because the fuel tank had run out.
Yeah, and of course, not much point necessarily trying to stretch it a couple of minutes here, a couple of minutes there, because then ultimately, come the end of the race, you're still going to have to do the same amount of pit stops. So deciding on the 5 pit stops will be needed, therefore let's bang them on every hour. And we're just waiting to see if everybody has pitted, because we've got quite a few cars in the second half of the 991 field that haven't pitted. We haven't seen Auras Racing in pits right now, as we've got a battle side by side for third position in TCR. Corentin Gugniez up the inside in the HM Engineering TCR car, and he is fighting the Pure Sim esports car of Ross McFarlane. McFarlane forced to the outside line coming in, and they've both been passed by Jürgen Franke. Remember, Jürgen Franke was 4th when we checked in with him earlier on. Still side by side through Cops. Maybe a 1x there for Pure Sim as they run a little bit wide. They're going to have an Audi make them 3 wide just about before we get into the pinch point of Maggots. Both of the 2 TCR cars drifting through Maggots. Now Beckett's, and side-by-side contact. Great hell. Well held by Corentin Gugniez. Classic TCR front-wheel drive car control there. Bury the throttle and hope the car comes back to you. And it did. Shame about the contact, but beautiful, beautiful car control by Corentin Gugniez.
That is some absolutely mind-blowing stuff. It definitely deserves another replay, this one. Corentin Gugniez, how has this man kept it on the track. But again, Ben, classic TCR battling, as you rightly mentioned. Robbing is racing, and, well, touring car drivers, you can't quite explain them that you're not supposed to make contact, because that's probably the spirit of TCR racing. But, wow, some save there.
Interesting to see Inertia Sim Racing Euro RC, which is the 991 car, hasn't yet pitted. Everybody else has now, and I was wondering whether there might be the opportunity for some different strategies in that class of car. And here is the super slow-mo of exactly what you wished for, Somil. Turns in a bit
motion.
earlier. He's turning in as Pure Sim are drifting out, and yep, door-to-door contact, and watch him bury the throttle now. Front wheels spinning.
I have exactly the music for this one. Have you seen those Italian, not ballets, but those Italian opera singers with their deep baritone voices singing, "Rah," and with some small piano in the background? It'll just make it look so beautiful, the same.
Depends how slow-mo you go, but Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairies could do it.
Content creators everywhere, get creating. Especially if you're, if you're associated to Logitech, that would probably be a good bit of advertising for you, as the car's heavily Logitech. Right, Inertia into the pits then. So 2 laps longer for EuroRC.com, Eero Tuminen, and both the Inertia cars going a couple of laps longer, because Henry Salmonen also just coming out of pits, and that basically ticks off all of our 991 cars and GT3 cars pitting for the first time. Now, you reminded us, Somil, just a moment ago, that we had a Williams car in the 991 category. In the first round at Imola, came second. They had a bit of an issue, if I seem to remember, through Sunset Bend at Sebring.
Yes.
Big accident for them, and they are no longer here. Have not entered into this race. I wonder whether some of the drivers that were entered into that particular team are no longer part of the team, if that makes sense.
Well, I'll quickly get back to you on exactly that one. But yes, indeed, the Williams Esports team are not anywhere to be seen. The Williams Esports BenQ car. And indeed, it was such a shame, because they were doing an excellent job. They were leading the race in Silverstone, at Sebring, I beg your pardon. And then that one rather unfortunate incident happened, and then not here today. So,
and this is the slightly not crazy thing, but by having a championship split across 2 years, and by needing to keep your consistency within the team and keep the car and all the rest of it, there could be the opportunities in some of the smaller teams, all these larger teams that have commercial agreements, to see perhaps some drivers that were entered into a particular team for this championship no longer with that team, and therefore that team missing drivers. But I'm only speculating that that's the possibility.
So that could be a possibility for bigger teams, but for Williams Esports, it's something more positive, to be honest, because a lot of their drivers, and I totally forgot this for a couple of seconds, it's my bad, they are competing in the Porsche Esports Super Cup that happened yesterday. So, of course, we had Diogo C. Pinto, Daniel Lafuente, Josh Thompson, all of them part of the Williams Esports team. So, yes, they had every right and reason to be frustrated after Sebring, but they had a bigger challenge, if one can call it that way, in terms of the Porsche Esports Super Cup that we had last time out. So yeah, that's why they're not here. But trust me, when they'll be back with a certain vengeance, because they want to really get their act going after Sebring.
Yeah, there were 13 entries into the 991 category, and only 11 took the start here. So there is a second team missing from our category, but I'm not going to spend too much time going through the entry list and finding out exactly who it is. But shame not to have Williams BenQ being such a successful team.
It's ZVX.
ZVX, there you go.
I'm seeing that.
And also, the championship was fully subscribed. There was no space to enter in the way that they kind of run the championship. So doesn't look like they even have the possibility of filling those holes with reserves if a team decides not to take part.
Exactly, yeah. That's the nature, and it just gives a good idea about the status at which the 24H Esports Series is held in the world of iRacing endurance. It's really looked up in a very high regard, and it's probably why all the teams are striving to get here. And once it's subscribed, it's all done. Teams are often a bit demotivated or slightly discouraged, and they want to prove their worth in other championships. So that's probably one reason why. But coming back to Williams for a slight second, it's not like they had a really bad weekend. They had an awesome one, because Diogo Pinto, one of the starlights of the Williams Esports BenQ team, just finished 6th in yesterday's Porsche Esports Super Cup feature race, and that, I'm sure they'll be quite happy about that. Very happy indeed, considering all the drama that happened in that race.
We're watching the battle for third position between Ross McFarlane and Corentin Gugnez. It's been absolutely fantastic. The two of them absolutely locked together, with the Sim RC of Jürgen Franke now 3.4 seconds ahead. 2.8 seconds ahead of them. And Squadron Corsa TCR Alessandro Bacilega leading by 3.3, so about 6 seconds ahead of this battle. Amazing that we've been running over an hour and 15, and the gaps are so tiny. The guys are absolutely mastering this TCR Audi, and being able to run on their own and get a little bit of space. There's Jürgen Franke just flacking through the picture. But this has been an entertaining battle between these two. And for the moment, of course, first set of tyres, and they won't be expected to be pitting until, another 15-20 minutes or so, David?
I think, if they stretch the fuel out a little bit, they can go an hour 40 or so. And with that kind of longevity, they'll be looking for a 3-stop race. So then they'll all want to get past 90 minutes. So they'll want to do at least another 15. And then if they split the whole race up into equal 90-minute portions, or if they cut the final one a little bit shorter, is up to them. But I don't think anyone's going to want to go shorter than 90 minutes on their first stint, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Try and get ahead of the strategy rather than fall behind it, and aim for the 90. So 15 minutes before we see potentially the first cars into the pits. Corentin Gugnez had a really nice run of things out of that final corner, but of course not really an opportunity, especially with no braking zone into Abbey, for him to throw him down the inside. And again, just staring at that logo, potentially saving a bit of fuel, maybe able to go a little bit longer. Now swings into Brooklands, takes those too much curb on the left-hand side, and that's a track limit infringement. And then get the car rolled through the Luffield corner. You can run pretty wide there. There's no track limits issues on the exit. And actually the exit of Luffield has this weird bump, and it suddenly goes off camber and pushes you wide, especially felt in a front-wheel drive car. Then run the curb, keep the car on the curb until you try and turn in as late as possible into Copse, because the later you turn in, the more the car the more the track opens up for you. But it's very, very hard to wait to turn in later than you dare. And then it's really a case of following the track through these bits of the Maggot section. The Beckett section, you need to hang on and turn in late to that particular corner there to then open up the track and get on the throttle early, because you've then got a long hanger straight. And again, Corentin Gugnez in the slipstream, just getting a little bit closer. Does he feel close enough to go down the inside? No, decides against it. Just got on the brakes a fraction early, and then through Stowe. A nice sort of conventional corner is Stowe, then hard on the brakes, almost the hardest braking zone on the lap. Stay away from the sausage curbs and then drive to the line. No braking zone here. It should be, in most cars, flat out that last corner and over the line to complete another lap.
Well, there's something interesting going on in the GT3 category that we must keep our eye on, and it has to do a lot with the Mahler Racing team, because Mahler, they were in that lead battle with Williams Esports Chilblas before the pit window came in, and then They were the only team who decided to go for fresher rubber. The others, well, they said, why don't we go with the normal conventional strategy? We're going to go for a double stint, as we see a rather lopsided Porsche in the background. So, Marlin Racing team, let's keep a quick eye on their pace. And what's happening is that off late, they are around 1.5 seconds faster than their rivals per single lap. A key example of this one, well, they were lapping around 159s 2 minutes early on, but in the last particular lap, Marlin Racing team lost tons of time on traffic, and now their last lap has just come up to what the others are doing at 2-minute 4. So clearly, they have the raw pace, they just have to stay away from traffic in order to achieve the target of catching up to others before the next stint.
And a word on that, the tyre change takes 28 seconds, but a stint for these cars is about 30 laps. So if they can go across the whole stint a second per lap faster, they'll make up all of that time.
God, it's going to be a busy one though, isn't it, for Sami Matitrogan and the Marla Racing team if they stick to that single stint strategy and are able to have a 1 second advantage. They probably will end up having an advantage at the start of the stint, and that advantage will go away as the tyres wear off. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, David, the kind of way that the wear works on these tyres is not exponential. It flattens out at the bottom. You have a peak, it's really good, and then after about 15 minutes, it settles down as a worn tyre.
Yeah, they're not really, a sprint tyre. They're a pretty durable tyre, entirely capable of doing, 2-hour stints or maybe even a little bit longer. The curve to the performance you're talking about, I think, is true for the tyres on the GT3 car, where they wear off their best and then they do tend to plateau for, quite a while before eventually you wear them down really thin and the performance drops drastically. But across 2 hours, especially in these temperatures, I don't think we're going to see anyone hitting the cliff. So the big question is, yes, across the next 15-20 minutes, do they keep going still a second a lap faster, or do they hit the same plateau as everyone else?
They'll all have the same fuel capacity. They'll all have the same amount of fuel in the car, presumably, as well. Williams Esports is our leader. Last lap, a 2:01 flat. 6/10 faster than Leo Racing Team in second position, 3.6 seconds back. And then Biela Racing Team in third, the Euronics number 1 car. That's also about 3.5 seconds back as well. So big gaps, actually, across most of our GT fields. No one really stuck together anymore at the moment. 5 seconds back is Biela Racing Team Euronics 2. And then another 5 seconds back is Racecraft in 5th position, MSI Esports Red, another 2.5 back, and then the first of the Mercedes and Ronin Simsport, another 2.5 back from them. Remember, they all basically pitted on the same lap. So, and most, if not, so I'm going to clarify the point that was going on in my head. The top 7 cars, all double stinted their tyres. Marla Racing Team, Manti Racing, both the Manti Racing, and EFP Car Collection all did take tyres, as did Inertia and Glacier at the tail end of the field. So those are the guys that should have a pace advantage right now, that should be moving up through the timing. If you do have your timing screen, live.neoendurance.com is where you can have live timing to add to your experience of the 6 hours of Silverstone.
Absolutely, and raced off for the ones who went 1 lap longer. But let's take a look at this rather fun battle in the GT3. So the narrative of Porsche versus BMW is not applicable here. It's two M4 GT4s going head-to-head, toe-to-toe, and largely it's going to be a fight about how you set up the car and the pure driving ability at this stage. DRE Endurance got quite frisky early on. They were driving with some brio and went 3 wide heading into maggots, and now they're displaying that same vigour, trying to fight off against the SRC Quadricorsa Black team. We've had a bit of a decent day so far. Where does this go?
What's interesting is they were third. They were under pressure from those 2 Caymans.
Correct.
And now Pure Simsport up to second ahead of BS Competition. Torque Freak up to 4th. And Tarantino now in 5th position and under pressure from DRE. E-Game are just behind this lot. So E-Game didn't manage to clear the BMW as like Torque Freak did, and is still sitting behind watching this little battle unfold. Oh, little bit of contact as well. Little kiss.
Poop. Well, meanwhile, they're all steadying in. I think we can ride on board with them to understand where exactly each team is gaining and where each team is losing out time. And thankfully this time our DRE and SRC squadra cars are not facing the issues of going on the AstroTurf that we saw early on, with HM Engineering being clobbered up in that accident, and that was the Liper Esports BMW car. Oh god. Wow, Leo Racing Team with some ferocity, roaring like a lion and just forcing the other GT4 cars and the 991 Cup car into some pressure as they try and make their way past. Well, if there's someone in life who has a hurry, it has to be GT3 drivers.
That was Fabio Ponta in the second of the Leo Racing cars. Little bit of contact. Just trying to be a bit feisty through the TCR traffic and finding a the 991 car there as well. And plenty of action for Leo to try and clear this TCR traffic, which is interspersed with GT4 traffic, and that's the tricky thing. You've got a Mercedes further back as well, trying to do the same thing. That will be the inertia Mercedes, I think. And a bit further ahead, a change for position as Ronan Simsport look to try and pass MSI Esports Red. Danny Elgabe on the inside line, protecting for the moment. Interesting that Mercedes are coming good now. It's I suppose one of those things about tyres versus no tyres. How does the Audi versus the Mercedes treat the tyres in a different way? Very kind of mid-engined is the Audi versus a front-engine Mercedes, and that will be different characteristics on how they wear these tyres side by side, coming down towards Brooklands. Mercedes on the inside, Philip Petreski in the Ronan Simsport car. But of course, as we've said before, you can go round the outside here, and Danny Elgabe trying to do just that. Does he have the nose on the inside? We did, and there's contact, and he backs out of it to keep the car from swapping ends, and Matreski goes into sixth position. A little bit of contact, but shouldn't have had too much of an issue. Now, going back to that point about tyre wear, David, what's your kind of thinking as we see a replay of that move? Oh no, something else is going on. Oh, DRE have been turned around. Gutted.
Oh boy, this is huge.
Well, I was going to say that it's interesting to see Ronan Simsport coming good and making some positions in the second stint on their tyres, because every other Mercedes GT3 team opted to take tyres and not double stint. The Inertia GT3, who we just saw getting into a bit of trouble there, they took new tyres. Glacier Racing, they took new tyres. Ronan, your winners last time out in class. Maybe the Mercedes tyre whisperers at this point. They have suddenly found quite a bit of pace.
Yeah, so keep an eye on them. We've still got half an hour left of this particular stint. So is that Mercedes doing a good job? They are double stinting. Yeah, they had a shortened pit stop. Now, one question I had about pit stops, David, looking at the 991 category, there were a couple of cars that were quite a bit quicker in the pits than the others, namely the Atlantis Racing Team and World of Sim Racing. Is that not needing to fuel up as much, or because they change the tyres and the fuel at the same time, don't they?
No, I don't think they do in this.
Okay.
In this car, but I think the difference we're seeing there across the pit stop times, some 50 seconds, some a minute, is more to do with what we were talking about, that the fuel the strategy for these 991 class cars is being driven by the tyre wear, not the fuel consumption. So it definitely seems like they could go longer than an hour on fuel, but quite a lot wanted to stop on the hour because the tyres were giving up. So it might be the case that Burst, Atlantis, and World of Sim Racing have gone and only put an hour of fuel back in the car instead of brimming the tank.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so Burst 5 seconds faster in pit lane, which has given them now an 8.5 second advantage at the head of our field over Ori's and Go Team. Remember, those three were really locked together in the early part of the race. We're having a look at Atlantis Racing Team, giving a bit of airtime to Pavel. And as I say, they were pretty much the fastest through the pits. So interesting thoughts from David as to why that would be the case, and potentially running a slightly lighter car, which I think that's probably a good thing too, not bringing the tank and running a heavier car and wearing the tyres too. Something just happened. I think either David fell off his chair or something happened with Sumil.
Yep, my mouse just fell down onto my footrest. Big bang.
Okay. Yeah, no, it was quite a spectacular bang. I'm glad
Much
you're
like
both
what
okay.
happens when I blow off the MX-5 engines on iRacing. I'm sure David will agree.
Now there's a winner of best livery in the race today. Look at that, Hell Racers Terschein Willem Wilberg running the Hell Racers car, and that is a great looking livery, being passed by a very sad looking Logitech HM Engineering 991 car, which is back out on the circuit, having had 2 massive accidents. But because there aren't 15 cars in that category, it is still worth driving around in a battered machine, as much as it's probably not that much fun. Let me quite have a look as to how far down they are. So they're 48th position. They're a lap behind GLT VRT Red, who also had an accident earlier on, if you remember. And they are 8 laps down, even from the closest TCR car. But they're still getting points, so still worth doing, Sunil.
Yep, a quick word on Hell Racers, and you might be wondering, what does the word Terschein mean? What's it all about? Well, Terschein is, in Sweden, it means the god of gloss. And that livery certainly fits it quite well, doesn't it? They are properly the gods of gloss right here, and that's a rather beautiful car. And they have it in every single series that they compete in, whether it has to be Neo or Ivra or anything in the world. Hell Racers, in terms of the livery, spot on.
But David, you've got a preference away from Hell Racers.
Yeah, and I think it's the Hell Racers. You know, good looking car, good mix of colours, but I definitely a fan of the Inertia cars. They've got a similar matte look to them in the green, but then they've got their little Fox logo in various places of the car. And then if we're talking liveries, really the Williams and the Marla are also very good looking as well. Very purposeful, very, very race car looking. That's livery chat with David Haynes.
Well, moving on then. Let's focus on this battle with some more... Well, let's say with a more magnified view. Hell Racers is DRE, and DRE recently just got turned around in their battle against the SRC Quadricorsa Black car, but Ben, they seriously have had some pace, haven't they, the DRE car? They have shown that when it comes to showcasing the guts needed to win an endurance race like this one, they just won't shy away.
But got turned around, and that's really where they are at the moment because of that. They were in a good little battle. We were enjoying it a lot, but sadly got turned around by... it was the Mercedes of Inertia, wasn't it, I think?
And they've just, as we are talking, been handed a 10-second time penalty for that one. So not a huge penalty, but just 10 seconds for that contact trying to put a lap on them through Maggots Beckett's.
Interesting, isn't it? We saw pretty heavy penalties at early doors at Sebring, quite big amounts of penalties. Now, looking into race control, I see some different names in there. I wonder whether we've got a slightly different attitude from race control today on the amount in which they're penalising. Because 15 seconds for the SRC Quadricorsa white car on that early accident in lap 1 still seems not very much, to be honest.
I guess they're living by the classic New Year's resolution cliche. New year, new me? Maybe? Who knows?
Be kind. Hashtag be kind.
Don't punt anyone off. Be kind.
Interesting that on the mention of Quadricorsa, they had nearly a 10-second lead over BS Competition. That lead is on BS Competition now 13 to 14 seconds, but Matthew Turnbull is, for me, the star of the race so far. Got the lead gap down to 5.4 seconds now as we watch Marla Racing with their nice fancy tyres trying to get past Ronan Sinsport. This should be an easy thing to do, knowing that one has only done half an hour's worth of action and the other has done 90 minutes.
Drama, though, happening in the DCR category. And I wouldn't say drama, to be very honest. That's a bit of a bad word selection. I would say just changes for a change in DCR. Finally, they have indeed reached their pit window.
Good. Some have. At the very tail end of the field, we've got Kinetic Racing, Velocity, and Team Mad. But for the moment, the leading guys have not come into the pits. Now, there is a thing about needing to do your penalty, David, within 90 minutes. Is it of it being handed out, or is it of the accident happening? Because presumably that will force the hand of Squadra Corsa White into needing to pit pretty soon, because we're nearly at 90 minutes since the accident happened. Oh, hell!
I'll let you come back to me on that.
No, you tell me.
Okay, I thought you were going to talk about this replay.
Okay, can do. Let's have a look at what Hell Race has got, how they got turned around. Is it going to be a case of back markers? This is the Burst Esports car. Oh no, that was a Williams nose. I thought it might be Burst, but that was the Williams leader of the race. Oh, could be a penalty coming their way. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, overcommitted into trying to make that move. There was no way that was going to happen. And Leok, I'm sure, I'm not the race director and I should never say it, but that looks like another slam dunk penalty.
Oh boy. And considering how race control have been rather very reactive to incidents like this one, and they are dashing out penalties far faster than we usually had in Sebring and Imola, that issue could be taken up rather soon, Ben.
Oh dear. Not what Arthur Leok needed, as Sammy Matty Trogan now gets down the inside of Gordy Much and makes that move stick for fifth position, and with the extra grip all the way round the outside. Wonderful stuff, and now just needs to get this clear. The Mercedes Gruntner brings him back alongside, and they will run side by side. That's fine until you get close to the TCR car. And finally, Marla Racing round onto the racing line. Gordy Much deciding to slot into behind him and hopefully not get taken out by the TCR car, which they managed to go around the outside of. So is this working out for Marla? We are still 27 minutes left of this stint, and they are how far away from the lead? 24 seconds. So I don't think they're doing enough. Would that be your summation, Samil?
They certainly are on track in terms of track position, right? They're constantly grabbing as many positions as they possibly can. They're gaining in confidence, let's put it that way. But again, when you fight with somebody, there's always a case of losing time on track. So you're gaining track position, but of course you are losing your leverage in the broader perspective. So at this stage, they just have to dice through traffic easily, mitigate the risk of that one, and see how they can catch up, and how soon rather.
Right there is Squadra Corsa White, Emmanuel Petri, going into the pits having done his penalty. So he came into his pit box third, actually, because Pure Sim, who have just changed over to Ashley Finch, now jumping aboard, BS Competition were already in their boxes. So that has basically meant that the Squadra Corsa White car, having taken the penalty, is net third position, and unless they do something clever in the pit stops here, will need to pass Pure Sim, who now leads BS Competition in second position.
Yeah, a lot of driver swaps as well after an hour and a half in GT4. So all of your top three changing drivers was, I think, Turnbull out, Finch in at Pure Sims, at BS Competition, Nils Koch is taking over, and at SRC Squadra Corsa White's now going to be Camillo Pizzoli. Everyone going fuel and tyres. That penalty costing SRC Squadra White a couple positions.
Yeah, teammates actually not far behind them. Squadra Corsa Black leaving pit lane as well. So DRE Endurance now leading the category. They've not yet pitted, but as you say, not big differences in terms of the pit strategies either. Everyone's being pretty much kind of on the money here. Nobody trying to do something remarkably different. Change of tyres, change of driver, all around the 90-minute mark, and back out onto circuit. There is DRE Endurance, just leaving it one lap longer. And I suppose the only difference really, David, is that half the TCR field have pitted, and half of them still out there and running, including Jürgen Franke, who now inherits the lead.
Well, one of SimRC's great strategies has been their fuel consumption, so if they're not worried about their tyres, and they're coming in now, then going long could work for them. As you can see, GTL VRT red. That is the penalty box area there. They're serving their penalty in the 979. Yep, so the tyres not worrying SimRC so much. They're willing to go a little bit longer past the 90 minutes.
Yeah, I guess that just gives them a little bit of a buffer when it comes to later on in the race. A little bit of flexibility in their strategy. Straight up onto the jacks, Jürgen Frank getting out of the car. And we will get a...
Felix Ludding.
Felix, oh yeah, your timing screen is faster than ours. Felix Ludding aboard the car. Pure Sim TCR also driver swapping. And Ross McFarlane out of that car. And Michael Evdoka. Yeah. Into the car. So then that means we have had pit stops from almost everybody now. The last of the TCR cars coming in. DRE Endurance are also in pit lane, and we'll see how it all shakes out and what battles we can look forward to in the next 90 minutes for our TCR and GT4 classes of cars. Now, what was that top of screen? I think that was just the timing screen updating as DRE Endurance hand over basically the lead to Pure Sim Esports, who have a 6.2 second advantage over BS Competition. And then Talk Freak third, interestingly. Squadra Corsa White fourth. Squadra Corsa Black, have they not yet come across the line? So Squadra Corsa White, a good battle there. Our one-time leader now sitting in fourth position because Talk Freak pitted a lap earlier than the others. And at the moment, they are behind, as you can see.
This battle has been going on.
Thing with the sorry, Sunil, but we're getting the same thing with the fueling times. Oh, there's a little bit of help rotating through the mid corner there for Talk Freak Racing, as we had in the 991 class, where there's a little bit of flexibility to the fuel stints in this class. So I'm not sure that everyone took a full tank of fuel. Some went maybe closer to 95% of capacity at that stop. Some stops a little over 40 seconds, some a little closer to 37 seconds for Talk Freak, who I think of maybe going to need to take more fuel later in the race, but it's bought him a little bit of track position at the minute.
And definitely track position in these lower powered classes does seem to be really crucial. It doesn't seem that easy, especially in TCR, to be able to overtake on track. When we see a BMW versus a Porsche battle like this, overtaking does seem really a lot easier, but when it's the same class of car, it does look very, very tricky. So to be able to just short fill and jump your rival seems to perhaps be the preferred thing, as Squadra Corsa White now get themselves back into third position. But a lot of work to do in this next stint to get themselves back into a position where they ultimately should be, had it not been for the contact on lap one, or it wasn't lap one, but it was a couple of laps in, wasn't it?
It was
very,
indeed,
very
yeah.
early.
But it's rather interesting, Ben, that BS competition, they are actually quite nice and easy this time out. But the last time out at Sebring, they had contact with, I think it was SRC Squadra Corsa once again. So yeah, it's interesting to see how things are playing out right now. They're the ones who are benefiting in SRC Squadra Corsa, just ailing after that slight penalty, but again, fighting against usual rivals.
Looking at the TCR category, SimRC have taken over the lead of that category. I can't remember who was leading that. It was Squadra Corsa TCR, wasn't it? So Squadra Corsa with a pit stop that was 3 seconds longer than SimRC, and that is why Felix Ludding now leads, and more than that, leads without much hassle around him. He's got the number 2 in his window because it hasn't updated yet after the pit stop, but that has really worked out for SimRC. We've got penalty news from David as well.
Yeah, a precedent has been set. That very aggressive late move to try to put some laps by your GT3 leader has been penalised with a 10-second penalty where they sent not DRE, it was Hell Racers around in that particular time. So 10-second penalty for the car that is currently your GT3 leader. And critically, they've only got 2 seconds ahead of Leo and 4 seconds ahead of Bieler. And the way things run right now, this would drop them back into third when they have to serve that.
And of course, they don't need to serve that until their next pit stop. As they've got that 90-minute window to serve it in, which effectively is 90 minutes to allow anybody who gets a penalty directly out the pits to still not be totally compromised by a penalty. And it's just a hard slap on the wrist rather than a race-destroying situation, which is really a good thing, to be honest, because when you look at the endurance races these days, all of these drivers are so good. They've done so many hours of practice. They can bang in the laps exactly how they need to. So any kind of penalty that would be applied where you would have to do a drive-through, for instance, and not be able to do your own pit stop would completely destroy your race. You would not be able to recover from it. At least a small miscalculation from Arthur Liuk has meant that his race isn't destroyed, but he's hit, well, not him, because presumably next time over he'll hand over to his teammate, but his teammate will have a bit more work to do in the next stint.
No, you're right, Ben. I think it's a very good thing to put up as well. And Bash, I think a part of, I was just thinking about this earlier today, I'm sorry, about the role of a race organizer. I think a lot of it is about keeping teams and drivers happy, sponsors, attracting them, making sure that they get a lot of views on the broadcast, but also ensuring that you're able to make sure that there's the best degree of competition. And this does that. A drive-through will completely wreck it through. This doesn't. It really puts up with the spectacle as well without making sure that the penalty is too lenient. But this is where the spectacle really is then. HM Engineering versus Pure Sims Esports. Round 7, 8, 9, I don't even know. They've been fighting for a century now, it seems, and we love it.
Yeah, we had some great battling in the first, didn't we? We now got Norbert Lettner in the HM Engineering TCR car and Michael Evdoka. And so two completely different drivers, but still the same battling going on. And again, just look at the later turn in there from HM Engineering. They've got a little bit of a swapper on mid-corner. That's allowed Pure Sim to draw onto the bumper, but decides against going side by side, mainly because there was that Audi coming through, and that would have been catastrophic. But perhaps had there not been, it would have been a possibility. Now, Pure Sim holding that left-hand side a little bit longer, able to then swing in later, get a little bit of better drive out through the corner and off onto the hangar straight. And look, closing. Which way are we going to go? Oh, we're going to blend out the throttle. That's interesting.
Smart.
So we've been talking about fuel saving and the fact that, I mean, look at the Sim RC car, leads the race, leads the TCR battle because it was able to do 3 less seconds stationary in the pits and save fuel in that first stint. Well, Pure Sim are definitely trying to do that now, aren't they?
Exactly, they are. They're playing the long and smarter game. They've taken a look at what SimRC have done right there, and it's quite clearly a case of the extent to which fuel saving plays an advantage, because in GT3s and GT4s, it is an impact. It does have a small role to play, but in the TCRs, because the technology is a lot more rudimentary than what you have in GT3 cars and the 991 GT3 Cup, their fuel saving, the fuel filling takes a lot more time. So there's a lot more to be gained there by saving on the track, and that's exactly what they're doing. Smarter game this, looking at the long-term perspective, harboring their excitement and just focusing on the bigger picture.
Lost a little bit there, getting out the way of the Audi Euronics car, just possibly a little bit too kind, Pure Sim, through the hairpin, and just lost a little bit of ground. But that will soon be made up again quite easily, probably just about still picking up a bit of a slipstream from the car in front, so will easily be able to drag back onto the tail of things. This battle, by the way, is 10 seconds behind our second place car, Alessandro Bacialega, in the Squadra Corsa TCR. There, that one. And he is 4 seconds behind our leader. So probably not much point for Pure Sim to try and overtake and then push on, because ultimately, are they really going to be able to catch on their own Alessandro Bacialega? It's probably better that those two try and work together, and maybe together they can catch this car ahead of them. Although the pace has not been good. This guy is lapping way faster last lap than anybody else.
It's been interesting. Bachelega, quite the phenomenon in DCR racing, always has shown a great degree of raw pace, and he initially came into DCR racing just a couple of weeks before we had the Hursingbell DCR Championship on Race Spot TV, and believe you me, he ended up finishing in the top 3 of that one without having any experience in the car at all, and since then, well, he's latched onto this car much like a fish outside water when you put it back in. He'll just savor it, enjoy it, relax, and give it his all, and that's what he's doing with this particular team right here.
Comes over the line to finish another lap. Last time Felix Ludding's pace ahead was a 16.3, and Bachelega did a 15.3, a whole second. There you go, that's the graphic we needed. Taking chunks of time, lap after lap after lap, out of SimRC. Now, let's not forget that SimRC were second behind Bachelega in the first round of pit stops, but were able to spend only 3 less seconds in the pits. That was enough to effectively allow SimRC to jump Squadra Corsa after that round of pit stops. So maybe very different philosophies here. Maybe Alessandro Bachelega is basically driving flat out, whereas SimRC and Felix Ludding are doing the fuel saving thing of coming off the throttle at the end of straight and that kind of thing, which would explain the difference in pace. But it's not going to be very long. If it carries on like this, it's not going to be very long before we see a battle for the lead again.
Yeah, exactly. It only has a short-term impact relatively until you see it all coming up together, but it's the longer term, it's towards the end of the race when you really see the impact of that fuel saving. In the short run it may seem like that's boring, doesn't have a real impact, but the marginal gains that you're getting really collect up to a bigger one towards the very end. And same can be said for Marla Racing. They took the fresher rubber, they've been gaining extra large chunks of time, but seemingly, Ben, it's been a lot of laps since they actually haven't passed anyone, and they've been stuck behind this Racecraft esports car that potentially has a jump start moving over them for, what, a long time. They just haven't been able to make their way past.
Yeah, I mean, the pace is still better than the guys ahead of them. Still 8-9 tenths taken away, and you get the feeling that actually Gordy Much here in the Racecraft esports car is being pushed to run at a higher pace, because he's running at the same kind of pace as Marla. He's going very defensive though down over the start finishing line. Actually, Marla's got it now around the outside and got that done, so let's see what they can do now. They've managed to clear Gordy Much up into 5th position and 19.9 seconds off Williams Esports. So we're coming up, we've only got 10 minutes left of the stint. David, have you got your abacus out? Has this worked out for them, having lost, 28 seconds extra in the pit lane? It doesn't seem like it's working out for them in this particular stint.
No, I've moved all the beads around across all of the columns, and it says that we're most of the way through this stint and they're still 20 seconds off the lead. They don't even look like that they're going to jump Williams Esports Chill Blast with that 10-second penalty that the leader is going to have to serve as well. So, you know, they needed to make back about 28 seconds, and it really only looks like they've made back about 10 or so. What it's possible we might see Marla do, though, is make this the start of a double stint.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be an interesting one, though, because it would put them out of sequence and would mean, I suppose it would mean they would single stint the last round of stops.
Yep.
And would have to do the same thing as this, wouldn't they? They would have to basically get pushed down to the bottom of the timing screen and have to work their way up on that final stint. Well, I mean, if they do that, that would be at least as exciting for us.
And it's worked out. It's worked out before. We've seen this in Neo competition. The last time out, almost did work out for Racecraft Esports. The last time out, then we saw, at least in the Ivory League, Mini-T Racing executing it to perfection. So it's a tried and tested strategy. And if they've got their ace driver singled out, and if he's going to be the one doing that final stint, I think they're onto something here.
What it also does, of course, is it takes them off the same bit of track as the cars in which they're battling with. So that might work positively towards them, it might work negatively against them, but ultimately it's a different strategy. And if they were just going to stay on the same bit of track following each other around, then you can't make the difference that perhaps you need to make. So it'd be very interesting to see how it all shakes out at the end. But it's good to see at least somebody trying something new. Coming up to the 2-hour mark of this 6-hour race here at Silverstone. It's round 3 of the 24H series, run by Neo Endurance and Creventic and powered by VCO and RSL Radio Show Limited, as well as, of course, RaceSpot TV. Plenty of partners for this 24H series, and 6-hour races for the majority of the season. And we'll finish off with a 12-hour race around Spa. Now, I haven't worked out, David, what we're doing with regards to the time of day. Are we going to get some night driving at the end of this one?
Current in-session time is just before 1 p.m. So the answer is no. We might see the sun quite low in the sky by the end of the race, but we're definitely not going to be running in full darkness.
Going for the orange glow end of race shadows, where we can hardly see anything but an orange sky. That's good. So we would expect pit stops in about 8 to 10 minutes for our GT3 cars and 991 cars. The gap is still coming down, by the way, between Williams and Leo Racing. Now just 1.7 seconds with Biela Team Euronics number 1. 1.2 back from that. So a healthy little battle going on. And remember, Williams with a penalty looming. So when they go into the pits, they'll go into the penalty box first before then doing their pit stop itself. And expect to see them falling back. Expect the majority of our teams to be taking tyres in these stops coming up. What will be more interesting, though, the cars that took tyres on the first of our pit stops, the likes of Marla Racing, will they then double stint those tyres for the second half? And also, how has the Mercedes, for instance, worked its tyres on a double stint as well? So are you throwing things around again?
Oh no, just took a small stretch and my mouse decided to say yeet or goodbye, depending on which generation you're a part of.
You and your mouse. Good little battle going on here in the TCR class. Bit further down, bit of contact, bit of kissing. 3 wide. Lars Boll getting bullied there, and that's 2 positions lost for Lars. Are they all 3 of them battling for position? I can't work out whether that's it is, isn't it?
Fulton had a few issues early on, didn't they? The 185 car with some steering column issues early on. So yeah, they're pretty much right there or thereabout. But Sims are doing a good one. Oh no! Almost getting too close. Or was that just an illusion? I got too excited, but sheesh, that was close.
It's Impulse Racing that made the most of that last situation there, with Kevin Vedring moving up into presumably into 6th position. Now Christopher Zockling on the outside line may lose a spot here to Lars Boll. Lars has got the inside line but hasn't quite got the momentum. Has he got the bravery under brakes? Yes, but you do really need to get the door fully shut, and he's sent it, much like what's written on the side of his car. Full send into Brooklands. Gets the inside line for Luffield, gets the move done, and now sets about making sure that Kevin Vedring ahead does not set off into the distance and break the toe. They need to keep with him. But a nice little battle here for P6 in TCR. Is that the Christopher Zockling that did some Porsche Carrera Cup races, I think, back in the day?
I do believe it is that Christopher Zerschling, yes.
Zerschling, thank you for correcting me. I can't believe an Australian is correcting my pronunciations.
Let's settle it on a cricket pitch.
No. Don't bring up cricket.
Oh no, we've not started something, David. Don't talk about that one, please. It's not this time of the week.
So Sommel tried to justify some Aiden's Twitter thing that I was talking about the other day with a cricketing remark, and I thought, well, come on, we're talking about motor racing here, not cricket. Oh, look at this. This is getting closer and closer. Dino Lombardi is going to start experiencing some pressure from Lucas Jezek here, and they've got traffic as well, which is perhaps not fallen in Dino Lombardi's favour, going through Maggots and Beckett's. The iRacing team now just half a second ahead of Bila Racing Team 1. That is the team that lead our championship in GT3 after 2 rounds. They haven't taken a victory yet. They actually only took 13 points out of Imola, but they have done enough after second at Sebring to have a consistent amount of points, just 33 points to 29 that Ronin Simsport have, and they are really much further down the order right now in their Mercedes. They would be much happier to be getting a better result. It might come to them come the end of the race, but yeah, we've got 2 laps before our pit stops. Is this time for a results recap before we start mixing it all up, or are we going to do it after the pit stop?
I think it will make a lot more sense to do it after the pit stops, because it could all chop and change right now with Sammy Matritrogan in the Marla Racing Team car, who's expected to jump out of the wheel. He is not going to be taking fresh tyres in, unlike the others, so that could be a major factor. So yeah,
hey,
lots of...
Look who's just done his best lap of the race. Sammy Matritrogan, a 1:59.495. That is, am I right in saying that's nearly the fastest lap of the race generally? So lighter fuel load, end of one stint of tyres, and this is where they are coming into their own. We were talking about it not really working because he still had a 20-second gap to Williams. It's now only 14. So they actually haven't quite switched on when they needed to.
Yep, exactly. But the fastest lap still belongs to Leo Racing Team, the Dino Lombardi car, and Dino clearly just having a certain degree of pace early on. Right now, it's Sammy Matritrogan who has it, and right now, Bila Racing Team Euronics on the prowl, somewhat strangely, early in the race, Ben.
Well, that wasn't really defended hard from Dino Lombardi. He kind of gave Lucas Jezek that position very easily. Obviously did not want to fight it, compromise his speed too much, knowing that ultimately they've still got to chase down Williams. But I don't know, maybe these guys don't know that Williams have got a penalty, because that was a change for the lead. That was a change for the lead, and he tapped the brakes and let him through. Well, David will have to get him into interview and tell him his misdemeanour. I'm not sure he'll be so happy to know that was actually virtually a change for the lead, although perhaps maybe just sitting behind the Bila car, that will help him close the gap to the Williams ahead. 2.1 seconds is the gap now. Lucas Jezek pushing hard. 2:00.565 the last lap. It's not under the 2-minute barrier, but it's still very good, and it is still marginally faster than what Arthur Leuk managed to do just ahead of him. Still, Sammy Matritrogan pushing on. Another good lap, not quite in the 59s this time. Gave away 0.6 of a second. And is still 14 seconds back from Williams as the leader in 991 comes into the pits. The first of our stoppers before the hour mark. Burst Esports obviously struggling a little bit.
Yep, I think the last time out Burst had fuel slightly lesser than the others, didn't they? Them and Go Team Racing.
You are correct. They were 5 seconds quicker in pit lane last time, and that perhaps has equated to not quite having enough fuel to get to the hour mark, but it's presumably because of the flexibility and the strategy in this race, they have the ability to go a bit shorter one stint and go a bit longer the next. So we've got Simoen Lynch getting aboard the car. Let's see if this stop is significantly longer than the stop that they did last time. 58 seconds was the first stop. And now we've started to get the pit stops coming in. The car goes on its jacks for the tyres. New Michelins fitted. Looking very, very pretty indeed.
But I'm a real fan of Hankook tyres. What about you?
Exactly.
Oh, hang on. I'm confused. He's got Michelin tyres on and he's got Hankook tyre logos.
There is an official tyre of 24-hour series
Yes,
esports.
Yes, they
a 24-hour series.
Is it Bridgestone?
No. So, hang on a second. Can you not change the livery on the tyre? Presumably.
No, what's printed on the sidewall is the same for these cars, whatever series they race in on iRacing. So it's Italian manufacturer involved in Formula One that's printed on the sidewall of most of the GT3 cars. It is... Sorry?
Okay. No, I'm just exclaiming in surprise.
Except some of the more recent GT3s on iRacing have a blank sidewall on them. That includes the BMW M4 GT3 and I think the Lamborghini as well. So, interesting one. You can, for all of the little detail spotters out there, it's the French manufacturer on the sidewall of the TCR cars and the GT4 cars as well, though.
Yeah.
Probably because the ones that they scanned were from IMSA teams, where that is the rubber that they race on.
Yeah. Although the official TCR rubber is no longer Michelin. I think Yokohama in TCR, and then in World TCR is Goodyear or Dunlop, one of those two. Anyway, I do know that there are certain real world championships that have decided to use different platforms in simulation because of the logos that are seen on the broadcast. And so perhaps we should not have shown the stationary Michelin tyre there and then me comment on it stupidly. I'm sure I'll be forgiven by the guys at Creventic anyway. It won't be too bad. Interestingly, David, we're past the hour mark and kind of a smattering of cars in the pits, but not everybody right now.
Well, interestingly, Williams have gone a lap longer now, whereas almost everyone else who's doing the 30 lap stints is in. That's both Biela cars, Marla are in, Leo are in, Ronan Simsport are in, so it's Williams and Racecraft staying out, while you can see most of the other GT3s are heading for pit lane now. And unlike some of the consumption issues they might have had at Sebring, everyone looks well and truly comfortably past the top of the hour now. It doesn't appear to be the problem that it was last time out. But this is the real question here, and Hugo Lewis, our director, is always on top of it. This is what we want to know. Is the Marla car taking tyres again, or has this been the start of a double stint that is off cycle from everyone else in class? Time will tell in about 20 seconds when the fuel fill is done for Sammy Matty Trogan.
By the way, Burst Esports, we were watching in the pits, their stop was 1:02, so back to what everybody else had done previously, and their first stop was a 58, so they short-fueled the first stint to get them track position, but now they're back onto a more conventional strategy. Let's see what happens with the rest of that field as Marla Racing Team out, and they are staggering themselves, so they're double stinting on these tyres now, which will probably give them the lead of the race because everybody else will be in the pits for a lot longer. So this Sammy Matty Trogan should be our lead. Still plenty of GT3 cars in pit lane and some yet to come in. So Arteliuk, we're still owed a pit stop from Racecraft as well. Leo 21. And now Arteliuk comes into the pit. So remember, he's got that 10-second pit stop, penalty, which will be at the very top of the screen. And he'll be in that box, and then he will drive to his pit stall. And it's not been a particularly good opening lap in terms of traffic for Marla Racing. Lots of people to try and clear. And Arteliuk now comes to his box, having served his penalty. And I wonder whether we'll be seeing him jumping out, because I think, if memory serves, he did 4 stints or something at Imola, and his teammate only did 2. And
we talked about the drive time and came to the conclusion that was legal, because the ruling is just no one driver can drive more than 70%, and if you do 4 stints, your teammate does 2, then you drive 66% of the race, and that's all fair.
On the edge.
Does look like Arteliuk is staying aboard that car, doesn't it? No movement, no flickering. He will go up in the jacks though to get the tyres off and then have a new set of tyres. At the moment, the fuel's being done, and as I say, almost certainly going to hand the lead to Marla Racing on this particular, at the end of this particular stint. Up on the jacks then goes Artemiuk.
So, something interesting is happening. EFP car collection and Racecraft Esports have gone 2 laps longer than everyone else.
Okay. That's,
and Leo Racing 21 are now in the pits as well, so they've also managed to do something similar. They've gone 1 lap longer than everyone else, but that is staggering to say the least.
off the jacks, 1 minute and 10 stationary, and off into the track once again goes Artemiuk. So he has now got a bit of work to do. Where has he fallen into the queue of cars? We know that Marla Racing Team will probably lead this race. It looks like Leo in second position. They've done a driver change, by the way. So Ariel Bernardi is now aboard the Leo 12. Biela Racing Team Sven Hasser is now aboard that car. And Artemiuk is just ahead of Biela Racing 2. So I'd say that's 4 or 5 positions lost.
Yeah, I think that's around net B number 4 for Williams, isn't it?
Yeah, and of course, don't forget that Manti Racing, both Manti Racing cars also did that similar strategy to Marla, and therefore they have also artificially moved themselves up. Tim Matzek is ahead of these two, so actually they've lost even more track position. It's going to be a bit of an uphill struggle now for Artemiuk with so many cars ahead of him, and of course the traffic as well. I'm interested to note, as we see Racecraft now in pit lane, that we had Burst Esports from the 991 category make their stop. Nobody else yet, and we're now nearly 10 minutes into the hour, from that category has pitted, David.
Yeah, they're going for a very aggressive front-loaded strategy, it would look like, where they were the leaders and they're trying to undercut everyone behind them, maybe proactively there. The only thing that I can imagine really factors into that as well, though, is driver availability. That might have been why we saw tyres at the first stop from the Marla car, is they changed drivers then to put Sammy Matty Trogan in. Maybe the first driver had to make way, and that could also be a similar thing here in the 991 class for Burst there, where they put Simeon Lynch in, maybe. Other commitments this weekend from the co-drivers. But as you can see, Go Team Racing now coming into the lane.
Yeah, so we're starting to get the pit stops now from the 991 category, but it's not like the GT3 guys where everybody jumped into the pits. But we're going to have a stagger of pit stops, I think, over the next 10 to 15 minutes, and I wonder how that will play out at the end of the race. EFP car collection, the last of our GT3 cars, now finishing its pit stop and heading back onto circuit. And so I think it's time to get David to get his microphone out and start chatting to some of our drivers.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I have grabbed Ryan Barneveld, recent signing to BS Competition, and he drove the opening stint in the 489 in GT4. Great little battle you guys are having here, Ryan, against SRC Squadra Corsa White and against Pure Sims Esports. It's a Porsche Cayman leading and 2 BMWs behind. What's the balance between the two cars so far?
Hi guys, good evening. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, the balance, I don't know really. I think the BMW is probably a little bit quicker in the beginning, and just an incident there, and the BMW drops off a little bit more, which makes the Porsche quicker, probably around mid-stint.
Huge damage for our leading contenders. Biela, Euronics facing the wrong direction, Williams facing the wrong direction as well, and big damage to the Williams car. It was a lot of traffic to contend with. Somil, what happened?
Williams were trying to go past the traffic at the Maggots, Beckers and Chapel section, got caught up in the wrong place, and then... What, is that the second time they've had an incident there? Going down the inside of a TCR car? Oh boy, that is a double whammy in a literal sense.
And really unlucky from the Euronics car. Look, it's on the brakes, trying to get away and just got tapped. It won't be too much damage and he won't have lost too much time. Much more damage to the Williams car, and that has really turned things on its head. Let's get back to Ryan and David.
Plenty of action for your teammate Nils Koch there. What do you imagine was going through his head in that moment?
I'm not too sure, but I don't think he will have liked it. I mean, he's trying to hang on to SRC's draft now, so can catch up a little bit, or at least be able to fight, but that doesn't help those incidents.
And of course, some announcements earlier this year, some stronger tie-ins between BS Competition and BMW. Did that factor into them bringing you across to the team? What does that help BS Competition with?
Yeah, well, a lot of I guess it's quite well known that a lot of people have been hired recently. I'm not sure really if that has to do with the BMW announcement or not, but I do know that we're really strong in our shoes here, and we're looking forward to competing this year on the top level.
And in this race, in the GT4, what holds you guys back? What do you manage? Is the tyre life good in this weather? Do you need to save a bit of fuel when you're not going, flat chat trying to make passes? What is it that requires managing in the GT4?
Yeah, it's the BMW. I don't really drive the Porsche. I don't know how it is here, but the BMW, the further you get into the stint, is really struggling for traction for us. It's kind of driving a bit with the rear wheel steering instead of the front. So it's mainly just some control over your throttle. But yeah, that's the main thing. The rest we don't really have to be careful about it.
Thanks for finding the time to chat with us. Best of luck, and I guess delighted to see for you and your teammate that you made it cleanly through Maggots Beckett's a couple laps ago with all that excitement.
Yeah, I will ask him what was going through his head here. Thanks for having me, and speak to you soon.
Any final thanks or shout outs?
Well, thanks for sure to my team and our sponsors.
Short and sweet, thank you, Ryan Barneveld, the opening stint driver, and I'm sure we are going to see him again in this currently third place BS Competition BMW. Definitely looks like they fancy second place, but the leader, Pure Sims, I think is starting to get away from these two.
Let's not forget that the Squadra Corsa white car was our leader, but had that penalty after the first stint. So actually what's happened here is that Camillo Pezzoli has managed to get past BS Competition, and now Nils Koch is kind of holding on. So definitely looking like the faster at this particular moment in time, but certainly at one point Pezzoli's kind of closed up 6 or 7 second gap. We've also got an interesting issue with the 83 car, which is Riley Sim Racing. Both it and Inertia are in the pits. Now, Inertia owes us a pit stop, but Riley Sim has had a big shunt. Look at the mess of that car. What has happened to them? Whilst we were chatting away to Ryan Barnabas, oh gosh, the drama that has happened over the last couple of laps. Inertia moving, that's also slightly damaged. The front end is looking a bit not good, but I'm pretty sure our director is now hunting for Riley Sim Racing's replay, which is coming up. So, traffic past the TCR car. It's got the Mercedes ahead. In the slipstream, Mercedes, still more traffic to contend with. Throwing 3 wide, coming into Maggots, turns across. Oh, gets contact. That's a nasty place to go off. It's a big hit into the wall. There's contact with Simon Lynch of Burst Esports, side-by-side contact, and that was kind of clumsy, wasn't it, from the Riley car?
It did seem that he chopped down maybe a little bit too far to the left or something, maybe needed to give a little more room there. From the aerial shot, yeah, maybe not quite giving the room through the traffic.
What in the world happened to Inertia though?
Speaking of, 3 wide for traffic.
Well, I think Inertia was just having his pit stop. They owed us a pit stop, so I think they were in anyway, and they might have had a little bit of contact. But now we check in with Williams, and surely Artie Leuk, with a bit between his teeth, sits in 6th position, so all is not lost. With the Beely car that he made contact with down in 8th position. Don't really know whether there's any kind of fault to blame with there, because we ride on board with John Vining and being swept around from both sides. That Mercedes obviously not the car to have. BOP still some work to do, I think. But a good little battle for Arteliuk now to recover his 38-second deficit to the Marla car, which of course is out of position. Don't forget that both the Marla car and the Maniti Racing Red are on different strategies. But Marla is 15 seconds ahead of Leo, and so Leo is up at the moment now, Leo Racing Team 12, kind of our net leader.
Yep. It is Leo Racing Team. That all purely depends on how Marla eventually end up, because in terms of pace, there's barely anything splitting Leo and Marla, but who knows?
I think we should ride on board and see how Arthur Leo's getting on, because it doesn't really look like that car is handling as it should. He's getting a lot of pressure from the Mercedes behind him. And could this be another race that goes away from Williams when they always seem to have the pace?
Past champions, remember?
Yeah, they had the luck that year. At the moment, they're not having the luck at all here. A bit more traffic to contend with, but they're losing time to Racecraft and Razim Fezoui in 5th position, and that is not expected considering the pace that they had early doors. Now, Biela Euronics 1, they're the fastest car out on track right now. They are really doing a good job to close down the gap to Racing Team 12, and that effectively would be about a kind of a net lead if you take away Marla because of their strategy differences.
Yeah, Dave, they really have thrown a spanner to the mix at this stage. You really don't know where they are going to end up, and that's the beautiful thing, isn't it? Because we don't know, that's what keeps us hooked on towards the very end. And that's the lovely part about endurance racing. Split strategies. Even though there's one car, only one class in their whole battle, there's no safety car involvement or anything, you don't need that artificial stuff. But, oh boy, Hugo, thank you so much for this one. Wow.
A bit of a helmet view on board. The Audi winding away, and let's watch Arteliuk at work. Well, I hope you've enjoyed riding on board with Arteliuk in the Williams Chill Blast car. Doesn't look too bad, to be honest, considering the damage that he's picked up after that contact. It does still seem to be okay, but he hasn't been able to pass the racecraft car ahead of him. At times in the traffic he was closer, but then lost again when it's back out into normal racing. And that next stop, I think they're going to have to look at perhaps spending a bit more time in the pits to get the car repaired and recovered. Marla Racing Team leading the race right now, 4.1 seconds to the good, which actually, hang on a second, is much less than it should be. I'm sure they've lost about 10 seconds, so something's happened to Marla Racing as well. Something to hunt out for. Car looks okay, but something bad has happened to them. Leo Racing Team second, Bila Racing Team Euronics 1 third, 5.5 seconds back. Maniti Racing 17 back, and then Racecraft 26 back with Williams Esports Chill Blast just behind them. Ronan Simsport just behind them, and Bila Racing Team Euronics 2 now down in 8th after that collision that they were caught in as well. And apparently, well, Marla Racing are losing chunks of time. Last time they lost 13 seconds. The last lap was a 2:13.1. So something has happened to Marla on that last lap, and now the lead is just a second. You can see it changing before your eyes. Our director needs to go hunting to find out exactly what's happened there. Burst Esports lead in the 991 category. They've got damage to the front end. Contact. Go Team is just 1.2 back, and then Auris have dropped off to about 7.3 behind them, with Inertia, the last of our pit stoppers last time, at 16 back in 4th. Atlantis, and by the way, Auris were the ones that did a short pit stop as well that last time through, so they are actually artificially a bit further ahead than they should be. Atlantis 5th, WIP.com Volante in 6th, Inertia in Primo de FI in 7th, and YMCA Esports in 8th position. That's the 991 category. And in the GT4 category, it is a Porsche that now leads, just half a second ahead of Squadra Corsa White, who had that 10-second penalty from the start of 15-second penalty from contact at the start of the race, and have basically been so fast in this last stint that they've just completely gained all of that disadvantage back, and are now just half a second off the lead, with BS Competition lying in 3rd position, 2.3 back in that shot. And those three are basically our contenders for the lead, because Talk Freak down 21 seconds on their own ahead of Squadra Corsa Black, 25 back. Then E-Game Racing, DRE Endurance down in 7th position now, and over a minute back with damage after contact, but the Power Motors 8th. And finally in the TCR category, and we're awaiting pit stops from the TCR category still, as well as the GT4 actually. It is Felix Luning aboard the Sim RC car, 3.8 seconds ahead of Squadra Corsa TCR. Alessandro Bachelega was making up time on him, but it's kind of plateaued now. HM Engineering TCR in 3rd position, still with Pure Sim Esports locked on their bumper and being dragged around. Watch out to see how much time in the pits they've saved when the pit stop window opens for them in a few minutes' time. MSI Esports TCR are in 5th position, with Frozen Speed just behind them, and then Simsa about 5-6 seconds back, and Impulse a minute back. So, Mr. Director, what has happened to Marla Racing Team on that last lap? And now under pressure hugely from Leo Racing Team 12. 13 seconds lost, Somil. I'm not sure you're in game, but I think David might be in game. Any answers as to what happened?
I hadn't actually gone to look, other than to see that indicates probably a spin or something to lose more than 10 seconds. Yeah,
but a spin with or without contact to another driver, because suddenly then you're talking about a spin and a penalty as well, and the car doesn't necessarily look that great.
I managed to find it. It was in the first sector of that lap, and here's the replay of it, going 3 wide. They just get clipped on the rear from one of the SRC Squadra Corsa GT4s. I struggle to blame, and then not the greatest rejoin ever, actually, from Sammy Matty Trogan there, who found himself nose to nose with a 991 car. You know, he saw it was going to be 3 wide to go around the outside there. Maybe needed to leave just another metre or so, because then he got tagged on the rear and it sent him around.
Now, it's interesting, isn't it? Because like a triple stint in real-world motorsport is pretty rare. You wouldn't necessarily see it done that often, as we've got side by side for the lead now. I just wonder whether Artur Liuk and Sami Trogan here are kind of displaying a little bit of fatigue, and there's a contact there with the TCR car. Somehow the TCR car stays out of the side window of the Leo Racing 12, but that was super close, and there was contact with Matti Trogan as well. I think Sami Matti may have had to do a bit of an off track there to avoid it, but wow, that could have been a huge accident for our leaders, and somehow survived. Look at this again, Somil.
Absolutely intense racing. That's some good awareness by all of them to avoid the major damage, but goodness me, that could have been far, far worse. But you're right, Ben. Simon Matti Trogan clearly feeling the pressure, and traffic driving is what wins you or loses you the race.
But look, this is just clumsy. Okay, it's a very busy track at this particular point in time, but, you know, he would have seen that there was 3 wide going on, and he just didn't,
as well.
He didn't give enough room to the guys on the inside, and I just wonder whether they're trying to do a triple. You know, it's so mentally intense driving on these sims at this level, banging it, being so precise. I just wonder whether a 3-hour stint is really something you should do.
Well, it all comes back to our point as we see Leo Racing Team finally get the lead on their hands. And this time it's not a net lead, it's the real proper actual lead, because Williams also, remember, they had that accident. So Burst Esports, not Burst Esports, I beg your pardon, Leo Racing Team have been crowned as your leaders. But coming back to that point that we made, Ben, be kind, give space to people.
Yeah, I mean, as David says on our chat, they may not have known that there were 3 wide going into the corner, but ultimately it was a very congested racetrack. There was lots going on, and you need to be careful. You need to be, and I think in the first or second stint he would have been careful, but it's just these silly mistakes coming in with incredibly good drivers, and I just wonder whether they should be doing doubles, not triples. If I was a team manager, I think that's where I'd be looking at the fault, to be honest, is a little bit of mental fatigue. Little mistake there from Camillo Pizzoli, just losing a little bit of ground as our leaders slice past them. But ultimately, looking like we might see a change for the lead in GT4. Ashley Finch forced out wide by the GT3 cars, and suddenly from a gap that was about a second to nothing, as now the Biela car comes through as well and pushes the Porsche a little bit wide. That's going to allow the BMW to carry way more speed, and surely now this is going to be a change in position, and Squadra Corsa White are going to be back up into the lead of the race, where they have been since the start. And if it wasn't for the penalty, that's where they should have been. And now they are back there again, and Pure Simsport put themselves to the outside around Luffield. No point in doing that. It's not going to happen. You might as well just fall into line, regather, and let's see what Ashley Finch can now do. Teammate Matthew Turnbull, the star of the race for me so far. Ashley not quite with the pace, but now at least he's got a big BMW-shaped slipstream to follow.
Yep, Pure Sims and SRC have been battling it out from the very first corner of the race with that incident that Squadra Corsa had. Team Pure Sims, and now this battle has just been escalated into a new gear where the lead battle is completely taken off. Almost around halfway stage then, so still ample of time to see how this thing develops and materializes into a rather good one. But if you take a quick look behind, there's also a rather familiar face in the background with BS Competition also in this fight. Don't count them out then. It's going to be a 3-way scrap at the very end.
Yeah, BS Competition with Nils Koch doing a pretty good job holding on. Now with a 20-second advantage over Talk Freak. So really these are the 3 for the lead as the leading 991 car slices its way through. And of course that also changes depending on the amount of fuel taken in pit stops. And we did see a very short stop for Ori's racing team. John Rodriguez now aboard that car versus a more conventional stop for Burst, but their first stop was short, and therefore Burst have been out for 14 laps in this stint, whereas some of the others have only done 6 laps on their stint. So quite a difference in strategy starting to play out in the 991 category. In a way that we're not seeing that variance in the GT3 cars, are we, Samuel? It's just that we've got some guys on one set of tyres and some on a set of tyres that was on 2 stints.
Exactly, yeah. That's where the difference has been quite clearly. So there are more variations in some categories than others, but it's eventually turning out to be quite a fun thing towards the very end, where all the strategies rather just come together towards the very end, and we have a lot of things to watch out for. But Beeler Racing Team Euronics, Ben, they have been late bloomers in this championship. Now then, Sven Haase has turned out to put up quite a show early on in Beeler Racing Team Euronics in the thick of it. And the interesting thing is Marla Racing Team with the damage and also having the double stint being having slightly worn out tyres in comparison to Beeler, they're going to be clobbered up. And look at how much time Beeler has gained. 5 tenths in a couple of corners. They're going to be swallowed up.
That was brave from Sven Hasse, though. He really threw it down the inside of that TCR car and had a bit of faith that it didn't turn in, because I think if I was in that TCR car, I would have turned in. We're now getting very close into having a pass, I reckon. Sven Hasse lining up Sami Matti-Trogan, who definitely has damage. I would say that both Marla and Williams are running with damage now, and they will be looking forward to getting into the pits as soon as they possibly can. And actually, David, is there a bit of flexibility and strategy? Could they come in a little earlier, or are they really kind of stuck to this hour-by-hour mark? How much flexibility would they have to come in and just get in as quickly as possible to get that car fixed?
Not a whole lot, and it's going to cost them at the moment here, because realistically the longest we've seen anyone go to a stint in GT3 is 31 laps. That's basically 62 minutes. So they've only got 2 minutes either side of the hour to play with. That means they'd have to wait until there was maybe 3 hours 6 minutes remaining before they could come in without forcing themselves into an extra pit stop. There really just isn't much leeway either side of the top of the hour in GT3. Unlike every other category, it gets a little bit more flexibility to come in early or leave a shorter run till the end or something. GT3, they're just so close to that exact hour mark that there's only so much they can do about it. And the other problem with the Audi R8 GT3 is you really can't do any repairs to the rear wing, so that's a problem for others. The rear wing looks pretty straight, pretty flat for Marla. It's Williams that I'm worried about what repairs might or might not be doable for their car.
Well, definitely not with the pace that it used to have. Of course, let's not forget that Marla are on the second stint on these tyres, whereas the guys that are passing them, that are around them, are on their first stint. And we did see quite a big difference, especially when the fuel started to burn off in the second half of the stint. If you remember with Marla, the second half of their stint on the new tyre was much faster than the first half when they were carrying lots of fuel. So this is the time where the strategy is playing against Marla, and that is why we're seeing Leo Racing Team into the lead ahead, but not much, to be honest. They're there, aren't they? Just there in front of screen. So timing wise, my timer, timing screen is frozen. So it's I'd say about 2 seconds or so. And then Beeler have passed, but not scampered away yet. Sven has, with Sami Matti-Trogan, and they're 15 seconds ahead of Maniti Red. So still plenty of breathing space. Of course, Maniti Red are also in the same situation in terms of tyres, second stint on the tyres, so they will be fading into Racecraft and Williams Esports Chill Blast. Now, Arthur Yoke did a 2:00.727, so I would suggest that it's less about damage and more about tyres, as we've got lots going on here, and Arthur Yoke's been forcing himself down the inside of yet more cars and being very, very aggressive with the traffic. It doesn't... I suppose he needs to push because he needs to get those points for Williams. But that was the 907 Go Team Racing that he was being particularly bullish with. And Go Team are they're trying to close down the 2.2 second gap that they have to Burst, which will be the next car that these guys encounter. Just going through the shop now.
All Swedish outfit Go Team Racing doing quite a good job in the 991 Cup category. But then again, when the faster guys come out, even though they have damage on the rear wing, well, they do push around quite a fair bit.
a much more simple move there. And Williams are still carrying on with that sport. John Vining in the tow, able to follow. If you are looking for the live timing link, there it is on the bottom of your screen, live.neo-endurance.com. That's where you can find live timing. And just helps us colour the race a little bit. We're starting to calm down. There's a good little battle here with Williams, Ronan, in fact Biela in there too. Oh, and Biela, the other Biela, having to force its way down the inside of a slow Mercedes going into Copse. No, it wasn't going into Copse, was it? It was going through the first corner, so that was pretty brave. And good to see that Semi-Manny Trogan is actually able to hold on to the Biela Racing team, even if the passes looked pretty simple, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly. Semi-Manny Trogan is nursing that car up away, and he's not backing out without the fight. That's a good thing about the Marley Racing team, of course. Somewhat of a, what's the right word for that? Subsidiary of the Williams Esports team, a big one. So yeah, it's good to see them all pushing hard and trying to see what they can make of this. Because remember, successful people, successful teams, they make the best of whatever they have, regardless of the situation that they have been in. And as Racesport TV's very own Paul Smith would say, treat it as a new race altogether. That's what they're doing right now.
Now, is it time, David, for more pit stops? We should be seeing the TCR and GT4 cars soon, shouldn't we?
Yeah, again, I think they're going to want to get to the halfway point in this race, to the top of it, with 3 hours to go. You remember most of them, almost all of them in both classes there, went longer than 90 minutes on the first stint. They're going to want to do that again to get to the halfway point of the race. Then that leaves them with 1 stop left to go. So I think we've actually come back around to it all syncs up between the classes with 3 hours to go. I'm not really expecting any scheduled stops for the next 15 minutes.
Okay, so yeah, of course my maths is completely rubbish. Yeah, they did it in the 90, so we're going for another 90, which is another. Yeah, this is the midpoint of the race where everybody comes in at the same time, isn't it? Basically, and we get pit stops from everyone.
My abacus was a bit rusty earlier on, so yours will catch up, I'm sure.
Somil, we have a multitude of different GT3 cars on offer in iRacing. Why have we ended up with only 2 of them racing in the 24H series?
Because that's because the series started early on in the year, right? That's when we had these 3 cars that were updated to the latest spec, because the BMW Z4 was, I think, around 2012. Same can be said for the McLaren MP412C, as I avoided saying the Jeremy Clarkson accent, and even the Ford GT for that matter. So the Ferrari, the Audi and the Mercedes, I spy no Ferrari here, but nevertheless, these 3 cars were the ones that were updated to the 2017 spec of GT3 cars in iRacing. That's why they have been chosen. Teams have opted against the Ferrari because it hasn't been favoured much in the BOP. It's been touted as a straight-line merchant of sorts recently, so that's why everyone has gone for either the Audi and the Mercedes. And yes, as David has likely mentioned, it's like the Bathurst 12 hours. It was on the wrong side of the GT3 homologation census date. It's exactly what's happening right here. And so, the Audi being as favoured as it is in the BOP of iRacing, that's why most teams have gone for this one. And some teams that wanted to go for the alternate way, try to go for a stable car, have gone for the Mercedes AMG GT3. But the stability has ended up with low speeds as well. So what's happened here, Ben, is there are a lot of other championships. We are seeing the M4 GT4, the new prototype one, that seemingly drives a lot like, I don't know, the M8. That's what a lot of people are saying. That's coming in recently, along with the Huracan GT3, which is the sister car of the Audi. The fun part is, the Audi has also been tweaked to make sure that the chassis and the handling is a bit more similar to the Lamborghini, because, let's be honest, in real life, they are virtually the same car with just a different bodywork and a few minor other things changed left, right and centre. So that's the thing happening here. Top monologue.
It is a bit of a shame that, and also it does seem to happen even in the special events, that ultimately these teams analyse and have so much time to work out what the best solution is for that particular race, you always end up with just the same car because everyone's got to the same conclusion.
Exactly. And we saw that last week when we had the Ivory GT Sprint broadcast on Race Sport TV. That's, I think, the first proper competitive race that we had with the new GT3 cars coming in. And approximately out of 12 or 13 teams changing their cars, 10 of them went to the Lamborghini, and that included teams going from BMW Z4 to the Huracan, which is a completely different car, different philosophy. You're going from a front engine, a more stable car with a more top speed, to a proper ferocious Lamborghini that is mid-engine and hard to handle in corners, much like the Audi. So that happened, and eventually it was indeed the Huracan who won the race, and one M4 who got the win towards the very end, because the M4 wasn't overpowered in any aspect, but was the best of all worlds, you could call it that way. So yeah, indeed, teams are eventually coming up to a similar situation, but as BOP changes, as iRacing puts more of attention on it, we could end up seeing a lot more drama coming up towards Daytona, which is what, a couple of weeks away?
Yeah, 2 weeks before the first of these special events for 2021, and Daytona 24 hours. All the amateur teams, all the professional teams will be preparing for that. Of course, a very unusual Porsche Esports Super Cup this year, in that it's basically running the first half of the year. We've had the first round on Saturday, and we'll, I think, be finished. The championship will be finished about the same time as this championship finishes in April. So the second half of the year for the world's leading iRacing guys is going to be quite interesting. I know there's a few things lined up for them, but it's a very different year in prospect.
Yep, 2 World Championships coming up in perspective. There's going to be the one that's currently going on. It started yesterday, the Porsche Tiger Esports Super Cup. So much debate about that recently, about who's going to win, who's not going to. And also, we have the Dallara IR01, which has stirred up a few conversations, to say the least, Ben.
Yeah, what a beast. Absolute crazy car. And be very, very interesting to see how that kind of mixes up the apple cart, because ultimately driving a GT3 spec machine is very different to driving a single-seater. And, you know, we saw Martin Conke for years dominating in single-seaters when we had the World Championship in single-seaters. But since it moved to the Porsche, we haven't really seen that same dominance. And maybe it's the car, maybe simply the car will change the order of things.
And also, okay, I've got a conversation to talk about, as we see Ronan Simsport and Biela Racing Team Euronics 2. Biela, of course, recovering from that initial incident with Williams. But I'd like to know everyone's opinion on this, David, you as well. But there are rumours, if not rumours, there's just some concrete actions being taken that makes it seem like all the World Championships are naturally going to be very similar, if not completely single setup events, like spec events properly. And some World Championship drivers have had a lot of outrage about that. In ovals, it's going to be even more crazier. I can't imagine an oval championship being single setup. But what about road courses? It seems that the Dallara IR01 has very limited capabilities in terms of how you can set it up. David, we'll start with you.
I mean, I think I'd echo everyone else who said that when you take away the setups, you take away a lot of what makes it a professional world championship. I mean, if they can't be, you know, trusted or expected to work on and fine tune some setups, who can be?
Yeah, I mean, I would suggest that if you want to be a world championship, then setup is part of it. It's great to have fixed setup races, and for people like myself who don't have very much time to go racing, I'd never enter a race which is an open setup, because I know that I'm not going to be as competitive, because I haven't been able to spend the hours and hours and hours to get that setup working. But for a world championship, for professional drivers that are earning money from doing so, they should be having the time to be able to set the car up, and therefore, it should be open. And as you say, oval racing on fixed setup will be be a lottery basically.
Exactly.
A little bit of luck, a little bit of strategy and cool-headedness, but ultimately a bit of a lottery.
But I'm definitely not against championships that run with the cars that have limited modifications in the setup. When I used to drive the Porsche Cup car here a little bit more, I quite liked that you couldn't change a whole lot with the gearing or the aerodynamics, but you might just play around with the rear anti-roll bar depending on the weather, depending on what kind of characteristics to the car you like. So I'm very much okay with cars where a lot of the stuff is fixed down and there's only a few things that you can change just for a driver comfort, driver preference kind of thing, how pointy you do or don't like the car. Some of the championships at sim racing or real world where quite a few things are spec parts create some of the best racing.
Yeah. Yep.
But you wouldn't want to prescribe wing levels or tyre pressures. Leave little things there up to what the drivers want, what the teams want, what they're comfortable with.
I guess what they're trying to eliminate though is the teams are spending so much time able to almost manipulate the software to be able to do clever things that they're trying to eliminate those kind of cheats, if you like. And in a way that will work, but I don't know, it sits weirdly with me. Maybe there should be, like there is in many of the championships, a fixed setup championship and then an open championship, and you have different champions.
I think it also brings it up to the point what David mentioned before we started the broadcast, didn't it? About how Coanda just found I wouldn't say a loophole, but just a way around that helped them get the top 11 positions in qualifying in the Porsche Esports Super Cup World Championship.
A solution, but ultimately...
Solution, that's the right word, yeah.
Yeah, and it was a solution. It's a solution that would never work in real life, but that doesn't matter. This is sim racing, and it wasn't a cheat because the software allowed them to do it. And the problem is there are so many of those abilities in the kind of the makeup of iRacing. There are these little loopholes and things that people are able to do, and then people who don't realise it get all upset and start moaning, and then starts to become a toxic place. That's not how you do it, John Vining. Big chunk of curb taken on the left-hand side at the end of the lap, and that will have upset the suspension of that Mercedes. I've driven a Mercedes around here and done exactly that, and it definitely does not help it. He's still just about keeping up with the Williams car, and I almost feel like the Euronics car is behind because of that spin or that contact. But you get the feeling that Euronics 2 should be able to pass Ronin Simsport. This is certainly not working out as it should do for the Mercedes. They really are not showing at all. The other two are well down the field, and only really this one able to show any kind of pace, but still at the moment 30 seconds off the lead, which is held by Leo Racing, 1.4 ahead of Biela, and Mahler have dropped to 4. We're coming into that pit stop zone soon, so David can get his trainers back on, start parading the pits, because we're going to have everybody into the pits. Weeks. Simil's been watching the chat. He's an expert at watching the chat, and we've got some guests, got some people watching.
Yep, seemingly we have Max Verstappen in the chat. So hello, Max. Good evening.
Yeah. Is it Max? Is it not? Is it Lando? Is it not? Always get those guys. The last time I heard, Max Verstappen was in the Brazilian jungle.
Yep.
So if he's managed to find reception enough to watch the 24H series, then
not?
well done to him. I don't know.
But he has raced in Sports Car Open before. It's one of several things that pique his interest.
Oh goodness me, David. Wordplay. Beautiful.
I'll be here all week.
That was a good little battle, by the way, going. We switched and watched for a moment. Burst Esports leading Go Team by just 0.3 of a second in the 991 category. And then the battle for third is pretty good too, because Inertia are only 0.6 of a second behind Ori's racing team. So Simone Lynch. Now, They were the earliest stoppers? Yes. Yes, they've done 24 laps on these tyres. They stopped 4 laps before the Go Team car. So knowing how much these tyres wear, I would put my money on Burst Esports losing the lead in the next couple of laps before we go into pit stops again.
Yeah, Burst had to pit much earlier, didn't they? They had lesser fuel on their car. They had to back everything in, and that's what's allowed Robin Austin to come in. At this stage, it's just a case of momentum right now.
Just catching the Cayman at the wrong moment there. Maybe just had to get out the throttle a little bit. It's also carrying a bit of damage to the right front. I wonder how much that's affecting the way the car feels. It was just the lightest of touches, if you remember, going into maggots. Enough to just pull off the right front corner of that 991 car. Probably not any suspension or steering or anything like that, but it certainly will make it not drive as fast, I would have thought. And Ori's Racing now come into the pits, so actually their strategy of short filling has not worked out at all. It's 6 minutes ahead of the hour, and they are now going to have to do certainly a full fill, and it might take until the very end of the race for them to get that strategy back into play. Remember, they were at the front of this field as well, battling with these two.
Indeed, yeah. Interesting to see how much they push the track limits, though. Robin Austin using every single millimetre on this track as well, in fact, just going wide and getting on the AstroTurf. And that can be a bit of a risky part, mind you, with the Porsche when you don't really have the traction control. And quite frankly, you are the traction control in this car.
Yeah, you certainly need to open the steering out, and if you do go onto the runoff areas, just allow yourself to run wide. If you try and hold the car and got a little bit of weight on the outside of the car, you're trying to steer it whilst you're running wide and unsettling it, that's when you spit yourself onto the other part of the track. This is looking good for Robin Usland here. Again, Simon Lynch just getting caught out by the traffic at the wrong moment. Is Usland going to go down the inside? Sees the TCR car. Oh, runs deep and allows the GT3 car to come through. Is he now going to try and follow that car through? This could be a very clever little strategy. TCR car out the way. GT3 car taking the apex through the left-hander. And I thought Usland had that. I wonder whether he has the pace. He's just decided not to pass at the moment. Is he doing fuel saving? It's something that we've seen quite a lot of in this championship. I mean, it's obviously not as necessary for Silverstone, knowing the strategy. But what do you think, Simon? Is he fuel saving? Are we trying to stretch out this stint a bit longer?
It should work ideally, because we have seen some track position advantages that were gained by Burst Esports in this very class early on. But I think the 911 GT3 Cup class is more dictated by tyres and how quickly they wear off, because they have a big drop-off or cliff, that's what drivers like to call it, midway through. So the car has been made more stable under braking, but the tyres really, when they go, snap of the finger and they are gone. So I think they're more dictated by tyres, but yes, fuel saving can always help you out, extending your strategy. But I know it may sound like a very vanilla answer, but it depends on how well you are at that and what are the right slots where you do it, because eventually you are losing time on track. Is it just enough to do it on the pits then? Is there enough of a game?
It just doesn't look like Robin Usland here is really wanting to pass. He's stronger through so many of the sections. He's so close to Simon ahead of him, but ultimately seems to just be coming out of the throttle and not throwing it down the inside like you would expect. Last time we came through here, he had a much better run of things onto the hanger straight. Then going into Stowe, you expect him to pass. He just didn't. Let's watch again. Is it the same deal? Closer this time, has a little sniff down the inside, not quite close enough to get the overlap. That was kind of a half-assed attempt, Robin. It wasn't like a full-blown attack, was it? And again, we've got traffic to contend with. GT4 Squadra Corsa car, and that's not going to open the door up for Burst Esports. And look how much he's compromised here. Surely now you just drive past, Robin. No, he's had to get out the throttle as well. And is he going to be brave enough to go down the inside into Abbey? Yes, he does. But he's compromised on the line now. And certainly for the next couple of corners, he's going to have to work again to get back onto the tail of Simon Lynch.
I quite understand Robin's philosophy and approach right here. There just isn't a need to. Because as long as he's not losing time to the other guys behind him, why would he ever want to go in the lead? Because eventually he's just losing fuel in the draft. So if he can maintain that gap to the drivers behind and still stay there, quite a good working policy.
It does seem to be a thing, though, doesn't it? At this point of the race, we've seen it in both the 2 rounds before. It really does settle down in the middle part of the race, and everyone's just banging in their laps and being careful and not trying to make a pass and get away. The first stints are quite frenetic and the last stints are quite frenetic, but the middle part of the race really does settle down, and we're nearly at that midpoint, just a minute and a half away from halfway of this 6-hour race around Silverstone, round 3 of the championship, and we will go to Monza and Barcelona, and then Spa to finish off the season. A 12-hour race at Spa, so I'm hoping that we'll have a few more guests on the broadcast to be able to fill in. Quite sure I can do 12 hours myself. What's David chatting about on our chat?
Well, we've got Burst Esport from Denmark. We've got Go Team Racing, who look to proudly have the Swedish flag on their rear wing end plates. 2 countries that don't share a border, but they share a bridge and quite a bit of history.
Absolutely. That's lots of. We've got quite a few Finnish teams as well, haven't we? Inertia is mainly Finnish. Plenty of Scandinavian representation in the 24H series, which is good. I didn't actually count the different flags on the entry list, but there's a huge amount of drivers from all different places around the world. Not too many outside of Europe, to be fair, but fantastic to see. And I wonder whether we'll see a few more 24H series virtual races, as we saw in 2020, with the real world drivers coming in, and I competed in the first one in Monza. Still a very, very highly talented field of drivers, but quite a few more real world drivers outside of this, which is purely for sim drivers. And those Burst Esports tyres are really giving up the ghost now. He just struggled to get the power down coming out of the hairpin, and that's allowed Robin Ostlund to draw back onto the rear bumper. But again, nope, not going to go down the inside here. Just going to come off the throttle, blend nice and carefully, and keep following you and keep pressuring Simon Lynch maybe into another mistake, as we now click into the second half of the race and pit stops are happening. We've got Maniti Racing Reds into the pits, having done their double stint on their tyres. They want to get those off and get some new ones on straight away.
Certainly do. Ronin Simsport are on the lane as well. Glacier Racing and then Mercedes, you can see on the lane there as well. For quite a few of the GT3 teams, this isn't going to be a tyre change, isn't going to be a driver swap, it's going to be fuel only in the middle of their stint. But for Glacier, I have a feeling like they might be going to go for tyres, but there's a swap for the 991 class lead.
Oh, finally, he's made it stick on the hanger straight. This is where he's been strong. He's always been better through Maggots and Beckett's, but Burst have got the inside line. No, Simon Lynch gets out of the throttle and the position changes, but surely in a few seconds' time, these guys are in the pits, I imagine. Maybe Robin is now going to do a couple of full power laps and just give himself a little bit of breathing space before they come into the pits. They would usually do... Are they doing 30 laps as well, David?
30, 32, 33, 25. It's all across the stint lengths for these cars, but yeah, they can definitely... the longest stint I can see is 32 or 33. Go Team Racing currently 25 in, Burst currently 29 in.
Yeah, so I think that Robin's got another 5 laps in him to get a bit of a lead and advantage here, whereas Simon is going to be wanting to get into the pits this lap or next and get himself out of that car and get those tyres off. We are going to see Maniti in the pits for a long time because they didn't do a pit stop tyre change last time through. Traffic, TCR traffic to contend with for these boys as well. Not too frenetic though, not like we see at the start of the race where they're all bunched together. And that has been successfully cleared for a bit tight. We've got a couple of GT3 cars coming through as well, so those boys really need to be careful as to where they're putting the car. Be predictable, I think, is the best solution when you're in a slower car this summer.
Exactly, just don't want to make it too hard for the other guys trying to pass you around them, because the guy behind, they have no clue about what you're going to do next, and then naturally they're making a move on judgment, quite like the Red Camel Esports car right now. Then they're having to pass the burst car and then go team racing while being in a fight.
Yeah, that's the Ronin Simsport Mercedes that has pitted, and the Red Camel Esports car owes us a pit stop still. So very early stop for the Mercedes, and John Viney's still aboard that car, but yeah, very impatient to get past the orange machine, because ultimately he has a much faster car and should be running ahead. But of course, that's the way the pit stops pan out sometimes, and interesting to see that Mercedes in so early on. Still giving him a lot of hassle as they come over the start finishing straight on the inside line, and that Mercedes desperately trying to get past. Now they can't rely upon the traffic to help him. He's going to have to do it all himself, dive down the inside somewhere, but you would expect it to be a relatively easy pass, although actually at least Red Camel now have their more professional esports driver in the car, rather than Rick Broikers, who really is taking very well to the world of esports racing, but doesn't have the same pace or experience than Jan, who's in the car right now.
A quick word on the pace that's going around there. Marla Racing Team still doing relatively normal. The Bieler cars have been doing around 2 minutes and 7s, because they, of course, they recently took tyres in the last stint, so that's Bieler Racing Team, Euronics 1 and Racecraft Esports. But yes, the Williams Esports Chill Blast Team and Bieler Euronics 2 are now making their way in the pit lane as it happens.
Yeah, so let's not forget then that Williams, most of the cars took tyres last time, so they probably will be single stinting, and the Marla Racing Team is the team that will not be. So Marla will be in the pits for a lot longer. MSI Esports Red in the penalty box. I didn't realise they had a penalty, Dave. What was that for?
Great question.
Car 43.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, just 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. And it was for running a little bit deep and hitting the number 9 car.
Williams also taking a penalty. Was that from that last crash as well?
I'm looking.
Yeah, because they had that contact early doors, and that was a slam dunk penalty. But the second accident they had around Maggots and Beckett's, I didn't really feel as though they deserved a penalty, although I suppose he might have been a little bit over-ambitious. Either way, it looked as though he was into pit lane, and this is a replay of him going into the pit lane.
Yep, so on the left there, that is the penalty area. The drivers stop there, serve their time, and then continue on to the service area. I mean, I can read you the wording on the penalty for the number 1, and it's car number 1 makes it 3 wide, making contact with the 136, a TCR car, second infringement in category, and I think that took it from a 10-second penalty to a 25-second penalty for the number 1 car.
Ouch! So double whammy, damaged car, spin, and a 25-second penalty. Artiliuk is now out of the car, by the way. Martin Christiansen has taken over, and they are, I mean, they're in the points still. They're going to pick up some points, but they are really now at the tail of the field. And remember, the Marla car is also now in pit lane. He's going to have a longer pit stop than most if the pit stops stay as is. And we've also got the 991 cars coming into the pits. That's an interesting little combo that's going on there. A bit of a love child.
No, I've worked it out. That is an Audi RRS11. Double LMS.
Double LMS. Yes. What's he doing there? His pit box isn't there. That was car 185, I think. Oh no. Yeah, frozen speed. That seems a bit odd. Why is there?
Can happen if we've got more cars than there are pit bays is that the cars right at the end wrap around to sharing pit stalls with the cars at the front.
Okay, that makes sense. Right then, Andrea Boccia is in the Marla Racing Team. Number 36 Audi R8 now comes out of pit lane. It's been a long stop because he took the tyres, as have not many others. Miniti, I think, were the other ones that did.
Yep.
Although, saying that, Miniti Purple didn't that last time. Miniti Red did, but Miniti Purple have changed back to a different strategy again. So all sorts of things going on there. Still waiting for pit stops from Racecraft and EFP. And then we'll have a workout as to where everybody stands after the latest penalties and pit stops, because I think it's going to be quite a mixed-up order. Remember, at the start of the race, it was all about Marla and Williams. The two of them are out front checking out, but suddenly, with all the various dramas that we've seen, it's now falling... Well, I think it may well go to the hands of Leo Racing. They will be the ones that will be at the head of the field. Bealer Euronics won, David. They had quite a short stop, quite a long stop, 55 seconds. Is that due to damage repair?
I would think that 55 seconds would say they took tyres but not a full tank of fuel. Like they went 5 seconds short on the fuel while taking tyres. That's what I would guess, seeing a number like that.
15 seconds less of fuel, wouldn't it? Because a full stop is 109.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, okay. Two tyres? We've seen some teams do 2 tyre pit stops.
Okay. Interesting.
I'll wind the tape back because it'll be interesting if that's what they have done.
Okay. Sven Hasse, we're watching him now. In the pits for 55 seconds. So a pit stop with just fuel would be 41-ish seconds, and a pit stop with full tyres would be 1 minute and 10-ish. So we've got Miniti Racing Red that did a 105. So that's a slightly shorter stop. Weird. And then Sven Hasse did a 55. So 2 little things for David to go digging around about. This is endurance racing after all. It's as much about pit stop lengths and how much fuel you save and your tyre strategy as it is just literally getting through traffic and overtaking. And we're still waiting. I mean, after 10 minutes of being in the second half of this race, for Racecraft and EFP. So they're going super long, but probably this lap will be their pit stops. And we're starting to see the 991 cars also doing their stops, as well as, of course, on this round of stops, the TCR cars and the GT4s as well. Here is Racecraft.
Racecraft pitting in much later on as usual, 2 laps ahead of the regular field. That's what they've done. They have been managed to save a lot of fuel there, Racecraft, as they did the last time on Sebring, didn't they?
And what would be the advantage of doing that, Summer? What do you think why they're doing it?
They can go with the ultimate push towards the very end with no need to fuel save at all. When the others are trying to manage their tyres and their fuel, Racecraft will be right there, ready with it. But remember, Arla also, they'll be having fresh tyres for the final stint, but they are not as good on fuel as Racecraft are.
Okay, so they really can dial up to 10 and absolutely push. The Audis have the ability to change the fuel maps, because some of the cars do, don't they, and some don't.
Yep. I'm not completely sure about that, but I've heard things.
You've heard things?
I've heard that some cars have fuel maps when the others don't, but I haven't quite been able to check it out myself. I'm more of an MX-5 driver.
Could I recommend you driving some other cars that we commentate on, just to give us a bit more idea of what's going on? I do try my best. I'm pretty sure the Mercedes... Well, no, I know that Mercedes does have a map, because I've driven that car, and it definitely has a fuel-saving map. Maybe chat will help you out. Chat, are you going to be able to give Sumil the answer? As we now
David
switch our attention.
tell you
David,
that
of course he will.
of almost all of the cars that have adjustable fuel maps, in a racing situation like this, you're not going to go away from the highest power map. Your best lap times and your best fuel saving is going to come from having the full power map and lifting and coasting, rather than, you know, trying to use one of the reduced power maps. They really just don't. The compromise they give isn't worth it.
Okay. Interesting. Because certainly something you would use quite a lot of in real-world GT3 racing, switching mainly from the highest power setting down 1 or 2 settings to try and achieve fuel mileage and hit the hours and stuff like that. Not that we necessarily need to do that here, but I'm just curious as to why we've got a couple of cars that are really going much, much longer than others, as we're now a quarter of an hour into this second half of the race, and Christopher Zoschling brings the Simsa Esports TCR car into pits. That is one of the last of the TCR stoppers, if not, I think, the last of our TCR stoppers. So that will hand the advantage back to Jürgen Franke, who's aboard the Sim RC, and he has a 20-second advantage over Squadra Corsa TCR, which also have HM Engineering TCR in their back pocket, basically. And there is HM Engineering with a 991 car ahead of them. Battle for second position, just 2 tenths between Kieran Harrison and Omar Shama. And there is the move. That was aptly timed. Kieran moves himself up into second position. So now we're starting to see different drivers in these cars as well, of course. We are going to end up with different performances from some of our teams, and the positions will ebb and flow once again. Just waiting for the last couple of cars to complete their pit stops, and then we can really have a good idea as to where everybody stands with 2 hours and 45 minutes still remaining. What we probably can do, though, just checking out, yes, we can. Yes, of course. Before I do that, David, as we've got to wait a little bit of time to get everybody's pit stops completed. Halfway through the race, good time to check out off tracks and see how much people have been pushing.
Yeah, exactly, because as I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, for the 6-hour race, the drivers are only allowed 40 off tracks before they pick up a penalty.
Oh, and this is the change between burst and again, side by side, Go Team Racing and Burst was the battle for the lead, and will be the battle for the lead when the rest of the 911 cars come into pit lane. So same driver in the Burst car, but we've got Joachim in the Go Team Racing machine. YMCA now in pits, and Inertia, the 2 Inertia cars, they're always the last ones to pit. They've still got a couple of laps before they will go into pit lane. They're going to be doing some very interesting strategy come the end of the race, both the 902 and the 900 car. But that is now a change for position, and Simon Lynch is ahead 4 laps into his stint. Go Team have just come out the pits, so yeah, they are still getting some temperature into their tyres and getting settled. That's the first lap of the race for Joachim Venstrom. David, back to how many off tracks we've got.
Yeah, so every car is allowed 40 in the 6-hour race, and Race Control give a public notification when the teams cross 20 off tracks. So the teams that have already crossed 20, either before the halfway point or by about now, need to tread carefully from here until the end, lest they get a penalty for abusing the track limits. The very first team to get the 20 warning is the 401 in GT4, and I had the name for that team on the top of my tongue, and I lost it. E-Game Racing, after just 1 hour into this race, had already accumulated 20 off tracks. So they have sunk down the order a little bit, I think, as they realise they need to tiptoe within the track limits to avoid getting a penalty. But critically, some other teams that used up 20 off tracks before the halfway point and now need to be more cautious to the end. Quite a few teams in GT3, so that's Racecraft, Williams and Marla all used 20 off-tracks before 3 hours was elapsed.
Yeah, and of course, quite easy to do that, especially when doing lappery as well, trying to get round slower cars. So tempting to just open the steering wheel and go around the outside of somebody on the grass or whatever, but you're going to get your off-track. There is this battle now for 6th position. So Lewis Goodway aboard the SERIES Esports TCR car, and we saw him battling before the pit stops with somebody else, but now he's with Impulse and Martin Aschert. Nice and close for 6th, but they are quite a way away from the leading pace. As I say, Jürgen Franke and Sim RC with a 20-second advantage. Squadra Corsa TCR really have faded, haven't they? And look at how he closes in onto Cops. Lewis Goodway just 2 seconds behind Pure Sim. And Pure Sim Esports TCR car have actually done 3 pit stops. And so they have done one more than they really needed to have done. Why would that be? That's a bit of an odd one.
I'll quickly go and find it out. I might have made a note of it.
So, right, we're 20 minutes into this stint. Other than Inertia, who have not pitted either of their 996 cars yet, and look as though they're really going for a late as possible, which is interesting because the tyres are obviously holding on to be able to do that. Their pace is good, but still owe us a pit stop. We've got Leo Racing Team in the lead of the race, 12 seconds ahead of Bieler Racing 1, our championship leaders. Racecraft in 3rd position, 10 seconds back from that. And then Bieler 2 is in 4th position with Ronan Simsport slowly and quietly in that Mercedes going up and up the leaderboard. 5th position now for John Vining. Then we have Marla Racing in 6th spot. Of course, they've made their long pit stop and have got a different set of tyres on. So expect them to be, well, last time they were about 15 to 20 seconds across the stint faster, weren't they? So expect them to get up to P3 by the end of this stint, and it'll be interesting to watch them. Maniti Racing, the 2 teammates in 7th and 8th. And Williams now down in 9th position, 51 seconds, as Martin Aschert again looks to the inside and has the overlap. This could be a change of position here, unless Lewis can go all the way around the outside, decides against it. So that is a change of position. Then 6th spot for Impulse Racing now. As we continue to try and work out exactly why Ross McFarlane has done an extra stop in the TCR category. David is prowling the pit lane. In the 991 category then, Burst Esports leading by 1.7 seconds over Go Team, and they are the class of the field now, even with a slowish stop. Ori's racing team doing a stop that was about 10 or 11 seconds faster. They're still 21 seconds back. And then WOIP.com Volante Racing after them on their own, YMCA on their own, and Inertia. Well, the Inertia Imprimo de FI still has now pitted. EuroRC.com has yet to stop, so we're still waiting for them, and they're on a very, very interesting strategy. In the GT4 category, we have Squadra Corsa White back at the head of the field with Emanuele Petri back aboard that car, 3.7 seconds ahead of Pure Sim, with Matthew Turnbull back aboard that car. So very interesting to see what happens with Matthew now in the Porsche. BS Competitions BMW, Ryan Barneveld back aboard that car, 8 seconds behind in 3rd position. Then Talk Freak at 32 seconds back, with Squadra Corsa Black behind them, and then E-Gaming and DRE. We've basically seen a lot of those cars because they've been very, very entertaining. In TCR then, as we've already mentioned, 20 seconds is the gap between Sim RC and HM Engineering. HM only a second ahead of Squadra Corsa TCR. We saw Kieran Harrison making that move earlier on, and he'll start to set about trying to close the gap to Jürgen Franke, but that's going to be huge work for Kieran. And we've got Sten Ledegaard in the Frozen Speed Full Send Racing 185 machine. We still have 45 cars running when we've lost 8 cars. Team Husgeveld didn't manage to get started. MSI Esports Blue had a very unlucky collision after just about 13 or 14 laps, and they decided to retire that car. SRN, don't know why they retired. They were caught up in an accident earlier on, and maybe damage to the car was too much, so SRN have also retired. Leopard Esports Black have retired, and Hell Races, that's a shame, they retired. They retired. Kinetic Racing Velocity also out of this race, and Riley Sim Racing did retire after that big accident earlier on. Any further news on what's going on with Kieran McFarlane and the Pure Sim 116 TCR car, boys?
They are not connected to our voice server here, so almost every other team I could go and poke them for an answer. And the GT4 drivers from Pure Sims are connected, Ashley Finch and Matt Turnbull, but not their TCR drivers of McFarlane, and it was Michael Ivdoka.
Well, that's just useless. Are they not supposed? Do they have to be?
I was of the opinion it was moderately mandatory.
Yeah.
I can maybe find them on another platform. I'll go try that.
Interesting to see that in Race Control's kind of steward's room right now, we've got Williams Esports Seb Hawkins talking to Neil Henken, the boss of the championship. I wonder exactly what's being discussed there. Surely not any more naughtiness from our Williams car. 51 seconds back. It's not been a very good day for Arteliuk. Maybe we should try and get him on to chat with, because he had quite an interesting 3 hours. Certainly time for an interview anyway, David, when you have a moment. As everything's relatively settled down, there's not too many battles out on track. The GT3 class looks very settled. Looking at the the 991 class looks relatively settled right now. Still waiting on Inertia to make their pit stop in the 902 car. They've gone 31 laps now, so surely, here we go, just as I speak, into the pits. But what is the time? We're nearly half an hour into this hour. They've really done a fantastic job. So, Mel, could they be aiming for one less stop in total?
I honestly will be stunned if that happens, but that's going to be very unlikely. On a scale of unlikeliness, I think I'd rather put it at 80%.
Okay, so
I don't think you can actually just cut out a whole stop.
Yeah, no, exactly. But so far, this is their third pit stop, and they've got 10 minutes on each stop. Well, not quite 10 minutes extra. So, yeah, if they got 2 more stops, then they would still be 10 minutes shy of the hour to get the checker flag in. So I think they're just going to do a splash and dash at the end by the looks of things, and maybe not change tyres. So at least they do one stop, which is super fast.
Yeah, that'll give them a lot of momentum towards the very end. They won't have to stop for far too long.
So David's saying that they just need 2 more stops. Doesn't that mean? But everyone just needs 2 more stops, don't they, David?
Yep. Sorry, they do need the same remaining number of stops as everyone else, because my calculator says probably 67, 68 laps to go from here in their class, and the longest they have done on a stint, actually every single stint from that inertia car, has been 32 laps. So no getting to the end from here with just 1 more stop.
No. So the second stop they do, for most people who are pitting on the hour, will be a full fuel, tyre change, the whole works, and that's about a minute. Presumably for them, they could do 6 or 7 laps at the end of the race on worn tyres, and therefore their pit stop would simply be a splash and dash for those remaining 7 laps. Or not even 7 laps, 5 laps.
I imagine that could be very well what they're aiming for, is not to cut out a trip down the pit lane, but to cut out a set of tyres.
Yeah. Yeah, and to be fair, what's that going to save them on on the stint. They will also not need to do a full tank of fuel, so it could be a very short stop. Although, actually, if inertia gone back out already? There they are.
Yep, after just 27 seconds of fuel.
So they're doing it now. So
Maybe.
yeah. So rather than doing it at the end of the race where you really need to push hard, they're doing it now to get themselves into the window for stop. So I'm curious to see this. Will inertia come into the pits? Basically, they'll come into pits on the hour, wouldn't they? They've got about half a tank of fuel in. They'll come into pits on the hour. That's not going to work. Because they would still need... Well, no, that would work, because they'd come into the pits on the hour, at 2 hour mark, and then 1 hour mark, and that would be the end of the race.
But they might have saved Dunks an extreme tyre saving, which is supposedly not the easiest thing to do on the Porsche.
No, but what it means is, right now, they're leading the race by 18 seconds. They've got a huge advantage by effectively saving half a minute by doing a very short stop. Definitely, David needs to go digging. I know they're all Finns and it could be a bit tricky in terms of language, but let's try and find out what's going on, because finally we've got somebody doing something different with their strategy.
Visible confusion.
I mean,
I
the
had
other
a chat
guys.
with them before the start of the race, and I sort of walked in, and there was Finnish flying every single direction, but they are very generous with their time and very good with their English. So,
Well, there you go then.
they're good people.
But you've got no excuse now. You're going to have to. There's a Butler Powell car that we rarely see, and just being lapped. René Butler, broadcaster extraordinaire for another platform, and various other roles in the world of sim racing. And got himself a real world team that competes in the VLN and a virtual team, although he doesn't drive for his virtual team. And the idea is that his virtual team will progress into the real world and then take part in the 24-hour race, and the whole team will be sim racers. That's the idea, including all of the engineers and the staff and strategists and people like that. So don't know if that's going to be something that's on the cards for 2021, because the whole program obviously got severely punished by COVID, but that is his ambition. And as you can see on the nose, the VCO logos as kind of shares the same philosophy as VCO. They like to combine the real and the virtual, and that's exactly what the PAL are doing. Although, to be fair, in this championship, kind of bringing up the rear of the GT4 class at the moment.
Let's just say they're building up, they're growing, and I think there are quite a few teams across categories that are just taking part initially, learning the intricacies of a championship like this one. And learning in the world of sim racing doesn't just have to do with watching the lap times of other teams and seeing where they're going faster, where they're not, but also in terms of how to organize the team and the professionalism involved. And it only happens when you see others do it.
Yeah.
And this is a good platform for that, to be very honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just quickly turning my attention to the lap times of Inertia. Euro RC this is the 902 car that I'm talking about. Last lap 205.639, and there you go. Hugo is reading my mind. Obviously lap 97 was the lap that they were in the pits, but they are pretty much lapping the same as Burst Esports behind. They are really not losing a lot. Now, bearing in mind that Burst Esports behind have 11 laps on their tyres, and in fact and Go Team have got 8 laps, who are in third position. Inertia, we are guessing, did not change their tyres, and therefore their tyres have done 34, 35 laps, and they're still getting the same mileage, same pace out of the car. They only need to do, by my calculations, they only need to do another 20 odd minutes, so only a half a stint and then suddenly they have come from nowhere to jumping into the lead of the race, and at the moment 17 and a half second advantage, a huge advantage. So very, very clever stuff, and hopefully I know that David's disappeared for a moment, so I think he may be going to try and get some answers. Of course, when you're doing a clever strategy like this, you don't tend to want to tell anyone about it, but I'm not quite sure anybody else can replicate it now in these late stages. But fascinating stuff, and exactly what I love about endurance racing.
And it's interesting to see how much they might have saved up eventually, because of course they've had to, but how are they not losing time to the other cars behind them, which is a bit fascinating, because let's be honest, inertia weren't right there in that fight in the fight between Burst and GoTeam, were they?
Because they were saving so much fuel, because they were the first half of the race, they were running pretty slowly, saving. And they suddenly have jumped a huge amount by being able to do only half a stop, effectively.
It's like a sleeping dragon, isn't it? They're sleeping constantly, and then you just have one touch, and all of a sudden you realize, oh wow, that's a proper beast hidden right there. And it's the amazing thing that often gets lost within the timing screens, and we can't quite figure out and put a finger on it. At least early on, that is.
Yeah, no, exactly.
They're very jovial, very conversational before the race, but while it's in progress, they're far more tight-lipped. So I'm sure they're in good company doing that. But those tyres holding together well for you? Yes, it seems so. Shorter run here? Yes, a little bit. That's the word. That's the word from inertia in the 902. Makes sense. I don't think that was anything we hadn't sort of deduced ourselves, looking at the lap times and looking at the pit stop times.
Yeah, it's just the thing that interests me the most is why they've chosen to do it now, rather than keep going with that fuel saving and do it later when the would be even the effect and the need to do a longer stop would be even less. If they did this one stint later, they'd only need to be doing 15 minutes on the tyres, rather than at the moment they kind of need to do at least another 20 minutes to get themselves into the window.
But I think that's probably because they expect the battling to be a lot more intense, so there's a lot more time to be lost on track with traffic coming in and more bigger groups and packs coming up together. So I think they, just like us, have realized that it's going to be far more clean and open at this stage, so might as well jump the gun, bite the bullet, and see how it goes.
Interesting stuff. Well done to the Inertia team for giving us something to chat about and something interesting. Right, pace-wise, Marla Racing, of course, on newer tyres than the guys in front. 6th position for Marla right now. Pace-wise, though, doesn't look much different, does it?
You're correct. Yep, not a major gap right there. Marla and Maniti only 0.6 of a second. Last time on, Maniti just eked out a second worth of a gap from Marla. That's because Maniti went on the fresher tyres, Maniti Racing Red, but Marla seemingly did not, because they of course are heading for a double stint, aren't they?
They're both on the newer tyre. So this is correct. That's the Williams car that's ending their double stint at 2 hours. Yeah. So both of them on the fresh tyres. Correct. Yes. Both of them on the fresh tyres. Maniti 7th, Marla 6th, and they're not that far away from the Ronin Mercedes. Somewhere just up the road there. There it is, flashing through the picture. I would say that Marla have made up on the leader. They've made up about 4 to 5 seconds across this stint, which is nothing when they've been. When it's a 40 minute stint already, so that's not really going the way that you would expect or want them to go. Perhaps the wind a little bit out of their sails after the issues they've had. Certainly, obviously, doing a lot better than Williams. And Williams well back up to speed, by the way. 2004 for Martin Christensen last time through. So 9th position. Just 2.4 seconds back from Maniti Purple, and that will be another place gained from them. And Purple is on the normal strategy, so Purple are on their second stint on the tyres. It's only these two that we're watching right now, Ruben Bonga and Andres Boccia, who have opted for the alternate strategy. And yeah, it doesn't seem to be working out quite as it should do.
But look at this, Ben. Maniti Racing Red, Ruben Bonga, man, he's on fire. He's driving with some brio right here. He's put in a lap time of 1 minute 59.858. And that is on fresher tyres indeed, yes, but the difference between the other teams is not very good. It's only, around 1 second that they are gaining to Leo Racing Team and Bila Racing Team Euronics at the very top, but still, Bonga to the outside line.
Here we go, side by side. Bonga, as you say, definitely the stronger at the moment, and they run side by side all the way through Stowe. Inside line though for Vale, and that is position gained for Ruben Bonga, and he sets off and he just gets the hammer down. So these tyres are working for him in a way that they're not working for Marla Racing. Comes across the line to register a time, because they did the passing, a slightly slower time, but as you say, being in the 59s at this point, and another 20 minutes of the stint where the fuel is getting less, really strong, and what it's interesting, they are able to do this on that first stint of the tyre at this kind of point where the fuel gets to a level, they really are able to push.
Yeah, it's been very interesting to see how these tactics and strategies have played out, but coming back to Marla, well, they're flashing past to get the traffic away, but the case of what could have been, but still they can do quite a fair bit later on.
Now, we were talking about earlier on the TCR car of Kieran McFarlane, and the reason, trying to discover why it had done 3 stops when everybody else in TCR had only done 2. David, what have you deduced?
Well, it took a little bit more snooping, but I did get a word from the co-driver of that car, and exiting the pits from their second stop, they took the pit limiter off too early, got a penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
And so they had to do a full drive-through for that, presumably, rather than just doing a stop and go at the end of their stint.
Because that's an automated penalty, not a 24-hour series race control penalty.
Yeah.
They had to serve it basically immediately.
Great to watch Ruben Bonga, by the way, in the Maniti car right now. Absolutely committed through Maggots and Beckett's, really throwing it over the curbs. Probably too much, to be honest. But just look at the chunk of time that he's taken out of Ronin Simsport's John Vining. Going to come across the line now to register that time, and it's going to be a really good time. Andres Boccia has no answer at all to the pace of a car that we, again, haven't really spoken about throughout the race, and, other than the fact they were on a slightly different strategy to the rest. It's been a 59.7 that last time through from Ruben Bonga, and now, just straight away, no thinking about it, just throws it up the inside of the Mercedes and gets himself up into 5th position. That is decisive kind of sprint car driving at the moment. Now he's a little bit slow off the corner, and he's given that was weird. Had to really defend. The Mercedes looked like it was going to pass, but ended up not passing. But yeah, that lap, Summer, was absolutely spectacular to watch.
The fastest lap for Ruben Bonga in the race, 1 minute 59.760. He's on attack mode right now. He is completely on it, and he's just been liberated at this stage. And if there's one thing I've noticed with Maniti Racing is that they always come up with I wouldn't say a strange strategy, but something that's always different, something out of the box, something rather creative that the others haven't quite opted to choose. They haven't quite opted. Yeah, that was a bit of a filler word right there, but nevertheless, they are coming back with some force, and we saw the same thing in Sebring, only difference being that because they got clobbered up in the mid part of the race, that's why they couldn't quite execute it to perfection, and they only got a rather half-decent result by their own standards. They ended up finishing in P number 3, where they could have had a big shot for the win. Here, it seems to be somewhat different. Perhaps we could see another podium on the cards, if not a win.
Just watch him into Maggots. I don't know I've ever seen anybody take the left-hand sausage curb. He's straddling the sausage curb going through the first part of it, putting dirt and dust onto those wheels and carving through these TCR cars like they are like a knife through butter. As we get round to the second half of the lap, I'll point it out again, but unbelievable commitment. Putting the wheels on the dirt on the left-hand side, instantly turning off the dirt, across the track to take all the curb on the right, with no worry that he's losing grip whatsoever. And now, interestingly, Andres Butcher's now turned it up to 11, and he's done a 1:59.9. So suddenly, these tyres are coming on for these guys. The Maniti car is a couple of laps older on its tyres to Andres. Definitely a moment, about 16, 17 laps into these tyres, where suddenly the fuel goes down enough. There's still good grip in the tyre, and the cars light up. And we're seeing that now at the moment from Maniti, and I think we're going to start seeing it from Marla as well.
Yeah, but the leverage is not going to be with them anymore at the end of this stint, because at the hour mark, remember, we are going to see the GT3 cars come up once again. That's when the double stint properly begins for Maniti and Marla Racing Team. But the others, they're going to be on fresher rubber, mind you.
Now look here. Fully over the curb. Fully over the curb. Unbelievable. Very, very brave and very, very close to losing the car, no doubt. But he is absolutely using all the track and more. And now, most of the time through there, you would use most of those curbs for sure. But certainly, that entry curb on the left-hand side, that's another level.
Yeah, exactly. They're just pushing. They realize that this is the stint, but I just fear slightly, as much as I'm being entertained by this one, that hopefully Ruben isn't pushing the tyres far too much, because then, well, indeed, the others are going to come back and they are going to be fighting. And yes, Maniti and Marla are going to have the edge in the final stint with the fresher tyres on their car, but you don't want to be losing too much. But look at this. Hugo just coming up with a gem of a camera angle to show the level of commitment. That is ridiculously good.
The left-hand tyres were fully over the sausage. Almost ditch hooking like you would in rallying. And again, just beautiful stuff from Hugo. 4 wheels off just fractionally there, but as far as I remember, all of that totally legal. No off-tracks being awarded for that kind of racing line.
Yep, exactly. Just... you're on the edge of it, you are pushing the limits, and you could eventually procure a penalty if you just go far too wide. But again, 20 incident points, you just have to be very, very clean with it. This is just right on the edge here.
So, bit of a push on that lap as well. Only man in the 200s. And actually Martin Christensen was in a 200s as well, down in 9th positions. But so... who is he? He was catching somebody. I thought he was about to pass somebody, but either way, no one anywhere close for the Williams car now.
Also, someone rather special has come up in the YouTube chat, Craig Williams from Craig's Setup Shops, who won quite a few races in the TCR category last year. They're here. Hello Craig, what's up, man? And they're saying that the Maniti car has beautiful sponsors.
Ah, it's really? So at the end, we've got 50 minutes left of this stint, and I think that these boys can get themselves up to P4. Bila Racing in 4th position, 1.9 ahead of Manatee Red. Stier Ledegar facing the wrong direction. On the middle of the hangar straight. What on earth's happened here?
Technical issue. It's the technical issue that's what we're hearing in the chat. Ah, yes, that's a bad one. That just seems to be like the sim shutting down the wheel or something.
Oh, look how it just locks to the left-hand side. No inputs, presumably. Ouch.
And that instantly kills the engine. You see it on the dash. That kind of impact, engine, bye-bye, gone. So that is very, very unfortunate for Full Send Racing. And wouldn't be surprised if we never see that car again today.
No, I mean, you wouldn't expect it, would you? Driving it headlong, flat out into a concrete wall. You really wouldn't expect it. Here is the slightly crooked-looking Williams. Hopes of a victory pretty much faded away. In fact, on this stint, they've lost 5 seconds to Leo Racing. So they started the stint 51 back. They're now 56 back. Marla now just 30 back, so they've gained 8 seconds across this stint. Here is Leo Racing, just 0.6 of a second ahead of Bieler Racing Ironic. So coming to the end of this stint, we're starting to see a little bit of pushing going on, and perhaps some traffic caught in the wrong moments. But Sven Haas really putting pressure now on Leo Racing. We've got still for both of those cars another 10 laps worth in their stint. Even if we've only got 12 minutes left of the hour, they actually can push on quite a lot further. They've got about another 20 minutes left in their stint. So this could be very tasty. Just in the background there, well, actually, sorry, I was getting excited. That was a back marker. 16 seconds the gap between Bieler and Racecraft in third. They've done a very good job of just creeping up the order as we've gone on and on. And now we have a battle for the lead once more. Bieler Euronics 2, 8 seconds behind Racecraft, and they are then just ahead of Maniti Red, who are just ahead of Marla, just ahead of Ronan, and then Maniti Purple. So, as I say, Marla, Maniti, and Bieler is a good battle to going to be very interesting.
One going on here. Bieler Racing Team Euronics 1. Sven Haas are coming up close towards the Leo Racing team. The teammates actually had a bit of an incident with the Williams Esports Chill Blast car when they were trying to pass traffic early on, and they got caught up, had a little bit of damage, and they are recovering to a certain degree. But just take a look at what it feels like to be inside that R8 LMS. Sven Haas is properly on a mission here.
Yeah, absolutely. Does feel like that there's a little slipstream coming. You almost feel it coming off the Audi ahead of him. He's drawing closer and closer, not probably close enough to make a move. Always very late on the brakes and dives down the inside. Where is the other car? He's still hanging out around the outside line, but this is the change for the lead of the race. And Euronics go ahead of Leo Racing. Bieler Racing team it is who take the lead.
No spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers. But Leo Racing team will not let that happen and lie down. Sven Haas are very decisive with the move. Of course, loads and loads of opportunities for it to swap around again, but a very decisive move from Sven. Here's some traffic, which is the first opportunity for Errol to get himself back ahead.
And if you can hear the onboard cameras, if you can hear from the onboard view, it's just Leo Racing team saving. They're lifting and coasting, and as Hugo Luis, our director, has excellently pointed out, they're sometimes clutching under braking, a sign of them just relaxing a little bit, allowing the fuel to be transferred up at a lesser rate. And then that will benefit them with a shorter pit stop that should be coming up in right about 10 minutes. But still...
Well, I don't know, because 10 minutes to the hour, but they've still got 9 laps in the stint. We were kind of talking about the stint lengths being about 30 laps. So I think the window, the possibility is on the hour, but they might push it another 10 minutes or so.
Yep, could be. They are trying to push the limits right now even further on by saving a lot more fuel. But again, certain classes, they are saving while the other ones are just trying to full send and attack.
And Haas is definitely trying to make a gap now, isn't he? It is. It looks like a larger gap than it actually is. Only 0.6 of a second, that gap, but it looks much larger. How has Marla Racing Team got on with chasing down Bieler? It's kind of stabilised, actually. Bieler still 5th position, Marla 6th. But Maniti Red has got ahead of Bieler. So Maniti Red now up into 4th position. Incident points, David, update?
Not really an update, so much as reiterating what I said before, wherein Leo crossed their 20 off tracks at about the halfway point of the race. we're well past halfway, and the Biela 45 that now leads still hasn't accumulated 20 off tracks. So if that becomes a factor in maybe the last hour or something, it looks like the number 45 and Sven Haase have a little more in their back pocket. Also, I was tuning a little bit of radio across some of the different categories and just heard some talk from some of the different TCR teams about when they're saving fuel, when they're not. So that's still a concern for all of them, to make sure that their final pit stop coming up in about half an hour doesn't cost them too much time or track position.
And talking of fuel saving, Inertia Sim Racing Euro RC, the leaders in the 991 category, still lead by 12.2 seconds as we come up to the hour mark over Burst Esports. Remember, they were the guys that came into the pits midway through the hour, and we assume only took fuel in their 27-second pit stop. They're still on the same pace as the guys around them, so they're doing an incredible job. That car usually eats its tyres, but it's working well.
Yep, exactly. They're managing to hold it on and doing an excellent job of the strategy. I'm sure it'll pay off towards the very end, but deferring things, deferring approaches. Not in SimSport then. The Mercedes easily is supposed to be more gentle on the tires, isn't it? They're supposed to have a more friendly relationship with it, being a more smoother car, riding on the curbs and everything. But Ronin still, even though they're disadvantaged by the BOP, the winners of the last race at Sebring are doing quite a good job on the BOP standard, still being number 7. I'm sure they'll be feeling that they've put in the best effort possible, but really not going in their favour with BOP.
I think Ronin SimSport have done a good job in this last stint to hold on to Marla, knowing that the tyres are a very different situation. They kind of let Marla pass, but have been able to stick with them. And, that Mercedes is really punching above its weight, considering the rest of the Mercedes are just nowhere to be seen.
Exactly, yeah. Goes to show how good of an outfit it is, because in Sebring as well, they were punching well above the BOP weight. They were fighting hard. I think they were the only Mercedes who had an excellent run. Quite possibly, it was Inertia Sim Racing as well, where Inertia, of course, pushing the limits and getting to P5 as well. But Ronin, well and truly, the defining car, the one going out there and showing that yes, you can win with a Mercedes as well, as we encounter just a little bit of traffic, not too much.
Yeah, well, the Inertia Imprimo car getting probably boxed in there, following the TCR car, but the two GT3 cars came through and simply didn't allow the 991 car to actually get past. So I had to sit and wait for these guys to come past. Here is Jürgen Franke in the SimRC TCR leader, again dominating that category. They are unbeaten so far, and it looks like that may stay the same again here. They've got a 23-second lap over HM Engineering, and no wonder Kieran Harrison was told to stop fuel saving and to get on, because he's 23 seconds back, and at the moment Jürgen Franke is having it all his own way. 7 seconds is the gap between Squadra Corsa White and Pure Sim in the GT4 category, with BS Competition a further 8 seconds back. So again, Matthew Turnbull doing amazing things in that Porsche Cayman that in anybody else's hands doesn't seem to have the answer against Squadra Corsa BMWs.
Yeah, exactly. Squadra Corsa really have had the edge in that department, and they've actually had quite a good recovery. And also that battle that they had with the Pure Sims car, and eventually, they had this incident early on where the Squadra Corsa White team bunted, if that would be the right word, the Pure Sims car, and then both of them have had such an excellent recovery. So it goes to show the excellent amount of pace that they already had in it. Just a minor inconvenience in their path. Riding on board then with Ronin SimSport in their chase up ahead. They of course are currently chasing the Marla Racing team, not chasing, rather sticking behind, managing everything and understanding how things are going back up. But let's take a quick look back at the very top of the field, because Wheeler Racing Team Euronics, after that pass that they made on Leo Racing Team number 12, have really managed to settle in. A gap of 3 seconds is what they've built up right now. And Leo Racing Team, as Hugo pointed on early on, just saving enough fuel, just settling in, being in a good rhythm. And David, What's going on in here with Leo Racing Team? Do you think there's a tangible benefit to this later on?
Well, I just wanted to wind back to something we mentioned earlier, which was the stop length of 55 seconds for this Biela Racing Team number 45. And, well, I went back and I pulled out my stopwatch. I've used my abacus today, I've used the radio today, and I went with the stopwatch, and it was 12 seconds up on the jacks. So I do believe the last pit stop for this car, they changed just 2 tyres. And don't ask me which 2, because I don't have that information, but if I had to guess, I'd say it's probably the rear 2, but if they pull off this win and we speak to them after the checkered flag, that's definitely, I'll scribble that one down in my notes, something to ask Sven Haase and his teammates if that is indeed what they did.
But that sparks up a rather interesting conversation, doesn't it? The next time they come on in to the pit lane, are they going to go for, again, another 2 tyres, the ones that are the most damaged, or are they going to go for 4 fresh tyres then? Because eventually, of course, the latter will cause them to have a longer pit stop.
I mean,
it opens up a lot of doors.
Strategy option that most other teams haven't gone for is this two tyres thing. They either, you know, change them all or don't bother. But it definitely, you know, pace-wise, they're pulling away from Leo.
Yeah.
He didn't get undercut by anyone. So maybe at this point in the race, you know, you can see it's become a bit overcast. The track temperature is around about 22, unlike the 24 that it was earlier. If they got, you know, a couple stints into the race and, you know, took the measurements, did the wear measurement after a double stint and saw, oh, the front tyres are still great, but it's the rears that are wearing down, then maybe, you know, changing the rears be the way to go. Here's a bit of a move shaping up, Sumil.
Yep, indeed, Marla Racing Team looking for something down the inside and definitely getting it done with a statement of intent. Andre Boccia having a bit of a tricky stint after being passed, of course, by Team Maniti, but the battle is not over and done yet, though. The Biela Racing Team Euronics second car, they are still forcing the issue, still not letting Marla Racing Team get to it rather easily. No, don't do that. Not do that. Don't go side by side into cops. Of course they're going to go side by side into cops. And indeed, it's the Biela car that has the position still. That is some intense racing, David, and they're still not done yet. Oof.
No,
proper commitment.
Chopping and changing, going side by side, crossing back underneath each other. All of this brings Ronan into the picture as well. They lost a little bit of time, and suddenly Ronan, who were 2 seconds back, well, they're picking up a little bit of a tow. All 3 in shot down the hanger straight.
Biela coming back with a bit of a fight, but Marla Racing will and truly have got that position done in. If anything has to happen, it has to happen at club right about now, but the gap far too much. And look at this one. The first of the takers in the pit lane for the stops. It is the second Biela Racing Team Euronics car that has come in first. I wonder what strategy they were on early on, because the first team, Biela Racing Team Euronics one, they've got 2 tyres, didn't they?
Yeah, 45 we definitely saw a 2 tyre stop out of, so I wonder what 46 will do at this stop. They have called it a little bit early. This is after only 26 laps, so what they're looking to do is get onto a new set of tyres and be able to undercut those cars that they were battling against, like Ronan, like Marla there, and it's going to be a driver change. Lubomir Shavitz and his huge guns is going to make way for Gregory Tansen.
Let's see how long they in the pit lane for. Here comes the MSI Racing Red Team that have had, let's be honest, a bit of a tricky day so far. But it should be fun then, shouldn't it? Fresher tyres with the Biela Racing Team Euronics car, but they should be struggling towards the very end then, because all the other teams are going to have a bit of a stronghold in terms of tyres. But Biela Racing Team Euronics, they quite clearly will be finding themselves in a bit of a precarious spot, which is quite the opposite of Biela Racing Team Euronics, to do quite the best job towards the end.
This is looking far more like all 4 tyres, of course, which is what you typically expect at a driver change stop as well. So they drop down in the 46. It's going to go back out, try to undercut Ronan and Marla.
David, remind me, did we get to the bottom of the 55-second stop for their teammates from Sven Hasse? Was that a two-tyre?
I think so, and I was hypothesising about which two, and the most likely is the rears, and the only other option I think would be left sides, and I don't think that really works at a track like this, so it's probably two rears, but the way that they're going, and the lead that they've got and are extending, well, it's more likely than not that they are going to be one of our post-race interviews.
Yeah, it definitely didn't harm them, did it? They gained 15 seconds by doing so, and looking at the pace of that car, at the end of its double stint now, it's still able to be just as fast. So certainly something that perhaps the other teams should be looking at to try and replicate if they can. Their teammate hasn't, because their teammate, having just come out the pits, did a full service. So it will be very, very interesting to see. There is the Miniti Red of Ruben Bonga that we was starring. He will be needing to do a full service as well. No, sorry, a shorter service, because that's a second stint on those tyres. So just a 40-second stop. A very quick stop, actually. Back out onto circuit. And this is where Miniti Red and Marla will artificially be up at the head of or closer to the head of the field when we get all of our pit stops cycled through. And of course, we're going to have to wait a little bit, because there are some cars that pitted quite late into the hour. So the likes of Racecraft, for instance, still with 5 laps in hand if they want to go to the full 30. But as you've been mentioning already, with Bila Euronics 2 doing a shorter stop to try and undercut. It's funny how a livery can make a car look totally different, isn't it? That car, to me, looks more like a slightly squashed Nissan than an Audi, just simply because the livery and the way that it works at the front end of the car.
Interesting perspective, but I see that, and especially the black around the rear wheel arches also makes them, I don't know, look taller, more hunched. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I'm glad you're still there, David. You haven't fallen asleep. At least Somil has fallen asleep. You there, Somil? Wake up.
Hello? Nah, I'm right here. Just
it's waking up.
Just checking some other stuff going around with the race so far, but nothing too interesting with the lap timings per se. Just try to have a quick look at the timing sheet, and yeah, nothing special. Nothing that could really raise a major eyebrow. We are seeing, of course, a couple of stops here and there with GT3s and the 911 GT3 Cup car. WIP Volante Racing, of course, also having their stop right there. And I'm afraid we haven't spoken about them far too much today, unfortunately, but yeah, they've not really had any major highlights per se.
Yeah,
meanwhile, sorry just to cut in there, but just a very interesting thing. The Frozen Speed Full Send Racing team car, the one that, as the chat would be the first people to point out, they went full send into the wall to a technical issue. They are still on the timing screen. They're not out completely, they're still registered and entered in, but they're, what, 4 laps down? Only 4. Oh no, 22 that is, yeah. Now there's my timing screen just refreshing.
So we're getting Leo Racing Team 12 now in the pits. The pit stops are dribbling in more than they were at the start of the race, where everyone was coming in on the same lap. It's certainly slightly changing now as we get a bit further in. Less than 2 hours remaining of this 6-hour race, and to say, Ariel Bernardi has brought Leo Racing 12 into pit lane for a full service, and let's see exactly what is changed on that car. It'll be interesting to see when we get Bila Euronics 1 in, what they change on that car. There's the full send. Look in the pits, looking very sad for itself.
Oh.
And and Miniti Purple is now in pits, as is Williams. Williams just coming to pit lane with Martin Christensen, and it's not going to be a day where they're going to pick up all of the points. We can have a look inside the engine bay. I tell you what, if that was a real car, that engine bay would not look that pristine, that's for sure.
Only 5 cylinders, isn't it?
It's a Volkswagen 4-cylinder in the TCR car, unlike the 5-cylinder from the road-going car, which I think is also 4-wheel drive or something. The Audi TCR car is really a different body on the Volkswagen Golf. Yeah,
no, it's originated as the Seat Cupra.
Correct.
And the whole Volkswagen group of TCR cars is based on the same platform, same under chassis and everything, and it's just got different bodywork on it. They share so many of the same parts. It's quite interesting when you then see them balance the performance and the difference that an Audi has over a Cupra or a Volkswagen Golf, or there's one other on that group as well.
Leader on the lane as well in GT3 is in the background. We can see the Williams stop going on. So what's it going to be for Sven Haase with 2 hours to go, knowing that their last stop was just 2 times?
Yeah, so how does this work? They've changed 2 tyres. So in this stint, as Williams you can see is up on its jacks, they'll just go fuel only. No, they'll have to change at least 2. You can't do a triple on a set of fronts, for instance.
You might be able to. You remember we saw triples out of Racecraft at Sebring. The weather's pretty cool today. It didn't seem like at the end of the 3rd stint it was working out, but if it's the rear tyres wearing out faster than the fronts, then I think triples on the fronts is doable.
Okay. Well, let's see. Just getting the numbers in. Maniti Red did a 40-second stop. That was a fast stop. We saw that actually, didn't we? Leo 12 did a full service. 106 was their time in the pits. Euronics 2 full service, 104. And we've got Mahler, Bieler and Williams still on the lane. Williams just coming out now. Ooh, interestingly, Williams have gone for the full repair. 1 minute 50. Okay. So that was a very slow stop for Martin Christensen. But obviously he feels as though at least he can drive a car better than trying to limp around that car that was damaged. What? Is he there? No, he's there. That's just zooming into a nothing. So 1 minute 50-second stop, losing effectively 45 seconds to get the car fixed, and he's now down 13th, so he's lost 5 positions doing that somehow.
But is that really a full repair, or a full repair apart from the rear wing, because it's still rather angled in?
It doesn't get repaired, though, does it?
Yeah,
even if it is repaired, it never graphically repairs.
It reminds me a lot of that Egyptian dance kind of thing, where you fold your hands up, you put it on one side, and then the other one down. The Sebastian Vettel Bahrain 2017 dance, if you know what I mean. But
guys, I don't think it was repairs. I think he sped on pit entry.
Oh, I just avoid saying it explicative.
So hang on. So
big one.
If he sped on pit entry, then he has to go extra slow. How has he got 45 seconds extra? Because he got a penalty that he had to serve stationary.
So, like we saw from the TCR car, if you speed on the exit of the pit lane from your pit stall to the pit exit, then you have a drive-through. You have to come back around again. If you speed on the way to your pit stall, you get held longer in your pit stall.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
That's because it's an iRacing inflicted penalty, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not one from race control.
Oh dear. Bad to worse for Williams. Really, really unravelling itself. We had the Mahler car in. Mahler did a 41-second stop, so that's fuel only.
Yep.
And
on cue.
Bieler did the full service. 1 minute 10-second stop. So now we're just waiting for Racecraft to come in, who are doing a huge amount of saving. And here's the it was only fractional, wasn't it? But there was definitely a lock-up from Martin Christensen, which would suggest that he did just do a little bit of speeding on the very, very start of entry to pit lane. Gutted. So yeah, well, still waiting for Racecraft to come into the pits, who are doing massive fuel saving. But Maniti are now up into second position because they did a short stop, remember. Biela down to third with Lucas Jezek back aboard that car. Then Marla in fourth, and they've done a short stop. And EFP Car Collection up to fifth, they've done a short stop. So Dino Lombardi in the Leo Racing 12 finds himself now in sixth spot now. So we're expecting Racecraft in the next 1 or 2 laps, and actually EFP haven't pitted yet, so that's why they're artificially higher than they should be. They're the last 2 GT3 cars to owe us pit stops, as we've now got the 996 cars coming into the pits. Burst Esports are the first of our stoppers from the head of the field. We've also had Auris Racing into the pits. And WOIP.com, but we still haven't had Inertia Sim Racing EuroRC, and they're still doing 205s, 206s. So it has been an incredible strategy and great driving from Matthias Wittekainen, who is aboard that car right now. Personally, I'm expecting to see them into the pits at any moment, but this is the second stint on those tyres, and he's still running at the same pace, unless, no, there's no other way about it. He's just doing a great job.
And this car was supposed to pit at the R mark, wasn't it? Because they had that rather flimsy short stop in the middle, and we expected them to be desperately speeding out to the pit lane at the R mark. But it's, what, not 1, not 2, not 7, 10, 14 minutes since the R mark. And then they had 20 minutes to do before that, and that's just on fuel only. How frugal is that?
Yeah, I mean, it's the tyre situation mainly, isn't it? Knowing how difficult these cars are to drive, being able to nurse the tyres, the fuel thing's one thing, but actually this car is still running at the pace that everybody else is running, and
how?
He is... Exactly how?
Okay, it's... I don't even know what to think of. I can't even think of a funny phrase to describe this, because it's clearly baffling.
Ooh, penalty for Racecraft. Now, what did we know that was coming, David? What's it for? But
it's 10 seconds, and it was contact with, I believe, the MSI TCR through Maggots Beckett's a while ago.
Not too much damage done, but all of that fuel saving and that slightly longer stop and all the rest of it that they're trying to gain a competitive advantage all goes away when you just make a little tap on a TCR car. So that is now, interestingly enough, going to promote Maniti Racing Red to the lead. Here's Ruben Bonga.
Yes, yeah, Maniti Racing are effectively going to be in the lead, with Biela Racing Team Euronics 1 coming up. Now, 2 teams are on this strategy that Maniti are following. Firstly, Maniti themselves, wow, did a funny, but the second one is Marla Racing Team. They are net P number 3 as Maniti cross the line and pass the Racecraft car. Okay, this is going to be fun. Maniti and Marla need to take a pit stop. That'll happen at the R mark. They're going to be taking a full repair, full tire, 4 tires, and a full heavy load of fuel. No, I'm not going to say full heavy load. They only need to take a slightly lesser load, don't they? Because they only have to do 1 lap. So that, plus a Cowabunga absolutely crazy final stint, could very well see them be exactly where they are right now. But lots of ifs and buts. But certainly it's possible. They're rolling the dice.
We've kind of seen these cars come alive after about 15 to 20 laps on those tyres, when the fuel's gone down to enough and the tyres have got up to a point. And I wonder whether they'll be able to get to that point if they short stint. They almost need to short stint this one rather than doing, because we're now at 1:45, so we're 105 minutes away from the end of the race. Because they're going to have to change the tyres, they almost need to maximise that stint and do as long as they can on this one. So I would suggest that this could be their short stint, although, I don't know, looking at the way that they've fueled up to fill the tanks, so maybe not.
Man, seriously, looking at the inertia car, my mind just goes back over there. I'm still trying to figure out how. Lots of unanswered questions in the world. But here they are then. At last, Eero Toivonen, the most frugal stint I've seen in a while.
Well, there's a change of driver, so Eero Tuominen getting into the car. It's definitely time for David to go and grab Vitakainen then, and he can explain what he's doing and how hard it was as the car goes up onto his jacks and finally gets a set of fresh tyres. But suddenly, a very clever strategy has put these guys, well, in the lead of the race by about 10 seconds, I think. Burst Esports are the car that they are racing for, or racing against, really. Burst came into the pits quite well 2 laps ago, so Tuominen now heads back onto track. Is he going to be ahead of Burst or not? Let's see.
Yeah, and David coming up with an excellent point.
I mean, you add together the time on the full stint and the shorter stint that they've just completed in this inertia car. It was probably about an hour 40 minutes on a set of tyres. With that amount of time remaining, if they wanted to, I think they could do it again.
Wow.
Wow.
And the other thing, guys, was there was a little bit of back and forth between Race Control and Williams Esports, and through that I heard confirmation that the number 1 car was speeding on the way into pit in, and that's penalised them around about 40 additional seconds. So very, very costly. Just that little mistake, 10 kilometres an hour, and well, they're going to be kicking themselves.
Big time.
Yeah, that's very silly. Little mistakes creeping in, and very unlike our really professional teams. So Racecraft, by the way, we saw them in the pits. They've come back out on the circuit. Here they are, and that's exactly what I was about to say. Under the rear wing of Ronan Simsport, battling for 6th position here, and maybe not really working out strategy-wise like they would hoped. They are 10 seconds back from Biela Euronics 2, and Biela Euronics 2 are 13 back from Leo Racing 12. So Dino Lombardi now in 4th position, Marla Racing in 3rd, Euronics 1 up to 2nd, and only 1.5 seconds off Miniti Racing. Now remember, Euronics 1, Lucas Jezek, has the new tyre on, and Miniti is nursing an old tyre, as is Marla Racing. So we should see Euronics try and pass Miniti in the next couple of laps, I would predict, but then of course the pendulum then swings the other way around.
Tops coming in the 991 GT3 Cup category as well.
Yeah, Go Team in the pits, YMCA in the pits. This is amazing. You're going to promote the Inertia Imprimo FI car up onto the lead. Now I wonder, we've seen the strategy from the UORC car. Why would you not do that same strategy with Imprimo? They're the same team, they will be sharing information, so maybe we haven't seen it yet, but at some point we might see Imprimo also jumping up to the top of the leaderboard with a clever little strategy.
I think it could all come down to the fact that just they want to split things up in case that doesn't work, because the strategy very much an unknown quantity, so maybe give one a shot. If it works, we go with the other one too.
Yeah. Makes sense. And pretty much now we have all of our 991 cars other than Imprimo having pitted. So we'll get a better idea in a few moments' time of where everybody sits. Watching Gordy Much started the race, back aboard Racecraft now, and putting Philippe Petreschi, who also started in the Ronan Simsport Mercedes, under a bit of pressure. To give you an idea, Miniti Racing Red, they are not that high in the championship. They sit in 9th position, having not scored in Imola. They got a 3rd position last time out at Sebring, but
yes,
they, this is a very, very strong performance from them. And Ronan Simsport, as we watch here, 2nd in the championship after victory in Sebring and clever Mercedes strategies, they're going to pick up decent points. 6th isn't bad, but it's not fantastic when they are fighting Biela Euronics 1 for the championship, and Biela Euronics 1, for me, are in the hot seat for the win right now, and only a couple of tenths of a second behind Ruben Bonga. Here they are, and in fact, a bit of traffic to contend with as well. That's not going to help Ruben Bonga clear away from Lukasz Jezek onto the Wellington Straight. Remember, new tyres for Jezek, old tyres for Bonga. He would be well not to fight this one too much. There is Johan Franke in the Sim RC car they've just passed. We've got side-by-side between Porsche and BMW ahead. So Ruben trying to work out which way to go here. He goes to the inside line. The Porsche is on the outside. The BMW being squeezed there. They just about all managed to get through, and then across the old start finishing line, inside line for Miniti, late dive from Lukasz Jezek, but manages to get himself through as well. And it's only a matter of time, surely it's only a matter of time, that Lukasz Jezek takes the lead of this race once more. And then it will be a long stop now. It would be a long stop to put new tyres on for Marla and Leo, unless they are going to try and do something even more crazy and go a third stint on the tyres. I think that's probably not possible, is it?
We saw, I think, someone trying it in Sebring. I'm not sure exactly who it was, because it was a while ago, and it's quite frankly an outrageous strategy that didn't really work well. But yeah, not quite the best of options here at Silverstone. But Miniti too, in that particular pack of teams that will have to go for that extra stop and have to spend more time with that.
Yeah, so change of position. Lucas into the lead of the race. Bit of a flash from Ruben Bonga. And Ruben now, at least he can sit and try and sit behind and maybe do a little bit of fuel saving and just, you know, if he can keep up. And the traffic should help him at points, I guess. Marla Racing, by the way, 9 seconds off this battle. They have not had the pace. Andrea Butcher has not had the pace of Sami Matitrogan in the early stages. Probably driving a car that is carrying a little bit of damage, which isn't helping me. But they're only 5 seconds ahead of Dino Lombardi. And Lombardi, as we know from the early part of the race, is a very, very strong driver as well.
Lombardi was on fire.
Hang on, Williams in the pits.
Again?
Is this game over for Martin Christensen? There are 15 cars in the race that still, and there are 15 places that award points. Have Williams decided to pull the plug here, having had that drive-through penalty, an extra 45 seconds, which demoted them down to 14th spot? Why is Williams in the pits now? There seems to be no reason for it.
There is a reason for that. Dominic Stabe has just come up in the chat and he says, we need to retire. We cannot change gears anymore. Oh, that is so unfortunate.
Oh dear. So the damage from earlier on has continued, and you do find that in iRacing. If you do a bit of contact, it does multiply over hours, and other issues occur.
Now, just because I haven't checked the chat for a couple of seconds, it has led to quite a bit more happening, as well as we see this battle between DRE and Jordan E-Game Racing. Inertia Sim Racing, Mega Auto, Oscar Irin also having technical issues right there. So, big shout out to Simo Ratavirta. I hope I pronounced that correctly. But he's given us this key piece of information. But meanwhile, side by side, racing in the GD4 category, there were different cars, different philosophies going head to head, and the DRE car, who got spun around early on, reigniting this battle with E-Game, who are just using the GD3 traffic to get it gone together. Oh, this is good hard racing, this.
Little bit of door-to-door action through the final turn, a little bit of leaning on each other, and DRE slot themselves up a position. And David reminding us that E-Game were very, very close on off-tracks as well, even in the first hour of the race. So being elbowed off the track like they were just now, that will maybe contribute to an X for DRE as creating a contact, but being shuffled wide and off the track, unfortunately, that would be a penalty, or certainly an off-track for E-Game. being pushed so
Smart
wide.
tactics, this. Push someone out wide who has actually a problem with penalties. Just
Naughty.
naughty.
With 90 minutes to go now, this is the time to watch out for those off tracks. Very keen to understand. Right, Inertia, Sim Racing and Primo FI now in the pits, the last of our 991 cars. So let's see how long they are in the pits for. Any clever little strategies going on with 90 minutes remaining. Maybe they're going to go with just one more stop. Can they do the numbers? Can they do the fuel, David, do you think, if this was their last stop?
No, not a chance. I think they're definitely heading for copying a little bit of the sister car strategy, in that with about 20 minutes to go, they'll probably come in for fuel but no tyres.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, we saw that last time out also, didn't we?
Almost everyone tried to do it at Sebring, remember? And a few teams had their tyres kind of fall apart, and some stayed with it.
Well, I think Inertia have proved that the tyres are good if you can drive them. They seem to be working well. It'd be great. I don't know if you have the opportunity to drag the Vitakainen into the chat, but it'd be great to talk to him and find out how the car felt. 3 wide in the last couple of corners. Oh, Ronan Simsport there getting shuffled around by the GT4 cars, and this time DRE having it done on them as they did to E-Game a few moments ago. And is that a change of position for Bootler and E-Game? E-Game certainly falling back, and it is, yeah. So Bootler Powell going up to, what is that, 8th or 9th in class. And DRE part of that battle as well. This is looking good actually for Bootler Powell right now. Dominic Siu, I think is how you pronounce it. That's another position gained up the inside of DRE. So suddenly that's, what is that? That is 6th spot. For Bootler Powell and Dominique, and he is now being followed through by E-Game. Good battle to be picking up. Great to find battles like this still happening. DRE all the way around the outside of Brooklands, not quite, and that little Bootler Powell car does still look pretty much intact as well.
Yeah, good battle that's going on right now. Bootler Powell just nursing and doing everything rather well and passing the DRE car as well. So GT4 Racing just proving out to be quite a fun one. They may not have the downforce and the speed of a GT3, but seriously, they can put up quite a good show eventually.
But David, presumably we're waiting for all these cars to come in the pits, aren't we, with 90 minutes still to go?
Yeah, right about now you would say the pit window is open for these guys to come home. It's 37, 33 and 37 laps on the tyres for Bootler Powell, DRE and E-Game here, so they're all right on the edge of it as you see the tail wagging for Bootler Powell Motorsports, and that's going to help DRE Endurance to come back at them.
Oh, we've got Maniti Purple in there as well, and 911 Burst Esports trying to get through this traffic, trying to get through this battle without contact. There is contact. Bootler Powell goes round, Maniti goes round, DRE goes round. Oh, he's just trying to go down the inside. That's so unlucky. It was going so well, and we're inheriting all that will be E-Game. Let's see what happened here. A kind of a silly move from Maniti, really, to try and go down the inside in the middle of those three. There was the gap. You could see the gap was there. Nice and super slow-mo. It was actually going in to be 4 wide. He was trying to make that, and that was just greedy and it just needs to be a bit calmer, I think, from Maniti Purple. I don't know where he expected the Bootler Powell car to go. He just turned in as though it wasn't there.
Oh, goodness me. The multi-class racing always having such perils on offer and clearly not working out. And Maniti Racing, of course, being caught out by big time. And yeah, you're kind of right, Ben. There wasn't really any space for it. There was no way that was going to work out. And they could have mitigated this by just waiting for a couple of corners, but clearly in a bit of a hurry.
It was more that he turned in. That was the weird thing. He was turning in to avoid the BMW on the outside, but there was a Porsche on the inside, so rear wing damage for that Audi as well now, and looking a little crooked. They were in 8th position. They are kind of solidly in 8th position, so even if they are running at not quite the best pace, they aren't really under pressure from anyone around. Danny Elgabay in the MSI Esports red car, 9th position behind, has been running fast, but I don't really think that there'll be any change. Right, so 6.2 seconds now, the gap between Burst Esports and Inertia Sim Racing EuroRC.com. They both pitted relatively similar. Obviously, Burst Esports just about avoiding that chaos. There they are, about to be passed by the GT3 car. But ultimately, faster laps from Simon Lynch over Eero Tuominen right now. And curious to see how the strategy plays out at the end of the race for them. Go Team in 3rd, 15 back, and Ori's racing another 10 back. So pretty spaced out in the 991 category when we had some great battles earlier on. As we say, 90 minutes to go. We expect one last pit stop from our GT4s and our TCRs.
And right like clockwork, your TCR leader is in the lane right now. SimRC and Jürgen Frank. This is going to be their last stop. I imagine probably a driver change.
40-second advantage coming into pit lane. Jürgen Frank and SimRC once again dominating, absolutely dominating the TCR class in like no other can do. Here is Imprimo FI Inertia, Danny Corpy aboard that car with a couple of GT3 cars trying to get past right now, and we're expecting him to do some kind of clever little strategy in the latter part of this race. He's actually at the tail end of the field right now, and so you would hope that there is a plan in place to get them a bit further up. They're trying to get round WOIRP Elon Bornoch, and that is the car just ahead. Bit of traffic to contend with too. And as you say, we haven't really spoke about Volante Racing too much, but then they haven't really been part of a battle or been involved in anything until now.
They sure post a lot on Instagram, I can tell you that though, about Volante Racing.
They do. I actually find it to be quite nice though, because then you end up knowing your drivers a lot more, because they have a post on every single one of the drivers, which is something that Volante do quite well. So even though they may not be at the top of the field, you quite know who the drivers are because they're on your social media feeds. Quite a good way.
Great to ride on board with Danny Corpy. The amount of work he's doing at the wheel, little adjustments here and there. That's exactly what this car needs to get the best out of it. Such a tricky thing to really drive fast. You can see just braking, just having to slightly correct the cars, looking like it's trying to get away from him. A little bit of left-hand lock as he was braking into Cops, and it's not really much of a braking zone there. Now into Maggots and Beckett's fast, big brake through the right-hander, and then hold that curb as long as you dare before flicking to the right-hand side, fully on the curb, straightening that part of the track as much as possible. Oh, and what have we got on our right-hand side? This is a battle for 3rd position. Marla being caught by Dino Lombardi.
This should be interesting. Dino Lombardi has been quite the force in this final stint so far, with fresher rubber than Marla does not have. Lombardi just needs to sweep past in and get the position, but the next stint is where Marla will be fighting back, because that's when they're going to have the fresher rubber, and Dino who will have to save. Oh boy, this is turning out to be quite a spicy one towards the very end.
Yes and no, because don't forget that with that extra nice fresh rubber comes 28 seconds of extra time sitting in the pits. So
agreed.
They're actually artificially high right now, and with an extra 28 seconds added to their time at this particular moment, Andrea Butcher would be down in 8th position. So sitting there in 4th, looking fancy, looking good, he'd be in 8th, and then he needs to make up a huge amount of time. So ultimately, I'm not sure whether... Well, I think it might have worked had they had a really clean race, but not very few cars seem to have had clean races.
It can happen though. We have seen it happen time and again, and in multi-class racing there's a lot that can really happen. With the track also getting cooler, by the hour. It could also play to their advantage. Seriously, a lot to look forward to. There's no left, right, or centre about how it's going to play out. It's just about looking back and, I don't know, just enjoying what's going to happen, because it could be rather close. But still, Beeler Racing Team Aeronix in the prime position, and they are setting in lap times with the fresher rubber in the lower 2 minutes. In fact, they've actually gone with a 1 minute 59.848. Only 4 tenths away from the best lap of the entire race. Good going, let's put it that way.
David, in terms of track conditions, we are now much later in the day at Silverstone. Are we seeing much of a conditions change in terms of the temperature and stuff?
It's dropping slowly, but not drastically or anything. Weather should technically be partly cloudy, but that normally means the sun's out about 70% of the time, which I know is very atypical for anywhere in the UK. But the track temperature was about 24 at the start, and for qualifying, it's about 21 now. So it is dropping, and the track's rubbering in, and both of those things together should probably be meaning that the tyre life is a bit better now than it was at the start of the race, but not by any huge amount.
Was that a little dig at English weather from Australia?
I wouldn't know. I've never been, so.
I'd still prefer Australian weather any day.
Yeah, this is true. Impulse Racing up to 4th position now, just half a second back from MSI Esports TCR. So that's a bit of a change, although of course we are starting to see pit stops. So a couple of the cars have already pitted and a couple of the cars haven't. So maybe that's why Impulse is up in 4th. They were 6th, I think. But yes, HM Engineering TCR have made a stop. Squadra Corsa TCR have made a stop. Those two were 2nd and 3rd, I think. So actually, this is more like the battle for 5th and 6th with Oriel Bouet in probably what is 5th rather than 3rd right now.
But I wonder if the MSI Esports TCR car has any damage on it, because remember, they had some slight contact. I'm not sure if it's slight or not, because we couldn't quite catch it on the cameras. But indeed, yeah, they had an incident with the Racecraft Esports 77 car that resulted in the Racecraft car having a penalty. So hopefully that's not impacting the MSI car right now.
A couple of pit stops still to be done then from TCR and from GT4, and then one last round from our 991s and GT3s, and then we have the final hour of this 6-hour race from Silverstone, round 3 of the championship. And just a reminder then, calendar for the remaining part of the year. We go to Monza next, then Barcelona, and finally ending the championship at Spa. And our next race is actually on the 14th of February. Is that Valentine's Day?
Possibly, yeah.
It says a lot about me that I don't know.
I can't. Hang on a second.
I think it is.
I'm. Well, in which case I'm screwed, because you can't. How are we allowed to have a race on Valentine's Day? My wife is going to kill me.
Probably because it's a very feeble concept.
Well, you are correct with that. You are absolutely correct. That doesn't stop girls from being very upset if they don't get a rose on Valentine's Day.
Do you also have? Okay, I'm probably digressing a little bit too much here, but we have some sort of acute nonsense that there's a week leading up and you have a thing like a rose day and a chocolate day and a teddy day and a whatnot. That just is beyond the capabilities of my rather small mind. This bit. Do we have that in those different parts of the world?
Well, like a build-up to Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Probably in girls' brains there is, yeah. But like,
Oh no.
I don't think kind of marketing-wise, people have yet to manipulate us enough to have a full week of Valentine's Day run up and run down. Anyway, back to the calendar. Next race is on Valentine's Day.
No love shown by all the teams there, though, for sure.
Well, hopefully we get some nice hearts and sexy liveries to celebrate Valentine's Day. There's a challenge for you teams. Get yourself a special Valentine's Day livery. And then 21st of March is the 6 hours of Barcelona, with the 17th of April being the 12 hours of Spa. And we will be doing a full through the night, I think. Well, no, actually going to start in the day, start at 1 o'clock, finish at 1 o'clock. Oof. Or whatever time zone you're in. Because we've got, of the broadcast, by the way, we've got one European, one based in Brazil, one based in India, one based in Australia. So when talking about times, it's not really relevant to anyone.
Exactly.
Especially when they say GMT. Like, no, that doesn't matter. Nobody's British. Right.
I like things in GMT. I can handle things in GMT.
Okay. But GMT and UTC are not the same.
Are
That's
they
really
not?
confusing. No, they're not. They're only partly the same and part of the year.
Wait, how does that make sense?
Because British summertime is GMT +1, and it changes.
Contact.
No!
Oh, no.
Contact! Oh, Ellen Buckle, round he goes. And that was a nice little battle we were enjoying there. That's a shame. The lightest of contact once again. Look, just left a little bit of a gap. Side by side through Brooklands. Just the slightest gap left because there was an overlap. And actually, to be fair, the other car just got a little bit loose, didn't he, over the bumps into right-hand Luffield. I'm surprised that we didn't come up to random conversation earlier in the 6-hour race. We've got to 5 hours and 15 minutes without.
We had which paints we like the most about an hour in, and that felt a little too early.
Yeah, this is true. Good crowd at Silverstone, by the way. Unusual. Never see that many people for any race apart from Formula One.
There's sunshine,
yeah,
so they all came out.
Yes, one day of the year. GMT doesn't last the full year because we change our clocks halfway through the year and have British summertime. So GMT sometimes is UTC and sometimes is UTC +1 or 2, I think. Does that blow your mind, Sam?
No, GMT doesn't do daylight saving. So
No, exactly. No, GMT stops, but British summertime, the time in Britain changes from GMT to BST.
yeah, but GMT still exists. Like my time zone is GMT +10 year round.
Oh,
So it's just like the UK stops using it when they change to BST, but GMT still exists as a concept.
But
Yeah,
you would just come up and say mid-July, like, okay, yeah, we're done. Thank you, UTC. See you next year, or something. See you in a couple of months or
I just wish that they would just stop changing the time all the time. Like, what's the point?
Or is it
for
when the Premier League
farmers.
season ends?
It's because the clock.
You go with an excellent point. GMT still exists in our hearts when British people decide to change their clocks. Oh, that is just so thoughtful of us.
We don't even change our clocks anymore because it's done automatically.
Yep, exactly.
Do you remember that? Am I too old to suggest the years where you weren't sure if your phone actually did it automatically or did it manually? Like these days, it's pretty clear that everything electrical kind of changes itself. But there were a couple of years where you had to do it manually, and there were a couple of years that we're not sure whether my phone is actually going to change its time. So you kind of had that night where you spent all night wondering if the clock would change or be different. Just me?
Yep. We're good. We only have one time zone, supposedly.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know. So Hugo in Brazil says that they stopped changing their clocks, but Google didn't have time to change that to their system. So everybody's phones changed clocks when they weren't supposed to. Brilliant story. Why don't more countries follow Brazil's lead and just stop dicking about?
Well, this is time.
Well,
This
I
is
mean,
it.
my state never had daylight saving, and a bunch of the others in Australia do.
Oh,
and
God.
now people are suggesting that maybe we should go towards doing it, but not because anyone actually wants daylight saving. They're just sick of the time in Brisbane getting out of sync with the time in Sydney, and they don't think that they're likely to make Sydney change its mind.
But guys, I'm slightly out of perspective here. What is daylight saving? We've never quite had that issue, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, see, us sensible tropic people don't bother with it.
You don't need to. There's no need to. The idea is that because the sun doesn't get very high in the winter, doesn't it sort of stays at eye level basically. In the north of the UK, it really doesn't get very high at all, and so the days are very short, and the sun rises and sets at a different time, and therefore England changed the times, or Britain, sorry, changed the time on the 28th or end of October and change it back again in the end of March, so that the time is either 1 hour earlier or 1 hour later, basically to allow the farmers to have more daylight in the earlier in the day.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's basically people who want to wake up like closer to sunrise but are too lazy to actually change when their alarms are in summer, so they just make everyone else change what the time is.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's been a thing for a long time in Britain. I don't know. Are you watching the chat, Samuel? Is anybody getting bored of our clock chat?
Not really. Simo has actually come in the chat and said in Finland we have this conversation twice a year. Most people seem to want to change to only one time for the whole year, but half want to keep going to summertime and half want the winter time. I've actually heard of that, and I was initially confused. What is X country summertime, X country winter time? But now I have a good idea. But guys, seriously, just change your alarms.
Well, yeah. But
we-
also, like, I don't know about you, David, but do you get up like super early in the morning in Australia?
No.
But businesses do, don't you go like to start work at like 7 in the morning and then finish at 5? Maybe that's more.
Some people might like to get into the office, like a little bit earlier and then knock off at like 4:30.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like less hot or something. I don't know. Interesting.
But coming back onto the time chat, it's a bit funny, isn't it? Just to have everyone just being forced back and changed to one time. It's boy.
Well, I suppose what we could do before we get our last round of pit stops, we could just take a chill and put a pause to this intriguing conversation and just listen
Can't
to
stop
cars.
time.
Listen and watch as cars go round and round in circles at Silverstone for a little bit before it really kicks off in the last hour. SIES Esports TCR, and round goes the 6th place TCR car right on the nose. Great to watch just how frenetic it is for the TCR drivers, and I hope you enjoyed being immersed a little bit. And here is the replay once more. You kind of saw it happening. It was the Impulse racing machine. Runs a little bit wide, and for some reason then tries to cut back across the track. It made contact also with the 5th place Beeler Euronics 2 car. Just a very odd move here. Kind of thinking about going around the... he just lost the rear a little bit.
Oh boy.
Yeah, okay. So slightly, almost like a cold tyre thing there. Lost the rear end. The car straightened up, and MSI didn't really predict it. Don't know how the guys are going to see that in race control, but ultimately a bit of damage for both cars now. And that was an entertaining battle for 6th and 7th position at that moment in time. Here is the battle for the lead in the 991 category. So all of that advantage of Eero Tuminen's has disappeared as Simon Lynch has closed down the gap to within half a second now, 1.5 tenths of a second, and we are owed pit stops in about 10 laps from both of these guys. So it is really, really on. They managed to, not artificially, cleverly, thanks to strategy, jump to the head of the field. And now Eero Tuminen, runs a little bit wide. I thought he was holding on to the position ahead of the GT3 car, but obviously late on saw it, opened the door, and now Simon Lynch is right on his tail in the slipstream towards Cops. Not a good place to overtake there, but certainly opportunities all the way around the lap right now.
But this battle's still continuing on. Inertia are due another pit stop before the end of the race. It's going to be only a short one, but one nonetheless. Simon Lynch still trying to get something for his advantage, but again, what's better than two Porsche Cup cars fighting against each other, as we saw yesterday?
Well, of course, there is the other concept, the other idea that perhaps Inertia Racing EuroRC.com will go long, and then we'll just do a short final stint with the same tyres and almost double stint the tyres, although the second stint will be shorter. That's a possibility there, but it's not something we've seen from Burst Esports to do. And again, just a little bit deep, a little bit heavy into the braking zone from Tuminen, and now with traffic, no opportunity right now for Simon Lynch unless something goes wrong with that GT4 car ahead. Through Vale and Club, flick left, flick right, onto the power. The Porsche has more power than the GT4 ahead, and they just have to be careful of when they get the overlap. More momentum from Simon Lynch and the Burst Esports car that we're riding on board with, but again, a near-on, flat-out right-hander at the start of the next lap, and not a place to overtake, but he's lining up for the next braking zone, which is here. And Eero Tuminen goes super defensive. Where is he? We're going to try and go around the outside. Simon Lynch is going to put him in on the inside line for the next corner. Not possible.
Not possible indeed, and it's the Maniti car again, not the Maniti purple one, it's the Maniti red. They still haven't been involved in traffic incidents, knocking on wood as I say that. But yeah,
knocking on your wood is very different.
Slip of tongue. Yes, indeed. Good battle going on at the top of the 911 GT3 Cup category. Inertia still eking it out, and they've gone for rather radical strategy, and they are using traffic to their advantage to make sure that they hold on to the gap. So yeah, smart racing this, but up behind, it's the GT3 cars who are coming in, and they are going to have a very influential role in this one.
Yeah. Good work from Minity Red not to get too compromised, and of course they're not running that much slower than 991 cars. And now following on from that, Leo 12, Dino Lombardi coming through. The gap 1.2 seconds between those two. Of course, remember, Maniti Red, second stint on the tyres. They'll be hoping to get rid of those tyres as soon as possible. I'm surprised they haven't come into the pits yet, to be honest. Get the new tyres on as quickly as you can. That applies to Marla as well. We are 59 minutes away from the checkered flag. And I would be, well, the tyres we know can do the work, the fuel can do the work, so get in and get those new tyres on, because you don't have the pace right now, whereas Lukasz Jezek has just done one of his fastest laps of the race into the 59s and absolutely flying at the head of the field. 15 seconds the advantage now over Maniti Red. Still the battle for 991, the lead battle. We didn't really see much of inertia at the head, and in fact, just as I speak, Maniti Red into the pits to get those new tyres on and to do the final stint of the race as fast and as attacking as possible. And I think they are going to be 5th or 6th, and Marla also doing exactly the same thing. It's going to be a big old push from both of those. Can't wait to see it. Eero Tuominen super defensive once again into the loop.
It's really interesting to see if we can just ride on board with the burst car for a couple of seconds to see where Eero is blocking off the lines, and he is doing it quite smartly, using the traffic. Again, he's going to be in a bit of a tricky spot right now with the burst car using the draft, but nevertheless, look at how committed Eero is to his lines, to the inside line, holding it through, and then he'll be pushing him outside. But yep, Burst still have the inside one, but the momentum, Ben, even though he's not having the upper hand in terms of strategy right now, Eero is just carrying the momentum, which is just saddled out right now as Burst to the inside they go.
Yeah, great move there. Took a couple of corners to get it done, but Burst Esports now into the lead. Eero Tuominen drops to 2nd position in the inertia car. It wasn't really traffic orientated. The GT4 car didn't really get in the way. It was just well done, side by side through Brooklyn, side by side through Luffield, and eventually at Woodcote getting it done. And now I guess we would expect Simon Lynch to be looking to try and gain a bit of space in the last 5 or 6 laps of this final stint for these guys before they get themselves one more stop and back out again. Pit stops are happening for Marla, for Bila too, Maniti, MS Sport, all in the pit. Getting like we Marla and Maniti, or just getting a bit of fuel. I think I'd be watching as late as possible, as late as I can, as late as I dare. Let's head over to David, who's quickly going to have a chat with Lewis Goodway from Simsara's TCR, whilst we still see these guys going side by side. Whoa! Eero going back into the lead, sweeping around the outside. It's really kicking off. David.
Yeah, it sure is. This is the best time for it. Why not? Lewis Goodway, you've been driving in the Simsa TCR, and you guys have had a short pit stop. And now, coming under a bit of pressure from MSI as well, is it still all about the fuel saving in TCR?
Not anymore. We're good to the end now. We kept going as long as possible, though, to have a short pit stop near the end.
And what's it like behind the wheel? What takes the management in the TCR? Have you got to look after the tyres in those longer 90-minute stints? Is it just hitting the fuel number? And importantly, big revision mirror, and you need it when there's 4 classes out on track.
Yeah, it's mainly about saving the front tyres. If you push too hard, you can obviously destroy them with the 90-minute stint.
Christopher Zerschling in the car for his 2nd stint today. How's he been doing?
His first stint was really, really good. We'll see now. I'm confident he can get 5th. It's going to be a good battle.
There's certainly a lot of good battles in the final hour of the race here. Setup-wise for the TCR, a lot of things fixed, but a few things you can change. What's changed from last round to this round?
I don't really know too much. I didn't race in the last one, but just as little camber as possible, I think.
Well, while it swaps for the 991 class lead, it looks like you guys are doing what you can to hold on to 5th place in class. I'll let you get back to that one, but anyone you want to thank on your way back?
Everyone at Simsa, my teammates for today, Julian and Chris.
Awesome.
Simple.
Thank
Good luck to you
very much,
guys.
Lewis.
Great
Good
battle.
Okay, thank you.
Entertaining stuff watching these guys going at it. Eero Tuominen into the lead, then a mistake from Simon Lynch and now it's back to burst ahead. So I thought that Simon was just going to check out and disappear, but I tell you what, Eero Tuminen's giving him real hassle. Great battle, and remember, they've got 17 seconds to the good over the next car, Go Team Racing, so they can carry on like this without really needing to worry. And yes, we still need to see a pit stop from them, and maybe they'll just mirror each other's strategy on that last pit stop, but we think maybe there might be something up the sleeve of the inertia car. It's still got 7 laps in its pocket before it needs to come into the... that's about 14-15 minutes, so that would put them 40 minutes before the end of the race, and we think that they would or have been able to do that on a worn set of tyres, and so maybe it's a fuel only and they'll try and go as long as possible. De Burst have the same idea, we don't know, but it's been very, very good, hard battling so far. I can see actually, David, you've got Eunice from the 902 car, so maybe it's worth having a chat with him whilst this goes absolutely mental in front of us.
Yeah, and maybe we'll get a very, very interesting reaction out of Jonas Vastamaki, who joins us up in the commentary booth. You're watching with much anticipation, I'm sure, your teammate Eero Tuominen. He's putting on a show for everyone watching, but also, you know, maybe a little bit of a nervous time for you.
Well, I was just spotting for Eero before joining the interview, and I asked him, what's your plan when Anders catches you? And Eero said that I'm not gonna fight too much because we don't need to. So right now he's very, very confident that Burst can't double stint their tires, and even if they do, the tires are gonna come back our way in the end. And then we're just gonna pass them at the end if they try to double, because our tires are gonna last so much better.
What is the super tyre saving strategy? Is it set up from the start? Have you got a driving style that doesn't overwork them? You've got some finish ice on the tyres to stop them overheating. How do you go about saving the tyres in the car?
Well, first off, I think it's largely due to the fact that Eero and Matthias are both very smooth drivers. They don't like to overdrive the car. They are very, very smooth. It almost seems slow when you check them on board, because they take things so relaxed. So that helps a lot. And then they've just decided to play into their strengths, that their driving style save tires, so they made the setup to save tires. And even earlier this week, when they've been in practice, they've noticed that maybe they don't have the same kind of pace as some other teams. But they've also noticed in the previous 2 rounds that they are always better on tires than everyone else, so they just planned it all around it. So yeah, Burst has definitely had the pace today, but the pace comes at a price, and the price is tire life. And in my opinion, this is the beauty of endurance racing, right? Because going as fast as you can isn't always the best strategy.
And what are you hearing from your drivers about a few of the little changes to the car since the previous rounds? Has the draft and the slipstream off other Porsche Cup cars become a little bit stronger? Is that helping?
Yes, they've said that the slipstream is way more noticeable now. Previously it was maybe a few hundredths of a second down a long straight, and now it's almost a tenth down the hangar straight, for example. So that helps with fuel saving. It should keep the pack closer for longer. I think it was seen in the early parts of the race when the gaps were closer, and also the car is apparently easier to drive, but in return uses more tires for some reason. Doesn't really sound logical, but that's what our drivers are saying.
Interesting. So from here, what's the game plan? You think you're going to have a shorter stop? You think they're going to run out of tires? Is that how you think you can win this one?
Well, their tires are 2 laps older right now than ours, and so they also have 2 laps less fuel, so they should be 2 or 3 laps before us. And then they have 2 options: either they are gonna double stint for the first time in this race and see how it goes. They're going to have like 26 laps to go, 28. So they almost double stinted their tires. Or then they're gonna change tires and we'll be ahead by 25 seconds. And we basically have 1 second a lap to lose and we still end up ahead. So it's really up to them to decide what they're gonna do.
If the draft has become stronger, has that made it more difficult or easier to drive around GT3 cars? Are they getting past you easier, or has it become harder for them?
Well, I'm actually the driver for 79 as well, so this race I've noticed that it's, for us, definitely easier to overtake the Cup cars, but also we seem to have by far the best top speed in GT3 class as well. So I don't know if it's changed that much for Audis, but from Mercedes driver point of view, it's easier right now to overtake. So maybe the Cup cars are slightly slower as well, on top of being easier to drive, but the draft maybe helps a bit too.
Jonas, thanks for speaking to us and really giving some good insight on how the car's driving. The way it's going, I think I give this a 50-50 chance that we're speaking to your drivers after the race.
Yeah, let's hope for the best. Before I go, I would like to give a quick shout out to our sponsors, if that's fine.
Go ahead.
So thank you for EuroRC.com for sponsoring us, and then Imprimo.fi and Mega Auto.
Delightful. Best of luck spotting for these guys. That's going to be a bit of a challenge, I think, to the end.
Yes, thank you.
Definitely some confidence, that classic Finnish confidence from Jonas there. And basically, they forced Burst into a situation, haven't they, Somil, that now Burst have to react. As he said, if Burst decide to take tyres, the race is lost for Burst. If they try and double stint the tyres, they're into a position that they don't really know for the whole of the rest of the race. And of course, it will be a double for 45 minutes rather than double for an hour. But at least it gives them a fighting chance of staying and racing for victory.
Exactly. You can't... I mean, if you double stint, you are going to be losing time, and there's always inertia right there to try and capitalize on that. But then again, you can't end up saving too much with inertia right behind too. It's just, whatever way you go, you've got inertia right behind in there. But remember, they also have to just take a minor fuel stop later on in the race, so that could be a prominent factor as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think personally, I think Burst will do the same thing. I think Burst will try and mirror as much as they can. Inertia have a 2-lap advantage over Burst in terms of when they last pitted. Ultimately, Burst will have to throw the dice first, but they know what they're going to do. They know what the guys behind are capable of, and they know what they're trying to achieve. So effectively, they're going to have to react. And I suppose it then takes the weight off Inertia's shoulders, knowing and seeing what Burst do, and the Burst's answer will be coming in a lap or two's time after keeping away this pressure from Eero Tuminen's just been incredible. How much he's been putting the car, moving around in the mirrors, and really putting Simon under huge pressure.
Exactly. This battle is just going to go on to the very end, when there's going to be a bit of rolling of the dice that was happening early on, and it's all going to come up to this particular point where you know that strategy is going to come up for somebody. You know you somewhat has to roll the dice. In this case, it has to be Burst. Just how does it play out? Just how do they manage things out, and how do they sustain the constant pressure that's going to come up from behind?
Bottom left is the battle for the lead of the race, amazingly enough. Bela Racing, Euronics 1, Lucas Jezek stayed aboard the car, made a 36-second pit stop, so literally just fuel, and not that much fuel either. And Racecraft Esport just behind haven't pitted yet, so they owe us a pit stop in the next lap or two, and this battle will fizzle out. So really, for Gordy Much, not much of a point of going for a position here. Probably just worth sticking behind and then diving into the pits and seeing where he comes out. A bit of short stop because he doesn't have to do a full tank of fuel. Everybody else apart from EFP in GT3 have done their pit stops, including Maniti Racing Red, who are now 6th, and Marla Racing, who are now 7th. Sami Matti Trogan back aboard the Marla Racing team. Those two should be at a much higher pace than the guys around them. They've got brand new tyres. But at the moment, we're not seeing that. We're not seeing any real pace difference as Racecraft Esports comes in. And ultimately, this alternate strategy that these guys have done just doesn't seem to be working. The new tyre, Somil, doesn't seem to have as much of a difference as we see, as they perhaps really need to make the difference.
Or perhaps we could just see it come into perspective later on when the other tyres just wear off and reach their cliff point that they may not have reached right now. So that is one thing to consider as Racecraft going to make their stops.
25 seconds is Squadra Corsa White's lead over Pure Sim Esports in second position in the GT4 category. BS Competition, something's happened to them. They've dropped down to fifth in category behind Squadra Corsa Black and Talk Freak. So that's one for David to go and find out what happened to BS Competition. Brian Barneveld still aboard that car. And then in TCR, it is SimRC that lead for 30 seconds over HM Engineering TCR. They have an advantage of 12 seconds over Squadra Corsa TCR. No expectation of pit stops from anybody else. Still, this 991 battle continues, and they're battling ahead of our leader. Bila Euronics 1 is that car third in shot, and for the moment, it's such a fierce battle. They do not care about where that GT3 car is. It is alongside 1. Will he be able to do 2? Will he split them? He splits them, giving Aero an opportunity to do something a little bit different. Can he follow what the GT3 car is doing? That's a brave move from the Bila car down the inside. That's an awful bit of lappery though, and that's going to compromise Burst all the way down the hangar straight. Surely another opportunity here for Inertia to get back into the lead.
And the draft that we talk about that had such a big impact now after the BOP changes could be coming into perspective. What? Look at that! Oh, just before we got to the corner entry, it was the Burst car that was side by side with the Bila car, so the Porsche clearly having a great degree of straight line speed, and now they blink.
Right, Burst into the pits. Big moment here. They need to put fuel in the car for 40 minutes worth of action. They could do 40 minutes on the same set of tyres and therefore match what Inertia are doing. If this car goes up on the jacks, they're taking the tyres and they're handing the victory effectively to Inertia, but getting it home. The gap behind, there's so much of a gap behind. I think the only option here for Burst is to just simply fuel and go. Waiting. Whilst we wait, BS Competition, what happened to them, David Haynes?
Nils Kosh had just gotten in the car, driven about 4 or 5 laps when his internet disconnected. So no error from them, no shenanigans from another team, just pure and simple internet disconnection, unfortunately, from Nils Kosh while he was behind the wheel.
Reliability issues can be in the car, but in sim racing it's pretty much always in your rig and on your computer, in your PC. Waiting to see what Burst Esports have done here, as you've got very close for 5th position. Rodin Simsport under pressure from a red Maniti Racing with new tyres, remember, and still waiting for Burst to come out of the pits. 24 seconds stop for Burst. They've kept those tyres on and they've kept that battle alive.
But Ben, I've noticed something behind the Maniti car. It's alive! The HM Engineering car, they're still there, they're still in the race. I can't believe it. I thought they were well and truly dead. And from the looks of their cars, it seems that they've come back from their grave. But no, they still are fighting and they're looking to get a few points, as many as they possibly can.
Yeah, they're 1 lap behind GTL VRT Red, who was one of our first pitters after their issues. I don't think that's going to change much, but with the amount of cars in that category, they should still pick up a couple of points as the lights flash on the Audi R8 of Tim Matzit, and he is trying to distract Philippe Petrovsky in the Ronin Simsport 5th position Mercedes. We've all had our pit stops now, so this is just push to the flag, push to the end. Euronics 1 have a 13.5 second lead over Leo Racing 12 of Dino Lombardi, and he is 50 seconds ahead of Racecraft, who have pitted and come out in 3rd position. Maniti and Marla, the alternate strategy, 6th and 7th right now. I think with their pace, they could still get up into 3rd position. So they are only 6 seconds back from Racecraft.
What can Maniti do here? Mercedes.
That's what they need to do. They need to overtake, don't they, Sunil? They can't be sitting back and just watching the rear end of his car.
Exactly, yeah. But Ronan has really clearly have been slightly disadvantaged by the BOP right here. Maniti have got to go. And Tim Martzke did a similar thing in the Ivor Endurance Series. A crazy final stint. And he repeated once again in a different car.
Yeah, and as David pointed out, the Mercedes fast in a straight line. We've seen the grunt off the corners as well. It does seem to pull away out of the corners pretty well, but mid-corner and in the faster sections, not the place where you want the Mercedes, and the Audi crawling all over the back of him. You could see just slightly pulling away, even with less good tyres. Still pulls away a little bit on corner exit, and then just keeps on pulling. That grunty Mercedes engine just keeps on pulling, which is pulling enough of a gap for Tim Matzik to really have to work hard about getting past. And he'll be looking at that traffic ahead and thinking, okay, this perhaps is now my opportunity. If the Mercedes gets pushed offline by the traffic, then I can pounce.
Matska aiming to be a teacher as time goes on. A big Manchester United fan. Well, he clearly knows a thing or two about having a strong finish towards the very end in the race. That could be one skill that is purely tested along with just holding on and being confident and not making major mistakes. Right here towards the very end, passing GT4 traffic. Yeah,
that was easy. Past the SRC BMW GT4 car. Now we've got a 991 category machine. I think that's the Auris Racing Team car, isn't it? We saw that battling early doors. 979. So no, that's a bit further
GTL.
back. Yeah, GTL, yeah. And then we've got Burst ahead of them. Burst in second position after their pit stop, in a bit no man's land really, waiting for inertia to make their stop. They are going to go as long as they can, so they don't need to put as much fuel. They don't need to be stationary as long, and waiting actually for Burst to finish their first lap out of the pits to see what kind of pace they are still on. They're going to be distracted by these two, and look, finally the Mercedes getting slightly held up in the final corner, and maybe the Audi has the opportunity. He's going to have to follow through into the first turn because there's not really much of an opportunity for overtaking. Runs a little bit wide. Is there an overlap? No, there isn't. Maybe there's an opportunity to be hard on the brakes into this right-hand turn. Not quite. What about the switch back into the hairpin? Not close enough either. All of this is losing time, losing the opportunity to get third position, because this battle is only 6 seconds off the lead battle, and in theory these tyres are good to go much faster, but at the moment there's not much of a drop-off from those guys who are double stinting, and therefore it's really seemed to be very hard. But now down the inside into Brooklands, at least side by side, but he needs to shut the door on the Mercedes or try and go all the way around the outside. Can he? He's very wide. He's very wide. Can he get more drive off the corner? Mercedes is good off the corner. They're still side by side, and he is going to be on the outside line. But has he got better drive? Can he use the TCR cars ahead? He does get ahead, and now he needs to clear off and get out of here.
Good move right there by Tim Matska towards the very end of the race, just darting past that TCR car. Now, what will he do from here? The gap up ahead, 3.1 seconds to the second Beeler Racing Team Euronics car. Has he got enough in the tank with 35 minutes to go to get that position too?
Well, I predicted that he would get up into third position. 7 seconds off that third position. As you say, Beeler Euronics 2 is 3 seconds up the road, and then there's 3 seconds between them and Gordy Much. So 6 seconds in 35 minutes. Who's got the maths, David? That's how much does he need per lap? A lap's 2 minutes.
So we have about 18 laps to go for GT3 cars, if that was one of your questions.
Yeah, okay, so 18 laps to go.
Basically needs 3/4 of a second per lap between now, or maybe half a second a lap between now and the end for Matska to be able to catch Gordy Much in the Racecraft 77, but he still has the Beeler 46 in the way as well. And there's another GT3 battle going on back and forth between the 98 and the 11. Mr. Creventic, Rick Broikers, has been having a bit of a battle.
And EFP Car Collection is also another real-world team that racing Creventic in Audis, in fact. So those two obviously very much enjoying each other's company on track right now, and a 20-second advantage over Leo 21 that really hasn't had much of a day at all, really. There is the two of them. Rick Breukers aboard the orange machine right now. We go on board into his helmet. You can't do that in real life for it. And usually we see Rick driving his trusty Seat in the Red Camel Esports. I don't know whether they upgraded, actually. I've not done a race for real for a year or two. Maybe he's got something a bit more powerful now, but certainly memories of the front-wheel drive Seat Cupra TCR for many, many years. In fact, raced 24 hours at Silverstone as well.
The Ennepagusa round, they were in a Golf, I thought.
Oh, wow, okay. Whatever he can get his hands on. But not an Audi, I don't think. Not in the GT3 category.
I'll pull up the stats.
Yeah, that's... Rather than speculating, get facts. Well done, David. Right, so I think it's doable, by the way, for Maniti Racing Red. Half a second a lap over the next 30 minutes, knowing that the tyres of the cars around are a whole stint older. I think it's possible. Meanwhile, Inertia Sim Racing, EuroRC.com have pitted, and they've come out ahead by 2.3 seconds ahead of Burst Esports. They have the advantage, and they know that their tyres can last. It's an unknown for Burst Esports. It's an unknown for Simon Lynch as to how hard to push. And you have to say, they were pushing pretty hard in the first stint. So those two, 25 seconds to the good over Danny Corpy, who actually I think still owes us a pit stop in 2 laps' time. So it will be Go Team that will inherit that third position, but albeit like 40 seconds back. So the battle for the win is between Inertia and their little sneaky secret strategy that means we didn't speak about them for about 3 hours because they're at the tail of the field. But softly, softly, catchy monkey. You must have that saying in India.
Never heard that one before.
What? Surely. We don't have monkeys in England.
Well, we do have here, but we're probably too busy to not let the monkeys steal our food when we go out and meet them here. So.
I'm going to actually, whilst David Haynes is Googling important factual information, I'm going to Google where softly, softly, catchy monkey originates. It's got to be. Well, it's not from England, that's for sure.
Well, here's your Rick Breukers facts. As he gets dive bombed by Car Collection, and they're going to go side by side through the final sector. It gets more interesting because the more recent rounds of 24-hour series, he has been driving the Cupra TCR, but was it the 2019 24 hours of Dubai he drove for Car Collection? So he's driven for both of these teams that are currently engaged in this battle.
Oh, okay.
In an R8 LMS. So there is a bit of TCR and then quite a few races like a 2019 IMSA WeatherTech Endurance Cup in the is it a WRT Audi? Grasser Racing Lamborghini.
Nice. Oh yeah, so has some fast experience. Obviously knows all the teams from running a championship, so probably get himself some pretty good deals. Half an hour remaining, and we have...
lastly, Rick Breukers is the younger because he is 22 years old.
Oh, so hang on, so he's the son?
Yep.
Ah, dear. I should really know this. Haven't done enough Creventic recently. Haven't been on an event to know. So Rick Breukers the junior, rather than Rick Breukers the senior, yes. Anyway, moving on. The gap between Manti Red and Biela is side by side, in fact, as we come towards us. Look at the Mercedes still there, and also Marla Racing now starting to get up to speed. So it really is a David and Goliath tortoise and hare situation going on right now. And Maniti up to 4th position, now with 2 cars between it and Marla. But Sami Matti Trogan is starting to fly as well. And look, Racecraft Esports last lap 2:02, last lap from Maniti with traffic 2-0. So this is the time to shine, and I'm putting a bit of money down now on this car being in third position by the end of this race. No further, the gap's just too big to Leo Racing, number 12. But that'll be an achievement, and it will be an achievement especially because ultimately when the strategy kicked off, it was the Marler car that was leading by quite a lot.
Yep, exactly. Marler, they initially had the upper hand, then got caught up in all the incidents, just not working out well for them. Both the Williams esports car, by the way.
Well, yeah. Obviously, Marler Racing run by Williams, although the partnership, I believe, is more of a BS competition link because the Marler PR, Marler's promotion is looked after by Borough Sud. So that is why we kind of
slow down penalty for Marler. They cut the track.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I was wondering what was going on there. Okay. Pushing too hard. Anybody close to getting a penalty for track limits in the last half an hour? That would be that would throw the cat amongst the pigeons.
Well, I know that 32 of the about 45 currently running cars have used up at least 20, but someone could be one off track away from a penalty, and I wouldn't know until they overstep that mark. So if I do see a penalty for reaching the 40 off tracks, I'll let you know, but I don't have any reliable information about who is close.
Yeah. Matty Trogan just trying to make this track as straight as possible. Over the curbs, over the grass and more. Pushing.
The Ruben Bonga line, isn't it?
That was very much so. He was obviously watching a bit earlier on and thought, I can take more curbs. Sweet, I'll do that. Meanwhile, Gordy Much has a 5-second advantage over Tim Madski at the moment. So was able to do a much faster lap the last time through. There he is in a bit of traffic. But for the moment, holding on. Oh, dear. Completely got that wrong. That will be a slightly slower lap. Just getting the traffic mixed up. We've also got Leo Racing 21 following Gordy Much, who seems to have done the majority of the race in this car, and a second already. Just that mistake, a second cost Gordy Much, and Tim Matskin now 4.5 seconds back. Still, interestingly, Marler not past these two cars, and in fact, Matreski fancies going up the inside of Gregory Tansen, doesn't manage to make it stick, but if those two keep fighting, Sammy Matty Trogan will be happily passed.
Exactly, he's just waiting for this one big opportunity that both of them get slowed down. And look at this, Matty Trogan following in the draft train. Ronin, look to the inside line with Bila Racing Team Euronics. They just shut the door. And look at this one now. Familiar face in the background coming to try and raise the levels of the fight.
Yeah, and TCR car just being caught at the right moment, being able to carry the momentum out of Luffield. 3 cars on the same bit of tarmac with very different setups, with very different tyres, and side by side into Cops. Not really a place to overtake. There's another bit of traffic that they're going to catch. No, sorry, that's not traffic. That's the next car in line. So they've got a clear run of things through Maggots and Beckett's this time. Let's see if Sammy Matty Trogan misses that sausage curb this time. Just need a clean run through this corner. Most important corner of that whole complex. Clean run, get a clean exit, and then you fire yourself down the hangar straight and hopefully pick up a slipstream as well. But the Mercedes is good, isn't it? We know it's got good straight line speed and it draws up to the tail of the Euronics car. Sammy Matty Trogan good and strong on the brakes. Very different racing line from him though. And at the moment nothing changes. Braking zone coming up and Euronics again going super defensive. Tansen is feeling the pressure.
Attacking is Ronin Simsport in a precarious position right now. What do they do? How do they manage it out? Do they focus more on defending from the Audi behind? Or do they attack more on the one up ahead? Tricky situation as a racing driver. Make or break. You do anything, you've got always someone to capitalize.
Whoa, loses the rear end under braking, and that could be it for Philippe Matreski. round the outside. Sami Trogan looks to do the switchback, get a better drive off the corner, but of the one place where Mercedes is good, it is off the corner, and again in the slipstream under the rear wing with a TCR car ahead of them. They might catch this one at the wrong place. Sami Trogan looks to get the overlap and under braking goes direct into the apex. Oh, Matreski goes super wide, and that's one place gained from the Marla car. Oh, and the Aeronix car going super wide to try and go around the outside of the TCR car. Nearly chops the nose off the Marla Audi. And they all managed to clear past that TCR car without too much of a problem. And the Mercedes, again, good under power and good at the end of the straight and giving Sami Trogan something to think about. And I think the same will be applied at the end of the hangar straight as well.
Ronan are going to be trying out once again, but this is where they lose a majority of their time at Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Well, even with the extra 18 kilograms of ballast, that Audi right there is just phenomenal in the way it's going about.
Yeah, that will affect the tyre wear, won't it, having that extra ballast, but really good under the slipstream. This is going to be an easy pass, I think, for Sami Trogan into Stowe. Has the inside line, and Gregory Tansen doesn't really fight it. Looks to perhaps get the switchback, but at least he knows that might have been predictable, but he can keep the Mercedes at bay, and that's probably his aim. He knew that the Marla car would probably have better traction, would probably sail through as it has done. It's taken a few laps to do it, and I think now it means that Marla have no chance really to challenge Maniti Racing Red. By the way, they are still 3.8 seconds behind Gordy Much, so Racecraft doing a good job. Remember, they were one of the last to pit, and so only a 30-second pit stop, and probably have the freshest of the tyres around the cars around him. They won't go off as quickly. Correct, David?
Yeah, so the Racecraft tyres are 7 laps newer than Maniti... Sorry, what are we looking here? Then Bila and Ronan, but then, of course, about 30 laps older than Marla. So yeah, they're sort of in between these two cars we're watching battle here and that Marla car that is charging.
Wow, Bila Racing Team, Lucas Jezek on tyres which are 43 laps old, has just gone and done a 59.988. Obviously the car is light, but certainly these tyres are holding on much better than perhaps the Marla guy really wants. And here come Matreski in the Mercedes trying to get the overlap on Gregory Tansen, who is really struggling and fading in these latter stages of the race as the sun starts to set here at Silverstone, and we start to get that orange glow that we see in the winter all around the country. Beautiful sunsets when there's no cloud, of course. And again, in the slipstream, the Mercedes, good out of the slow speed corners, good at the end of the straights, has the overlap but is forced to the outside line. And look, Gregory Tansen defending this a lot more than he defended Sami Trogan. He knows he can fight this one soon.
Exactly, yeah, he's probably going for it right now. And the Bila car as well, just doing the best that they possibly can to block out the positions. But Ronan, they're completely on it. They're not going to let anything discourage them, and they just have to use that straight line advantage they just have to have the best particular exit to really capitalize on that. Here they have it once again then, but as you noticed, in towards the corner, that's when the Audi really capitalizes.
Just quickly on the Burst versus Inertia battle. Burst Esports 6 seconds back over Inertia, so they have done enough, and Burst are struggling on double stinting those tyres. Is still side by side, still battling. And David, down to you, you've got some news.
10-second penalty for the 902 is going to be applied post-race. They still need to pull out another 4 seconds to be 10 seconds ahead.
And Matreski looks down the inside, super tight to try and find a way past Gregory Tansen. There's a little bit of contact on the exit. He goes sliding, and he's lost the rear end. Oh, all of that fun and games ends in disaster for Matreski, and the Roland Simsport guys only lost one position. But yeah, was on the very edge, wasn't he, Somil? The car was teetering on losing too much grip, and ultimately once he gathered it up, there was another car in the way.
Exactly. Talk about the Mercedes being the most stable one. It's only relatively more stable. In absolute terms, it's still a GT3 car, and when a GT3 car goes away, hard to catch it back in.
So, David, why the 10-second penalty for 902 Inertia, our leader in 991?
The 902 got too deep into a corner and spun around the number 11, the EFP car collection.
Oh dear.
And I just want to mention, because you brought up that Biela were defending much harder against Ronan than they did against Marla. Well, coming into this race, Biela were your points leader, just a tiny number of points ahead of Ronan. They were first and second in the championship coming in here. That is a championship battle there that Marla aren't quite in. So long as Biela can finish ahead of Ronan in this race, they can keep the championship lead, I think.
Yeah, so the 45 car was the Biela championship
Leo
leader.
will take it, but
Yeah.
So that was and the 46 car for Biela is down in 12th position. So actually quite far down in the championship. All is not lost though for Inertia. 7 seconds now is the gap. In the remaining 18 minutes, can they make 10-second gap? You know what? Looking at the pace of burst, I think they can right now. So it's optimism. There is a graphic that explains my point perfectly. And I don't know. What do you think, Somil? I'm saying yes. I'm saying it's still a win for Inertia here.
It can still happen. You've put me on the spot right here. I actually just want to sit back, relax and watch this one. I'm not going to make any predictions just because it's been such a titanic battle from the very beginning. Porsches racing against each other in the 991 GT3 Cup category. Just the most relaxing thing in the world. I think I'm not going to put pressure on any team or any driver, even myself, for the predictions. I'm just going to enjoy this one.
I don't know what you're smoking, but I am not relaxed. This is tense stuff. 3 seconds is all that he needs. In fact, 2.5 now. The gap is updated. All that Inertia needs, 2.5 seconds to win this race over burst. Now, surely Simon Lynch has been told that he needs to keep the gap below 10 seconds to take victory here. But with 18 minutes remaining, 16 minutes remaining here, that's another 8 laps. I think it's easy. I think it's easy.
Yeah, they can very well do it in this case, certainly.
Gordy Much has a 2.5 second advantage over Tim Madske in the Manti Racing Red, and now Marla just 2.5 seconds back from that. So Sami Matti Trogan's getting tyres that are turned on as well. It's going to be a bit of a grandstand finish with 15 minutes remaining for that third position. I thought it was going to be easier, to be fair, for Tim Madske, but Gordy Much has been able to push hard, not lose as much time as I thought he would do. So we'll keep an eye on that side of things, keep an eye on the lap times for Inertia, and still so much going on after nearly 6 hours of racing. What a race! Here is what Inertia did wrong.
With the MSI car coming in towards, that has to be the first sector towards the S's. New section of the track, and oh no, that's the Leo. No man, that's, oh boy.
car collection, like I said.
Car collection, yeah.
Car collected.
Precisely. They had too much inertia. They couldn't stop for the corner.
Ooh.
And that is also factually correct. The problem is, if he'd slammed on his brakes too hard, he probably would have lost the rear end of the car because they're so sensitive on pitch. But he got caught out by a driver that isn't right on the limit of things like he is, and basically, unlucky to be given a 10-second time penalty for that. It was the tiniest of touches, and well, let's hope it doesn't ruin things. Oh, big thing. Burst has had a spin or something.
Oh boy.
The gap's 15 seconds now. That's another one for Hugo to go digging. There is Burst. Lights are flashing. They've already had damage earlier on in the race on the right front. And the bubble has burst. It has. They've handed back the advantage to Inertia. They'll be absolutely rubbing their hands. No need to push now from Eero Tuominen. Bring the car home. What happened to Burst? Deary me. 8 seconds lost with this.
No. That's the biggest flat spot that could possibly happen on their tyres. That is going to be absolutely a killer end to what was supposed to be an intense battle.
And already trying to nurse these tyres to the flag. Probably lost the rear because of the lack of grip. Look, turns in. This is a replay from somewhere else, I'm guessing. But yeah, trying to nurse tyres that they didn't know if they could get to the flag. Here we go again. This is the replay. Turns in, and instantly there's no grip there. Instantly, he's trying to carry speed that the tyres just will not say yes to. But, as you say, kept the foot on the brake, and they will be horribly flat-spotted. So now he's got tyres that are nearly past their sell-by date and have got big flat spots on them. That is not going to be fun. Luckily, he's got half a minute advantage over Go Team, so he can just run slowly, Simon Lynch. But the idea of victory has now gone away.
Oh man, this promised to be such a good battle, didn't it, towards the very end, and now it's just been taken away with 15 minutes to go. I mean, you can't really gain 1 second per minute here.
No,
seriously gone.
Not when you've got tyres like that as well, for sure.
Exactly, yeah.
So, a little bit of calm. We've still got a little battle going on in TCR for 5th position. I think we quickly had a shot of it. Simsa and MSI, Christopher Zockling and Lucas Navarrete. And just a little bit of time taken out. But to be honest, it's a battle that's been going on most of the race, isn't it? And as we know in TCR, very, very tricky to get things changing frenetically. So probably nothing too exciting to get away with. We just need to keep half an eye on Mar Racing and Miniti Racing Red. At the moment, actually, Tim Mascott lost time to Gordy Much last lap. Gap out to 3 seconds. Sammy Matty Trogan only 1.6 off the back of Matska, so he is the man with the tyres, and actually Dino Lombardi last time through doing a 59.8, so there's still pace in these tyres even if they're on their second stint.
Yep, exactly. Just seems to pay off towards the very end. Some drivers nursing them and managing towards the end so that they have that sort of pace, but look at that, Simsa having a slight lock-up, taking on a little bit of smoke, and they are going to be on the good end of their tyres.
No, remember, they're all nursing their tyres to the flag as well, having pitted 90-odd minutes ago. Same with the GT3 cars. Not much excitement in GT3. Everyone's rather spaced out, to be honest, and another dominating performance from the 446 Squadra Corsa White. Those lower classes are really being dominated. 3 wins out of 3 it will be for Squadra Corsa White, and also for Sim RC. There is Squadra Corsa White coming through on cue, trying to get through the TCR cars without too much issue. They've got 28 seconds to the good over Pure Sim Esports and the first of the Caymans. And then Talk Freak, second of the Caymans, because we had that issue for BS competition that disconnected. They are 4th in class, now back ahead of Squadra Corsa. So they have actually made up 1 position since we last checked on BS. But I am waiting to see how Ronin Simsport get on with Bila Racing. Just a second between them, and then the grandstand finish for 3rd position is still on for sure.
Crazy, isn't it? How 5 hours and 50 minutes have gone by, and still the battles are just as curious and intriguing as they were from the very beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the beauty of endurance racing. It does sometimes seem a bit quiet, but it all comes to crescendo in the end. Lots of different paths to the same objective, and that's what we see. Philippe Petreschi is just 9/10 of a second off the second Bila car of Gregory Tansen. They've already come to blows once, and in fact, it's less than that now. Side by side again, Petreschi giving hassle to Gregory Tansen at the end of 6 hours of racing. And still the Mercedes trying to get up to 6th position, desperate for points for that championship. At the moment they're second, coming into this race after a victory in Sebring, and every point will really count. To the outside line, Brooklands, not this time.
long, intense racing towards the very end. Ron and right there. Man, this is just turning out to be too good. But some proper banter in the YouTube chat.
Go on.
It's all about Anders Dahl trying to explain why they didn't really have the best of races today, and Simon also had to be in the car for 4 hours, and then of course everyone in the YouTube channel is just coming up with the most creative excuses in the world. But honestly, just hopefully that Anders gets one rather soon from a slight fever that he's having.
Traffic, torque speed, just about getting out the way. That's okay. Matreski just wanting a break. Just give me an opportunity to get past. The Mercedes is clearly the faster car. Maybe this is the opportunity, but again, he has to go to the outside line. And will he go all the way around the outside into Stowe? This is the best opportunity we've seen in a while. Oh, bit of an elbow, and again, Matreski goes around. Keeps it out the barrier, but this time that could be a penalty for Euronics. What do you think, Somil?
This is going to be a tricky one. Are they going... I think there was just a marginal movement by the Biela car right there. Just a slight one towards the very left that caused Rodin to lose their footing, if I may call it that way. But I'm still not very sure about this one. I think race control will really have to dissect it deep down to understand that slight movement right there by Biela that caused it to happen. But I think, yeah, that's a bit too aggressive in that particular case. Should have not done that.
As you say, Biela playing the team game. The leading car, leading the championship. Ronan Simsport second in the championship. And that was why we were seeing such aggressive moves. But again, displaced. And ultimately, if they do give a penalty to Biela too, it'll promote Ronan Simsport to exactly where they have been trying to be for a while. So let's see if the stewards decide on those positions or not. 7 minutes remaining. More stewarding going on in TCR, David?
Yes, indeed. We'd watched a little bit of back and forth between Simsa and MSI, but now Simsa TCR have a 10-second penalty for contact with the... Well, it was a GT4 car. And it was a SRC Squadra Corsa Black, I think.
Oh dear. That's a shame. Still the race direction working hard. Remember, it's not just the computer that's deciding. We've got human race direction as well. One of the great things about this Creventic Neo Championship. Battle for 5th position in 991. Ori's Racing under pressure from YMCA Esports. We haven't seen too much from the 999 car. Marker Keller giving Xavi Ross. Actually, Xavi was in position at the start of the race. So they have, as I say, Ori's have been struggling a little bit, and the rear end of that car stepping away, and that has allowed surely a bit more momentum. He's going to look to the inside line. No chance there. Bit of traffic as well. Oh, and that's a huge lock-up from Ori's. I think they've just run out of tyres, to be honest. Xavi Ross opens the door, and that's an easy pass in the end for YMCA to slot ahead and into 5th position. And this is what you're going to see at the end of this race. These guys are just trying to push the limits of their 991 tyres and cars, and you're going to see mistakes happen just like that.
Double stinted tyres from both at the moment, so that is why you see him locking up here, sliding around there, and really into a journey into unknown territory for quite a few of the teams at the end here in this class.
What about that battle for 3rd position that I predicted? 1.3 seconds the gap between Racecraft Esports and Manti Racing Red. There is Manti Racing Red. There are the 3 cars that I think could be in 3rd position. Kind of equal distance right now, with Gordy Much still holding on and being stalked. Tim Matze and Sami Matti Trogan. Here is... This is the penalty, isn't it, for Christopher Zochling?
Yeah.
GT4 car ahead.
Just a gentle tap.
Eesh. Oh, and actually, that was the that wasn't our leader, was it? Was that the black?
No, that was SRC Black.
Yeah, okay.
But also some really good chatter coming up as we see Maniti get ever so closer. And they start wondering, what brand of tyres are you on, Inertia? And I kind of agree with the same question. What brand of tyres are they on? They have been marvellous.
But look at the times from all of the guys in the 991 category. They're in the 7s, or they're in the 8s, they're in the 9s, and Inertia still in the 5s. They have, from the very beginning of working out what they need to do in this race, have worked on a setup that is good for the tyres. That is the core, isn't it, basically, of how they've managed to do this.
Exactly, yeah. They've just found that right setup that's really working out very, very well for them. That they've also got the right pace, and somewhat magically it also lasts out towards the very end. It's the best of both worlds, really.
Yeah, they're going to have a huge advantage, even with that penalty by the end of the race, such as their pace advantage. Okay, they're also probably not having it to do as much on that tyre because they were also making sure they did that middle weird little stint. We are now watching that battle for third position. Traffic, as we carve through some rather sorry looking 991s. Gordy Much flashing his lights furiously, saying, please get out of the way, I'm being pursued. There's only 3 minutes left to hold on here. What is that, 2 laps? Madska just doesn't have, well, he has the pace, but Gordy Much is able to equal to it. The TCR car getting in the way there just a little bit for Tim Madska through Maggots and Beckett's, and he's not quite close enough. 0.6 of a second at the moment. I don't think Sami-Matti Trogan's going to be close enough to play in this party. 3 minutes remaining. Leader is already through, so he's still going to have 2 laps to go, aren't we? Because the leader is already on to lap 174. Half a second. Can Gordy Much hold on? Trail braking the car into Vale, trying to get the car turning in, knowing that the tyres are just nowhere near as good as the guy behind. And now Tim Madska is in fighting distance. And if these two guys start fighting hard, Sami-Matti Trogan will be happily coming into play. But I think if it's pure pace right now, he's not close enough.
But it only has to be around what? I think the final couple of laps, depending on how the pace comes up with the leader. But Tim Madska getting ever so closer. Bit of a specialist in the final laps. To the outside line he goes. Cuts back to the inside. Here comes Sammy from behind as well. This battle, this titanic battle goes to the very end. And man, how they're fighting with some vigour today.
Gordy Much really defensive into that hairpin. That was why they were both slow through there. Madska trying to go to the outside. Never going to work, to be fair. Just trying to carry a bit more momentum. Watch the brake lights blink on the Racecraft Esports car. He's trail braking, trying to get the car turned in, using the brakes. TCR car in the way. Which way do you go? To the outside, to the inside? TCR car holds inside line, allows them around the outside. No issues there. Sami-Matti Trogan might find it a bit more problematic as he catches them into Stowe corner and may lose a bit more. But we've got other cars as well as the Gordy Much runs deep through Cops. 2 cars to catch through Maggots and Beckett's. That could be more problematic for the Racecraft Esports car. Round the outside, the Pure Sim GT4 Cayman does that very, very nicely, but Tim Madska is able to carry more momentum through Beckett's and now onto the Hangar Straight. Sami-Matti Trogan's there as well. Leader took the white flag. This is therefore the last lap and one more tour to get himself onto the podium for Manthey Racing Red and to verify that alternate strategy that both he and the Marla Racing car are on. Looks to the inside. No space there this time. Needs to make sure this pass is clear. Doesn't want to get a penalty from race direction, but also doesn't want Sami-Matti Trogan to get too close, because if he does that and a passing move fails, then it's a loss of position for Manthey Racing. Oh, he runs wide. Tim Madska runs wide. Can he carry momentum? He's not me close enough into the braking zone here. Maybe the next braking zone. Lots of traffic to contend with further up the road. Gordy Much will sit in the middle of the road this time. 3 cars now for third position with half a lap remaining. And it's going to be Brooklands, isn't it? That's going to be a really good opportunity for Tim Madska. He's going to be forced surely to have to go round the long way round. Will the tyres allow him to do that? 3 cars fighting ahead as well. And Gordy Much puts his Audi to the inside line. No space there. Don't go to the outside. You're going to invite Sami Matti Trojan down the inside, Tim Madska. That's really, really silly move. And with the traffic as well. TCR cars in the way. One clear. What about the second one? Yeah, gets out the way as well. Wow, they are absolutely covered by nothing as the Euronics Bieler car heads around the final couple of turns, and they run deep, they run wide. Here comes Sami Matti Trojan alongside. Can Sami Matti Trojan get himself up one position in these final couple of laps? Side by side through Maggots and then into Beckett's as well. And a little bit of a swapper on from Sami Matti Trojan, and all of this battling has allowed Gordy Much to clear off into the distance. And it's now actually not a battle for third at all. It's a battle for fourth position. And it's going to be Sami Matti Trojan who has the inside line. Checkered flag has fallen for Bieler Racing, who have taken the victory.
The cutback. Oh, wow.
And Leo Racing in second position. Third is going to go to Gordy Much. And Sami Matti Trojan on the last lap looks like he may have held on to fourth position. A little bit of contact between the two cars. Some TCR cars in the way as well. And he has done it. But they didn't do what they needed to do in the end. Too much fighting between the two of them. And Gordy Much holds on for Racecraft Esports in third position. There is the winner, though. It's a shame we didn't see, well, we did see him go across the line, but so much excitement on the final lap that we couldn't really miss it. Lukas Jezek and Bieler Racing take the victory and solidify their championship lead with their first victory. 902, Inertia winning the 991 category with a great alternate strategy. Really, really entertaining. And they are also the leaders of the 991 category. Second victory for that car after winning in Imola. And they extend their advantage at the head of the championship. Same story across the board, really, because it's Squadra Corsa White that win in GT4. And in TCR, it's Sim RC. So maximum points for both of those two guys. 70 points apiece. And there are the SRC Squadra Corsa crew. Black only managing fourth position, but White with the victory over Pure Sim Esports. And there is Felix Ludding, who brought the Sim RC car home today in second position. But I guess the more impressive thing for the TCR category is HM Engineering finishing in second spot. And that is by far their best result after coming into this seventh in the standings. So a massively, massively impressive 6 hours of Silverstone. Didn't really look as though at the start we were going to have much of a strategic battle, did it, Somil? Because ultimately it was easy to get to the hour, but actually what that did was create even more flexibility in the strategy and give us some really exciting racing come the end.
Exactly, yeah, this is just so good, just so good. I usually, in the mid part of an endurance race, I tend to get bored, but today I was not. I was just so engaged and hooked onto it from the very end. That is good endurance racing, Ben, in all categories.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. So you'll be hearing from our race winners in all the different categories with David in a few moments' time. We should just get our results up and confirmation of Euronics 1 winning by 17 seconds over Leo Racing 12. Dino Lombardi finally getting the result that car really deserves after some great runs of things over the first couple of races, and they may even move into second in the championship with that result. Racecraft in third, well done to them. Another great result for the 77 car, but ultimately nearly a minute back over Marla Racing in fourth. Great drive from Sami Matti Trojan. Manti Racing losing out and dropping to fifth by the end. Kind of disappointing. And look at that. Bieler Racing, Team Euronics 2, sixth position. Will Race Control give that sixth to the first of the Mercedes Roland Sim Sport after their contact? Manti Racing, purple in eighth. MSI Red in ninth. And Red Camel round out the top 10. EFB Car Collection had a little battle with Red Camel at the end there, and Leo 21 really was never part of it. Inertia Sim Racing Mega Auto with issues for the Mercedes. Will we see the Mercedes do better in the future? maybe it'll balance a bit more come the next round. And then the cars that had issues, Williams Esports with another, not a 0 score, they get 1 point. Riley and MSC Esports Blue early retirements, and the championship falling apart for the 44. Inertia Sim Racing Euro RC with a great alternate strategy to take victory by 26 seconds in the end. That car, the only one to be able to hold on to its tyres at the end. Burst Racing second, Go Team third. Inertia in primo in fourth position with the more conventional strategy. IMCA ahead of Ori's by the end. WOIP.com Volante in 7th, World of Sim in 8th, Atlantis 9th, GLT VRT in 10th position after early contact, and we did get to the end the HM engineering car as well. Squadra Corsa White take victory in GT4 ahead of Pure Sim Esports like they are in the championship, with Talk Freak in 3rd position, getting themselves ahead of BS Competition, who had a disconnection. They were able to overtake Corsa Black, though, after they were pummeled off the track late on. E-Games were entertainment early doors, as was DR Engineering. Team Vikings, didn't see much of them in 8th position. Boot Nepal in 9th, and Hell Racers, a retirement in 10th. Leopard 11th and SRN in 12th. Will score points, I think, but did not finish. And in TCR, another victory for SimRC. They're third of the championship, 30 seconds ahead of HM Engineering and SRC Squadra Corsa TCR. Pure Sim in 4th position, Simsa in 5th. With that 10-second penalty, they stay there ahead of MSI Sports. Impulse in 7th, Team Mad 8th. Didn't see too much of them. Frozen Full Speed were a retirement after pummeling the wall in 10th position, as were Kinetic, and Team Hoskabel didn't even start, unfortunately. And that is the results then. A fantastically entertaining 6 hours of Silverstone, and we'll see you in Monza on the 14th of February. That's the next round for your diary. But for the moment, let's chat to our victors with David Haynes.
Yep, exactly. Looks like we do have present all of our race winners. Last round at Sebring, we went bottom to top. So let's flip that around and start with your overall race winner. Lucas Yestadt hopefully joins us here from the Biela Racing Team 45. Lucas, great strategy, great pace, and in the end, you make it look easy, but you weren't there in the first stint. How did you bring it around?
Yeah, hi and thanks, first of all. It definitely wasn't an easy race for us. We struggled a lot with the qualifying performance in the last few rounds, so we tried to improve on that, and I think I did a decent qualifying lap this time around. And we started the race carefully, but then we got caught up in someone else's accident, and that was a shock. But luckily the car only had minor damage, which we could fix at the pit stops. So we just tried to survive the first 2 stints, to be honest, and then put the hammer down. And in the end it really worked out. And of course we are really happy with that result.
It wasn't just all you. Sven Haase joined as well for the 2 drivers in this effort, but cold track all race long. How did that affect your setup? How did that affect how you drove?
Yeah, it definitely had an impact on the balance of the car. We had a lot more understeer coming out of the corners, but a very good traction. So we had to adapt our riding styles. Our driving styles a bit, but in the end it worked out perfectly. So great setup and great result for us, I think.
Yeah. Was there a little bit of talk within the team, because you've got 2 cars in the same class? We saw your sister car battling quite firmly with Ronan, as they're entitled to do, and I think that helps you extend your championship lead in the 45.
Yeah, I saw the results. I saw that our sister car finished ahead of Ronan, which is great for us. But I didn't have any time to watch the battles during the race that they had. So I guess I'm gonna do that now after the interview.
Big question that was on our lips for quite a bit of the race. 2 tyre change. How does that work? What do you do?
Yeah, we weren't so sure about that strategy. I went for the no tire calls during the pit stops, and Sven didn't feel so good with the left side tires. He had a lot of wear on that side, and so he decided to change left side only, and it worked out really good for him. He could produce very fast lap times. So yeah, that did work out really well. We weren't so sure about it in the first place, but after all, great strategy, I think.
Well, race winner, championship leader, who do you want to thank?
Yeah, we want to thank our sponsors in the first place. Of course, Euronics, Fanatec and Heusingfeld. And I especially want to thank my entire team. Like always, great support, great preparation for the event, great setup for the car, and hopefully we will be able to continue with this form next round.
We look forward to seeing you for the next round. It's going to be an exciting one as well. Congratulations to you and to Sven Haase and everyone with your team once again. And we look forward to seeing you in a month.
Thanks. See you then, guys.
Sunil, from our overall race winner, the next class is the 991 class, and I've grabbed for you the race winner there, Yrjö Toiminen.
Well, so many questions to ask here. Firstly, let's start with this one. Yrjö, many congratulations, mate. How did you get that done? Because your strategy was just so radical. We'd never seen something like this before. And you tried this rather interesting blend of going for a short stop in the middle and then extending the tires so long. What brand of tires were you using, man? That was incredible.
Thank you. Just a few days ago, our setup couldn't run a full stint. That's when we started thinking we might need something that can run a little bit longer, and this is what we came up with. It worked pretty good, I'd say.
And how good was that? Towards the end, of course, it got a little scary with the penalty, but a very calm win after Burst had the accident, didn't it?
Yeah, we were pretty confident at the end, knowing that our tires were really just getting better on the second stint, and the other people's cars, our tires, they just melted, as it seemed. So no sweat there.
Yrjö, you mentioned the setup playing a crucial role. The Carrera Cup car has had, say, less elements that can be tinkered around for setup. So, of course, you can't tell your secret about what you did, but how did you have to make a major change to your driving style as well to adapt to it?
Well, yeah, driving style did play a big role in there as well. Not every driver in our team immediately felt comfortable with the setup, but with the right style, you could pull it off pretty comfortably.
Yrjö, what are your hopes for the upcoming rounds of the championship? Are you confident of a really good one? Because now I think you're leading, and you have extended your lead for that matter.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for us actually. So yeah, really looking forward to the next rounds.
Congratulations, Yrjö. What a drive, what a team performance this was. We were really fascinated, and this was a well-deserved one. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks also for our supporters, eurorc.com, where you can use the Inertia discount code for some pretty nice offers, and Mega Auto FI and Imprimo FI, where you can also have a 20% off of all prints with the Inertia code. So yeah, and thanks to my team and all the fans and everybody. Yeah, thanks.
Many congratulations, Yrjö. Thank you so much for taking out the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Yrjö Toiminen then from the Inertia Sim Racing Euro RC team. What a performance that was. And now, David, it's time for our GT4 winners.
Yes, indeed. From SRC Squadra Corsa White, taking the checkered flag in GT4 was Camillo Pezzoli. Well, for the third time this season, congratulations, because you guys seem unstoppable in the BMW.
Hi guys, first of all, thank you. And yes, this is the third win in a row. We are pretty happy about that, obviously. But today was a tough one on this circuit with long, fast corners. I believe that the Porsches were a little bit advantaged. Today was very tough, but we managed to win, and we are to win anyway, and we are very happy about that.
Yeah, some stiff competition from Pure Sims, from Talk Freak, and from BS Competition today. What were your thoughts through the race about how you were going to keep them behind? Obviously, compared to GT3 or Porsche Cup, the strategy isn't as interesting for GT4.
Yeah, the competition was very, very tough today. Particularly the Pure Sim guys were very fast, and we had a contact with them in the first lap of the race, and we would like to apologize to them for that. We took a 15 seconds penalty, and because of that we have to close the gap and then trying to pass them, and it was, like I said, very difficult today, and that penalty made everything even more difficult. But what can I say? It was deserved, and again, I apologize to the Pure Sim guys.
In endurance racing, it's always a team effort. You drove 79 laps, your teammate Emanuele Petri drove 83 laps. Is your driving style similar? Do you want the same things in the setup, or do you have to make a bit of compromise to make it work?
Oh, well, me and Emanuele together, we did a lot of endurance races. I believe that at the moment we are kind of on the same page when it comes to setups. And also when it comes to pace, I believe that most of the times we are pretty close, and this is probably the main advantage that we have in this championship and in general, that we're both on the same pace and on the same page when it comes to setup.
Well, good team effort together. Seems like the BMW is still pretty good in a straight line. Is that going to help you next month at Monza?
Yes, it could be. Yeah, the BMW is still strong in a straight line, and it is pretty fast at the beginning of the stint, while towards the end of the stint, the Porsches that are able to use less rubber are usually faster. For Monza, everything depends on what the BOP is going to be. At the moment, the BMW, yes, seems to be a little bit of an advantage in a straight line. We will see.
What about the fuel consumption? Because that's the other half of the battle. Half is on track, half is in the pit lane. And Monza is a big fuel consumption track. Is that going to be a problem, or is it fine in the BMW?
I believe that at the moment the fuel consumption in the two cars is pretty similar. There is not a big difference both in consumption and in the refueling time. So I don't know. It would be the team that is able to save the most fuel during the race would probably take the win there.
3 from 3 for SRC Squadra Corsa White. Thank you, Camillo Pezzoli, and congratulations to Emanuele Petri. Any final thanks?
Thank you very much for the congratulations. Yeah, I would like, of course, to thank all my teammates, our sponsors, our main sponsor, Sim Race Components, and you guys for Neil for the organization of this championship, and you guys for the coverage.
Always a pleasure. Sumil, one last class, and that is another team that almost seems unstoppable, SimRC.
Indeed, Jürgen, I'm pretty sure it's the third time out of 3 old races that we are seeing right here in the interview booth. What a pleasure it is to have you on. Congratulations on the win.
Yeah, hello and thank you. I'm very happy to be here again.
Seems to be somewhat of a regular phenomenon here, having you in. And this one certainly had to be a more hard-fought one, because early on, I think there were a couple of other teams that are fighting for the position a lot more strongly. But then it was strategy that got you on, didn't it, towards the very end?
Yeah, I honestly didn't expect us to win here, because on the practice sessions the Squadra Corsica looked so much faster, or at least 2/10, but I think even without a penalty, which they got because we put so much pressure on them, even without it we would have won, it looks like. So we had a perfect race. We started on P6, I was able to fight to the front, and just before the pit stops I was immediately behind Alessandro Bacchilega.
Yeah. And that was quite an interesting battle. We saw that materializing towards the very end. But Jürgen, how did tire usage change throughout the race? Because we saw temperatures dramatically falling. Did that make a major impact on you anyway whatsoever?
Not really, because the race was held in March, and that means the temperature is quite low all day long, so that was not a difference.
And let's look at the major championship. Today you were 30 seconds up ahead of HM Engineering, who are the next best finishers in this championship in the race today. And now before this race you had a 14-point gap to MSI Esports in the championship as well. Do you think it's just falling very nicely into your hands, considering all the effort that you've put in?
Yeah, I mean the championship is going perfect for us, but the next races are a bit different, I would say, because in Monza it's quite a lottery to win. Barcelona was always bad for us, and Spa is double points, so anything can happen still.
Exactly, but it all seems to be going so well for you. Jürgen, before we let you go, mate, is there anyone who would like to thank for this win? Because quite clearly it's a big one for the championship.
Yeah, of course I want to thank my teammate Felix Luding, who did a perfect job today. And our sponsors, Usher Racing and ATVO, and of course you guys, who did a great job in the commentary booth.
Thank you so much, Jürgen. Congratulations once again. Just have a good time. Just celebrate this very well. You deserve it. Have a good one.
Thanks, you guys.
That, folks, was Jürgen Frank from the winning SimRC team, and that is that with our interviews. What a day of racing it was. Honestly, 6 whole hours have flown by so quickly, and I don't even feel like I've done any single thing. You know, I haven't broken a single sweat. That's what endurance racing should be like. Up next, of course, on Valentine's Day, we're going to have 6 hours of Monza. Let's hope the teams and drivers don't have any love lost between them. But David, which race are you looking forward to the most out of the coming 3 ones that we've got?
Well, you always got to look at the next race. I love Monza, great for sports car racing. I'm looking forward to that one. And you never want to wish the end of the championship, but I think that the 12 Hours of Spa is going to be very, very exciting. A great place to crown our champions when we get there in a couple of months' time. Barcelona, personally, not a huge fan, but it is a real challenge for the teams, for the tyres. You think about turn 3, a long loaded corner. Maybe the weather might be a bit hotter down there as well to give them more challenge. So I think every race ahead of us, now that we're halfway through the season, is looking very good. And I can't wait for Monza. High speeds, big braking zones, slipstreaming is going to make it so interesting in GT3 with the strategy, in Porsche Cup with the slipstream, in TCR with the fuel saving, and of course we heard in GT4 they don't know which is going to be the best car, the Porsche Cayman or the BMW M4. So I think everyone, us up here in the commentary booth, all of the fans, all of the drivers have a lot to look forward to in a month at the Italian Temple of Speed.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a proper test for everyone, all the teams and all the drivers. But one team reigns supreme at the top. That was Biela Racing Team Euronics. B3 in the first race, B2 in the second one, and finally the reset is complete. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank all of our viewers, all of you. It was Ben Consideros and the lovely David Hainster who's joining with me in the commentary booth, along with myself, Hugo Louise with the magic on the cameras, and as always, this one Barlow with the epic track cameras. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for being a part of this lovely journey. And we shall see you on the Valentine's Day at Monza. Until then, goodbye and good night.